Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back what you got. Down, up, back up, God. 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 Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God.
The money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Yeah.
Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back.
low.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
This is where moments are made. It's grand final time here for Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. 2 teams remain. We started with 8, 6 are gone. It's X10 versus Team SMG, the Cinderella story, and we'll see whether or not they can continue their run. My name is Zenox, of course, your host throughout Valorant Masters Southeast Asia, and I've got a very wonderful panel that is going to be joining me here. The virtual desk will get some magic, get them involved. It's Asurai, it's Ilustrado joining me to kickstart the grand final, and I'll start with you, Asurai. How are you feeling coming into this?
I am incredibly hyped to just watch this grand finals already. It's a grudge match between X10 Esports and Team SMG. And honestly, SMG, they better be prepared because this is a ride of a lifetime. X10 have really put them to the ropes in the last time that they saw each other, and now it's their time to get even.
Yeah, like Asurai said, this is a grudge match. These teams have known each other in the region for quite some time now. You know, they have met previously in other tournaments where X10 actually have gotten the upper hand over SMG, and just like JD Faker said, ended the winning streak of SMG here. But big question for me will be, can SMG take the revenge that they so desperately want in one of the most important matches of their lives?
Well, before we get those answers later today in the grand final, let's have a quick look back at yesterday's matches in the semi-finals, where we had 4 teams battling it out: X10 versus KPC, and of course SMG versus Boom Esports.
Yeah, there was just, I think for the most part, X10 were just fantastic. At this one, we were seeing Cruz definitely the enabler for the entirety of this Thai team. And then Poo One Tap is just gobbling up all of this support juice and just saying, thank you very much. I'm healthy right now, and I'm going to be able to basically perform for the rest of my team. And it works because I don't honestly believe that single duelist is very effective in Southeast Asia, but X10 is one of the few teams that can really make it stand out.
Yeah, and the result here for KPC, a little bit, I think, predictable. You know, they tried a couple of things, but in all honesty, most of the rounds that they did win kind of were cheese rounds, you know, whether it was stacking mid on split, you know, going as 5, and then I think a lot of the things that they did were out of the box, sure, but a little bit out there a lot of the time, and I think it bit them in the back, whereas if maybe they played a little bit more standard, something that maybe plays to their strength, I think we would have seen a better result. But in the end, I think the better team won all throughout.
Well, SMG throughout the entire tournament has played more Valorant. Every match they've been in, every best of 3, they've gone the distance. Asurai, though, on the other hand, X10 have been short, quick, and sharp. 2-0s. Which team benefits here?
I would say both of them benefit from it, because first and foremost, SMG, they were the team that weren't really supposed to play for Valorant Masters. Again, it should have been TMG, but they got replaced by SMG, and SMG was like, we didn't have the time to practice and whatnot. And I think having these extra games, even though it was difficult for them, also give them a little bit more of breathing room to kind of figure out how this entire country by country matchup goes. As for X10, on the other hand, I think X10, they're just going with the same way that they've played in other tournaments, where it's all about how quick we can finish this and how quickly we can adapt. And it seems like they are just on point going into this best of 5.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, because X10, you want to actually play less games if you're the favorite team. That gives other teams less chance to sort of read your playstyle, figure out how you play, especially on certain maps. So the fewer maps that you go, the less of their hand X10 actually has to reveal the deeper they go into the tournament. For SMG, they need to get hot. They need to warm up, man.
You can see the bracket there on your screens. The top half has just been all 2-0s. The bottom half, all 2-1s. 6 games played so far for SMG, only to the 4 for X10. But I think, as you said, Asurai, good reasons there for both teams to be happy with how this tournament has played out thus far, for completely different reasons as well, which is really good news. So coming into today, X10 maybe a little bit sharper, haven't played as many games, but for SMG, they've gotten that practice that they have really desired to have had, that they didn't really get coming into the tournament, because they didn't even know they were going to be playing it. But ultimately, though, it comes down to how they're going to play against each other. I guess for SMG, they're happier. They've now got some practice under the belt. Does this give them a chance, of course, to get that revenge, though? Or is X10 simply just going to be too good?
I have to say yes to that, because we saw yesterday, SMG, Zesbu was always the first one to kind of start everything for the rest of the team, and then the team kind of lags behind. But you did see there was moments of brilliance from every single rest of the members of SMG, especially Lexi, who was just getting a lot of those clutch rounds for SMG. And honestly, they definitely need all the help that they can get. They can't only rely on Zesbu, because the last time that they saw each other, it was the Seafire Championship 2020, where both of those matches, it was a best of 3. Both of those matches, X10 13-7 on Icebox and Haven. So there is a really big gap in terms of performance for these two teams. And that would just mean that everyone for SMG, again, has to step up.
Yeah, it's not the same story for X10. They've just been looking clean all throughout the tournament, man. And honestly, finding cracks in that play of, X10, it's going to be a difficult task for SMG when they're still trying to figure out how to piece together things for themselves. They brought in the single duelist lineup as well, for the side of SMG. And when that kind of didn't really work out that much for them, they brought on Lexi back into the duelist role, where he thrived as the Llerena, thrived as the Raze. And I think coming into this, X10 are going to be looking for that. They're going to be ready, man.
All right, that's going to be us done for the pre-show. Before we move into the pre-match, though, for the grand final, we have our special XP weekend plug that we spoke about on day number 1. So a reminder, get more from your weekend when you play Valorant with friends. XP boost starts next weekend, every weekend for an entire month. Duo queue, you get 2%, and form a party of 3, and you get 3%. And of course, if you play with 4, you get 4%. Remember, the XP boost applies to all game modes except customs. And the boost will start on the 26th of March, and then it will end on the 18th of April. So get involved, get your friends in, get some XP, and have some fun on the weekends playing Valorant. But let's move forward, of course, to the grand final. The matchup here for Valorant Masters Southeast Asia, X10 Esports versus Team SMG. We've spoken at length throughout the entire pre-show, but now as we head into the pre-match, we kind of go again a little bit here and dissect it even further, Asurai.
Yeah, there's a contrast between these two teams, between X10 and SMG, where X10, even if they only play the single duelist, they make it work because they know how to utilize and kind of conserve their utilities. And even at the end of the rounds, they can still have something to use, whether it's taking the site or going for retakes. It's really, really good. And honestly, I think it's all because of Cruz. Again, such a phenomenal breach play. We always talk about Poo One Tap and how dominant his jet is, But without Cruz, without that flasher, always being there to set everything up for Poo One Tap, I think X10 wouldn't be as dominant as we saw them, during the rest of this weekend.
And I think it would be very wildly irresponsible if we don't talk about the amazing support system that Poo One Tap basically has at his disposal. I mean, you have great players like Fox on that, Sova, an amazing Sentinel, in the form, just the whole team basically contributing the whole time, and especially Cruz with those flashes, which is why we're featuring him right now. He's got 214.9 ACS, just showing that he not only sets up those plays for his team, but he's also never afraid to, take that moment and seize it for himself.
I think that's what separates really the good teams from the great teams, is those top players, of course, have got that support system around them, whereas maybe the good teams, usually it's the flashy player trying to just do too much, trying to do it all at once as a solo player. Let's look at their opponents, of course. Team SMG, they are the Cinderella story. We've said it many times. Of course, they're looking for revenge as well. So many storylines from this team. There's like a good solid 3 storylines. The Cinderella run, the fact that they came into the tournament late, and now, of course, this rivalry with X10 Asurai, who stopped their winning streak.
It's a match made in heaven, and we'll see if they can fly high and just reach that next level and get that W, that championship title that they want, especially here at the highest of tournaments. And yeah, it's definitely going to be SMG with Zespu at the lead and Lexi just popping off once again with this duelist Raze and Llerena setup for him.
I can't stress enough how amazing the lineup we have is for today. I mean, the game that we have, because just the players themselves have so much of a story to tell. First of all, you have 2 of the best duelists in the region. You got Zespu, Poo One Tap, and of course Lexi's always there as well. You have 2 of the best Sentinels around, and such a great support system all around for all of these duelists. It just tells a beautiful picture, and the way that these teams play, it manifests completely different from one team to another. How they interpret those strengths, how they use it in game. Zespu and the rest of SMG, they like to play it a little bit more aggressive. They like to go for that early map control. They like to go for picks. They like to go for peaks early on as well. On the other hand, you got team like SMG. They play cool, calm, collected. And these playstyles will definitely clash once we get into the game.
Let's go and have a look at some of the best moments, I guess, throughout so far Valorant Masters for both of the teams. We'll start it off with X10 so far. They, of course, have been by far and away the best team. They've had the best plays as well, Asurai.
Yeah, again, there wasn't a team, I think, that really made them sweat this entire weekend. And it goes to show. Now, going up against SMG, I want to go back to the point where I talked about how X10 got 13-7 or did 13-7 to SMG in the last time that they saw each other. Poo One Tap has had positive kill ratios against all the members of SMG, whether it's Zespu or Lexi, and even the strong Sentinel that is Egoist. Poo One Tap just destroys all of them and always gets that entry frag 2 kills, which really hinders SMG to kind of start popping off. And even when he's on the Sage, he can just create magic, and SMG really have their work cut out for them if they're not able to shut down Poo One Tap. And I'm very, very curious, very, very looking forward to how they try to deal with this, especially when we're going to go for a best of 5 where all the maps are here laid out for us.
I think it's going to be laid bare for us because, you have a really strong aim team like SMG who relies on getting early picks, who likes to press the advantage and use that. But when you have a defensive side like X10, it's like the unstoppable force and the immovable object. They're going toe to toe, and who's going to come out on top is, your guess is as good as mine, man.
Yeah, so X10 Esports, I mean, they have definitely just been the kings of this entire tournament when it comes to the plays, the highlights, the utter domination, the fact that they haven't dropped a single map so far. That could change, though, going into the grand final, of course, where it's going to be a best of 5, more opportunities for SMG to play on maps that they also prefer. Let's look at their opponent, SMG, and some of their highlights throughout Valorant Masters thus far as well.
SMG, again, a very shaky start. They were up and down in a couple of the rounds here, but they showed that they have that, how do you say this, that perseverance just to keep themselves cool, calm, and collected, and you saw it. Never did they really budge, and everybody just stepped up to the plate, especially JD Fager. He talked about yesterday in our interview that he wasn't feeling too hot in the first and second game, but that third one, he definitely stepped up to the plate, which allowed Zesbu and Lexi more time to just shine, and it just goes to show. SMG definitely feels like fine wine. You gotta wait for it a little bit, gotta ease it in, let it breathe, and it seems like to have a good taste now coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, SMG, they took a while to get started, and it seems like that's the case for every map that they, get on. But it's not entirely uncommon in the SEA region. A lot of the best teams sort of want to play slow, and this is, I think, the reason for this is they want to lose those rounds early. They're happy, well, not want to, but they're happy to lose early rounds because of the fact that they want to learn from their opponents in the start of it and then sort of adjust mid-round. And you saw that from SMG. Every time they played a game, every team, they would learn how to adjust on the fly, in the middle of the round, and it takes them about 90 seconds to learn how exactly you play as a team, switch it on, and then figure out your playstyle and dominate you from there.
That Lexi play that we just saw in the previous replay after this was definitely one of my favorite highlights throughout Valorant Masters SEA so far. So some of the best plays that both teams have produced throughout the tournament. I'm sure there's more to come in this grand final. Let's go and have a look at the maps, though. I guess because it is a best of 5, we know all the maps that are going to be played. It's a matter of the order, though, Asurai, and it really will come down to Icebox first up. Wow. It's going to come down to, I guess, the ability to win the other team's map. Otherwise, it could be a very quick best of 5.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Again, it's a best of 5, so we're not gonna have not gonna be able to play all maps. We actually will be able to play all these maps. And I wanted to point out here that one of the really big strengths of SMG is sort of their map control against the other teams that they played. But when they go up against another team that has even greater map control, especially with X10 having Sushi Boys as one of the most phenomenal sentinels that we've seen today for the Southeast Asia region, what's going to happen to SMG? What's going to happen to Icebox, which is such a big map? And I don't know if they can keep all of their eyes all around this particular coverage map, or are they just going to try to rush in and not allow X10 to kind of shut them out from the other side as Sushi Boys tries to go for that lurk?
Yeah, no, I'm going to agree with you completely because of the way that Icebox is structured, it's such a large map. Sushi Boys, he's going to have a little bit of a tougher time, I think, on the defense, which is a great sign for a team like SMG because they, the presence of Sushi Boys, it'll definitely be attenuated a little bit neutered, I think. And that's one of the key factors for X10 winning. However, having said that, it is their map choice, and they have picked this for a reason. I have a feeling they're going to throw us a couple of curveballs that we will not be ready for.
Well, that is pretty much the pre-show done. Before we throw it over to the casters, though, guys, final chance, final predictions.
5 straight games. I don't know who's going to win it. I honestly hope it's SMG because I've become a big fan of Zesbu and Lexi. But again, I feel like it's a tall task. So if they can bring this around, I don't think it's going to be like a 3-0 for them, but I think they can push it to the 5 games and maybe shift it to overtime. And it's all about who can last the longest. And if they can, I think they can win this 3-2.
I think it's going to be a 3-2, but this is going to be X10. They're just so on point, and I feel like SMG won't be ready for what X10 brings on Icebox.
Well, I mean, we've had your thoughts. I'm going to say 3-1 to X10. I think SMG will steal a map and stop that streak of X10 not having dropped a map thus far, but X10 too strong in the end. Regardless, though, it doesn't matter what we think. It's matter what happens in the games themselves. We're going to throw it over to your casters, Vyminal and Daks.
So, will the royalty of SEA reign supreme, or can the Cinderellas find past their curfew, past that midnight, and make it a dream to remember? Well, it is time for us to find out into our upcoming 5 maps. Daks and Vyminal gonna be here for our grand finals, and Vim, this is going to be an extra special grand final to remember.
This is gonna be absolutely epic. I mean, X10, I cannot wait to see what they're going to bring to the table, because this is going to be pretty much peak Valorant action for the region. And honestly, I'm going to be ready to take down some notes, man.
Oh, you got a pen and paper ready to go, but right now, my eyes are going to be glued to the upcoming matches. You got X10, who just dominated their half of the bracket. 2-0s, 2-0s all around. So sure with all their strategies, so sure with all their play, and every single time you see them execute, it just looks to be quite a sure thing. In the meantime, on the other side for Team SMG, it always has been the struggles. They've been working hard. They've been really trying to catch up and play the best that they can. And the thing about Team SMG is per round, you see them adjust per round, per instance. They are able to adapt on the fly. And with that malleability, I really feel like Team SMG have deserved their spot in the grand finals, and they made it here at the very end for good reason.
I mean, absolutely. They also had, in my humble opinion, probably a tougher bracket compared to what X10 had to go through to get to this point. So honestly, I'm very curious to see whether or not their malleability, their ability to adapt, wouldn't wane when facing an enemy such as X10. Now, I really do believe that, I'm in favor of X10 taking this. Now, we all seen how powerful SMG can be, but I really still believe that X10 is still a cut above the rest.
Yeah, X10. These guys have been absolutely prodigal, and they've been at the top of the SEA region for good reason. For me, though, I honestly believe in Team SMG, but looking at the map pool that we've gotten so far, first three maps already make me a bit fearful for Team SMG. And while the panel, they've said it can actually go 3-2, I would actually tip my hat to potential 3-0 here, if ever, because even though we see an SMG play amazing on Bind, the first time they played it, it went into triple overtime. The second time they played it, they actually lost against Boom Esports. And then you get Icebox to start things off, 100% win rate there for X10. And then you also get splits for your map number 3, which is a great X10 map. Things are looking a bit dicey for Team SMG in the map draft, but then again, for SMG, they can play it slow, they can play it fast, they can really bring something out of nowhere to the table. But on the other hand, X10, these guys have shown us one hand, and I know, and we all know how practiced they've been, how much finesse they have in what they execute, especially with that single duelist. But they also have that chance to throw in the biggest curveball of them all, as the panel has mentioned, and bring something completely new to the table.
Yeah, and time will tell whether or not they're going to throw us that curveball. But speaking in length, from the panelists earlier, that SMG, they weren't exactly prepared to go into this. Especially, I'm not sure if they actually expected to make it to the grand finals to face a team like X10. Conversely, X10, I'm sure they were getting ready. They had their eyes set on the finish line, and they're right here. And it's just pretty much, I think, a David and Goliath matchup. I mean, it's pretty weird for me to talk about that when talking about SMG, a team like SMG, the best in Singapore without a doubt. But again, this is just such a interesting matchup, so to speak. Icebox, 100% win rate for X10. Really interesting team composition so far, Daks.
Yeah, and we all know already for Team X10 that they're going to be locking in that Viper into play. So pretty much still the standard gameplay you expect from X10. And that's the thing, Vim, especially in terms of preparation. Many of the compositions of choice right now for X10 doesn't actually come from their Challengers 1 or 2. But it really was them practicing and dominating Challengers number 3 to make it to their second slot. And they have brought it to the table here in Masters. In the meantime, though, here for Team SMG, you are going to be getting that double duelist between Zespew as well as Lexi. Lexi doing an incredible job on the duelist yesterday. He plays a pretty mean breach from day number 1, but when he gets that raise, gets that Reyna, it looks even better than before. Viper, though, going to be played out here by Fall. JD Figure looking to lock in that Sova. And Egoist on the Sage. So a very interesting composition here for Team SMG. They don't really have the hardest of lockdowns, but the Sage very useful in those takes and in really going for the slow orbs in parts of the map.
Yeah, they don't have a quote-unquote hard sentinel in the form of a Cypher or Killjoy. So this could be very, very dicey for them. But I'm sure they have a plan for this. Now, they do have the double duelist. Could be necessary to attenuate, again, the firepower of X10. I mean, they've been known to play a single duelist all this time, but let's face it, Poo one tap on the single duelist can definitely fulfill the role of creating space for the rest of his team. So, 2 versus 1 might be the way to go here.
Yeah, who wants tap? You can trust this guy to get the kills for you, and he can trust the rest of the team to just be right behind him. But as we are going to be getting into the cold waste of Icebox, it will be, of course, a melting point, a tipping pot for one of these two teams. Who will be able to get map number 1? We'll find out in just a bit. Team SMG, though, will be on the defensive first. X10 on the attacking side. This is the grand finals of the Valorant Masters SCA, and you are going to be witnessing greatness right here, right now.
No frenzy so far. That's refreshing. It's good to see the ghost. Looks like action is already happening over here onto B long.
Little push, X10 trying to play into the middle, and they're already collapsing onto the side. They get the quick little flank onto yellow as well, and fall. He is just sandwiched by X10, bringing the biggest bread of them all. And speaking of the bread, this might just be them being breadwinners here for this round, if they can make this spike plant a sure thing. So spike planted, 5v4 already, no Viper here for the side of Team SMG. X10 all the way on the other side, defending by yellow, and who wants that even is taking care of the flank. It's even easier right now for X10 to hold.
I mean, I'm just taking a look at their post-plant positioning right now. You can see they're making use of that verticality. Egoist, though, managing to take down Fox's
Last player standing.
Cruz.
The wall. Here's the wall. It gets reinforced, but the Viper lineup is just so on point from Scary. He also gets peeked by Sushi Boys there alongside Poo One Tap and X10. They come in like birds of prey, and immediately it's SMG looking like quite a carcass in that first round.
I mean, it was Scary who got the first blood right there. Super quick peek, and then they all, they planted the spike, instantly backed away. Post plant was absolutely perfect, then relied on the Viper lineups to pretty much secure the victory. But, the lineup wasn't even necessary at that point in time because the man advantage was just so there for X10.
Yeah, I mean, this is the concern right now for the SMG roster. Since they don't have that hard sentinel, it will be a lot easier for X10 to take command of places like the middle area. And in that case, a while ago, Fall, he was trying to be the watchdog of yellow and green. And unfortunately for him, he was pincered and taken down. So X10, they have the gun advantage, and they're going at B site yet again. They don't want to be going into A. They don't want to deal with the slow orders from the Sage if ever. And this open space, it seems like it's working out better for them. And JD Faker saying, okay, I'm going to hide on the inside for now. Lexi, though, Angel's going to get thrown. Does it actually make it through to the other side? Sushi Boys, he just sticks that spike plant down below. Fox is even able to get the zap on the Zespew. And things looking good here for X10 so far.
Player standing.
Despite them having the site to, all for themselves for the taking, it's just such a flawless, literally, retake from X10. Again, utilizing their gun advantage. So, no surprise really from theirs. Let's see if they can turn it around on the third round here, as of course it's going to be a full buy for Zespew and co. But so far X10 not really showing signs of weakness as of late. And honestly, coming into this, seeing how fast they were able to move and how coordinated they performed, I'd be pretty intimidated.
Yeah, these guys, they're just so sure of what they want to do, and you can really see them cut through the map and just make areas their own. In this case, though, SMG, as you mentioned, gonna have the guns that they need. No operator this time from Zespew, who does love to go for that early fight. Instead, it's gonna be the rifles instead, and JD Faker on the high ground. Cruz, though, in the meantime, peeking him from below, and does get that kill. Lexi now trying to play that range game, eventually gets rid of the breach there. Here for the side of X10, they're just trying to pick apart a few of these lurkers. Fall, spotted out, taken down, 3v3. We do see the rotation here already by Team SMG. With Scary alive, though, that toxic screen is still in the way, cutting the map in half. And X10, they do have a choice to rotate if ever.
Seems like they're just holding still, maybe winding down the clock a bit, trying to fake the rotate. And it seems like that is the case, as all three of them are still over there at B-Long. Looks like they're going to be planning to execute real soon.
All eyes on Lexi, but that's the thing, with the Viper still alive, they can really play those mind games, and you can see that we have Egoist as well as Zespew trying to scout things out on the other side of the map. But X10, they're trying to go as close as can be to the edge of that. Look at Sushi Boys, even looking down on the ground just to make sure that they have maximum area. But Lexi, beautiful spray down there, able to catch out Scary Foxes though in the meantime with the refrag. Team X10 making 2v2. Egoist though coming in from the side, opportunity yet again knocking on his doorstep, and all eyes on Foxes right now. He played such an MVP performance yesterday. Can he do it today? He's on his Sova. He's making those darts bounce, but the wall reinforced. This might not be enough firepower. Egoist gonna be able to get that defuse. A little too late there from X10, and SMG now will get that round.
I mean, that was a really expensive round for them. So economically, it's still not really the best situation for SMG, but they managed to get the point on the board at the very least. Let's see if, X10 can just keep up the momentum so far. Very early in the game, but, they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, power of the barrier orb though, and you can see why Sage is such a popular pick on a map like this. In those areas, you can set up that wall and make the defaults even faster, or in that case, make the defuse even easier for your team. Interesting call though, as we mentioned before, SMG not gonna have that hard sentinel that we know can hold the line, and if Fall keeps getting picked off early on into the game, then he's not gonna be able to play his own shenanigans in the long run. So X10 back on the assault. 3 of them gonna be playing on to B though, and apparently 1 by mid, 1 by A. A little lurk action here for X10 so far since they have the guns, and like you mentioned, since they do have the arsenal advantage, they're trying to find a few targets of opportunity.
Could find that opening pick real soon. Wouldn't be surprised if there would be a little bit of a skirmish between Lexi and Poo One Tap here.
Oh, and already Poo One Tap playing to his namesake. Easy pickings there. It's just like a jar of honey right in front of him, and he immediately goes for it. Thing is, though, Egoist, he's been surviving, he's been getting defuses, and he now has the resurrection to bring Lexi back to life. Hunter's Fury, though, gonna be the call here for Foxes, trying to catch one out. Unfortunately, doesn't really get a kill there. So X10, they've given themselves a bit of space to work with after that pickoff. Resurrection used on the other side, but Zespew, good start there. He finds 2 already. Showstopper, though, gonna be unleashed. Does it actually get the kill? That will be the question. Unleashing it, and yes, Fox is now gonna get turned into a crisp instead. SMG on the hunt. The 2 duels getting the effect that they need, and Zespew with 3, pretty much the captain steering the ship yet again. Who wants Tap all alone, and he gets a taste of his own medicine as the jet of SMG able to get a quad in that round.
Yeah, this is, they managed to make it work. I mean, this is the time that Zespio and Lexi need to step up, of course, as the rest of SMG here. But when Zespio really heats up, really kicks it up to 11, and who knows, he might also frag out in this game. It might not just be Poo One Tap who's going to be fragging out, but if Zespio can procure an operator later on, then this might be pretty tough for X10, actually.
Yeah, and he's been the star of the SMG show forever and ever, and you can see why. Really, him just sticking on that Jet, a lot of trust of the team to allow him to play Jet in every single map, really means dedication to his craft. And right now, his craft has shown to be quite an artisanal experience indeed. Fall, though, finally getting back on the rhythm. Good here for the Viper. He needs to survive these fights. He needs to survive at the very start of the game. And with a kill like that, seems like SMG looking to hold the line since they do have that gun advantage, because X10 is just playing the Sheriffs for now.
It's all a matter of whether or not they can get those 1 taps, but Lexi holding a very close angle over there in mid. Everyone's just holding Fall. Will be able to take down Scary. That's going to be huge, as their controller is now going to be off the board.
Grounded.
Great hold, and Zespew even answered back against Poo One Tap. There's the top 10 anime battle we've been looking for, and in that case, it's just Zespew on a roll. Fall, even getting 3, and getting his own kind of retribution after the pincer in the first round. He held the line this time, and SMG was accomplished. They take the lead away from X10. And X10 now, they're looking for that momentum back, but we all know in the X10 squadron, we've seen them get that momentum and run away with it.
I was talking about being intimidated after the first couple of rounds. Clearly, SMG isn't, because they're still, showing us that proactive playstyle that we know them to play. And so far, it's working out. But now X10 is going to be on those guns as well. Equal firepower on both sides. Let's see whether or not X10 will be able to adjust. But SMG so far are on the front of the pack.
Man, that's the thing about Zespew. He gets those kills, he piles them on, he makes a pain train of destruction, and the rest of the team follows suit. Lexi getting on the board, Fall getting on the board. Exactly what Team SMG needs, just to feed off each other's energy. And Egoist, he's been the survivor for quite many of these rounds, and this time, he's going to be one getting first blood. Poo One Tap already going down. Throws a big wrench in the plans of X10. And even though X10 is a very strong team, that's one thing you can chip away against them. If you find a way to kill Poo one tap early, they're not going to have that sudden impact. Instead, they will have to rely on ultimates like that Rolling Thunder. And now it's going to be SMG looking to hold against X10 pushing forward.
Right here. It's like Spike hasn't been planning yet. Of course, they're going to be clearing the side first. SMG, fall, taking out Cruz, but Scary and Foxes will be able to answer back. It's now going to be a 3v2 scenario. It's all up to Zespio and Lexi now.
Yeah, all eyes on them, but they have been the stars of the show. But this pair gonna get cut in half immediately, and Fox is now just throwing a quick little blade in Zat's Schism, and now Scary even catching one more out. Zesty will fall. X and now tie it up again, and as soon as they get the guns, they're so sure with their shots, they're sure with what they need to do. And that's the thing, they had the tool to actually let them push even without Poo one tap on the board. That Rolling Thunder really setting off a chain of events for X10.
Yeah, I mean, without Poo on tap, obviously their firepower will be stifled, but, you know, thankfully they did have those ultimates. Now, coming into this round, Scary will have that Viper's Pit. Sushi Boy will have that Neural Theft. Conversely, for the side of SMG, Fall will also have a Viper's Pit. Let's take a look at how they will utilize those abilities coming into this as, very early employee from A-side here. Yeah.
He's just gonna be putting it in the way. He says, no, don't go here, guys. But X10, they don't care about it. They already got the tag a while ago and fall. And this time, Scary will catch out his counterpart and prevent that Viper Spit from getting any real value. So a good start here for X10, and they're gonna be unleashing their own gas onto the floor here. Lexi in the meantime catching out Sushi Boys. And here comes Poo one tap now, finding another target. Trade of bounds here for both sides. And Scary, even with that beautiful lineup, catching out JD Faker in the long run. Spike now, planted on down. Lexi as well as Egoist on the other side of this pit. But the thing is, though, you can see that X10, they're trying to protect on the inside. Lexi now with the catch onto Cruz. And a bit of a flank action might be a worthwhile trade here. No Poo one tap. He just turns around to get that takedown. Has an idea of where the opposition is at. You can really see here for X10. They have that tactical advantage. They're on the inside. They're masquerading themselves inside that smoke. And it's Scary now, showing us how it's done with his pit.
No, you mean it's actually, it seems like the Viper's Pit is made for that A site. It just fits so well. It just makes it so hard to retake that A site when Viper's Pit is placed so well. And then, of course, you're going to be at the disadvantage right there. Very little that Lexi could do in that situation, but I think he played it to the best of his ability. Just not quite enough. Let's see if they can make an adjustment here. I expect to see both teams just reading off of each other and really changing up their playstyle, changing the pace round after round here.
Pace
exactly
equals
like
change.
Exactly
Call
like
pacemaker, because this is going to be a completely new beat in this hot minute, because the operator is out and about, and Zespew going to be able to get that initial takedown. X10, they have to respect the pedigree of that gun with that specific player. Zespew, always a man on a mission, one of the hottest hands in the SA scene with that op. And here we go, Ego is waiting on the other side. Waldo has already been broken. A segment has collapsed. But now the Hunter's Fury is trying to line it up. Hunter's Fury, though, is the call. The Sovas are just trying to trade blows. But Egoist, he's been waiting, watching, and finding the opportunity. And he has gotten two so far. Looking for a third. And yes, his Ego gonna get even bigger after that one. Looking for the quad. Runs out of bullets, though. And Poo one tap will take advantage of that small little moment. But that moment now gonna be gone, because Zespi was waiting on the other side to tie up the score again.
I mean, that was such a good round for Egoist, man. Despite not getting the quad, I mean, he did get a 3K. And honestly, I beg the question, like, how can he hold down the site despite not being, you know, a hard sentinel like that? Really great use of those slow orbs and, of course, the barrier orb as well. Really knows how to maximize those utilities. And, you know, trust me, it's not easy to lock down a site if you're a Sage.
Yeah, Egoist as well as Lexi, these guys are pretty much the garden tenders of SMG. They're the ones who just watch it over. They water the plants. They say hi to your mothers and be like, oh, okay, that's a really sexy shot there from Zespew against Poo one taps the operator getting on the board yet again. But yes, these guys have really been tending to the sites like it was their own children. Egoist, Lexi, so potent in what they can do for the side of SMG. And that barrier orb a while ago, look how it's positioned. Because if you're going to be breaking a segment here on the right, you're pretty much forced to go right anyway. Egoist is going to be waiting on the other side of that. Still, though, Seems like we're going to be getting a bit of some talk screen action here from Scary, as A site's still going to be the choice here for X10.
Hyperwall gonna be out there, gonna be cutting the site and covering A entrance. Of course, they're gonna be executing any second now. Really great usage of Cypher cages as well. It's blocking out a lot of vision.
We play that Viper. Many say that you should be playing a second controller, but with things like the Cloudburst, with things like the Cyber Cage as well, and it's going to be even easier to blockade those sidelines. But JD Faker, as soon as he sees who's in front of him, Sushi Boys already does go down. Team SMG with a 2-man advantage, trying to go for this retake. But X10 going to be holding in behind. Alpha Fallen Lexi even catching out their targets, and now it's all up to Scary. Now he's able to get 3, and a 1 and a 2 and a 3. This Tango refuses to stop, but now this dance gonna get pretty much stopped in its tracks. It's just a big little halt there, and it's still SMG on the board. But what's a play there from Scary?
Looking like an absolute monster at that moment, but of course, you know, it's going to be too tall of an order to ace that round. Let's take a look at this quick replay. Check out the really fast 3K. Oh my gosh.
This guy, he knows how to play those aim trainers. He just goes, okay, middle, top right, middle. He
That was
knows
looking
the
like grid
combos.
shot. Grid shot over there.
Yeah, it's just the combos are real, and who knew we'll be getting that kind of input in a game like this. But for now, SMG, no slouch whatsoever. They made it to the grand finals for good reason, and they're trying to defy the odds, defy the statistics, defy everyone who is doubting them, and look to take this map number 1. But we are not done yet. We're barely halfway, and things can easily go in X10's hard momentum flavor. But this time, Zespew already getting a slice of his own. Cruz going down. That's the thing, X10, they haven't found an answer against that op yet. And with the Blade Storm even into play, Zespew is just on a mission and one more time. His goal, try to kill everyone else on the other side. 2 remaining here for the side of X10. Make that one as Zespew has gotten the quad. Can he actually go after Poo one tap? Will the team give him the ace? That's the question. But of course, Poo one tap, you know he'll be prepared. He wants to go for the takedown. Will he get it? And he does get rid of Zespew. JD Faker giving his teammate the opportunity for the ace. As soon as that collapses in front of him, he will get the takedown and give the round to SMG.
You know what's interesting about SMG? Just judging from their performance during the first day of Masters compared to today, it seems like every day they're progressively looking like they're at a better form than yesterday. So that tells me they've been preparing a lot behind the scenes. I wonder if these guys have been getting enough sleep, but I'm sure they did because they're playing out of their minds. And of course, Zespew, just like an absolute beast right now. So come to think of the fact that, you know, these guys weren't exactly prepared to come into Masters, I wonder what they're like when they're fully prepared. But
this
you know, it's not looking like that right now.
It's not even their final form, Bim. And that's the thing, right? This Team SMG, we've said it before and we'll say it again. These guys get better round per round. And maybe because they played more games than Team X10, they found their footing. They found the practice that they needed inside the tournament itself. And they are prepared to get their retribution against X10. X10, in the meantime, they have had, I'd say, a relatively easier time in the bracket, but they still showed their dominance. Then again, though, that dominance does come at the cost. They're still playing that same kind of composition. In SMG, they might have been studying very well X10 and their antics.
Let's see if you know, it's time for them to bounce back here. Still have enough for full buy. But they're going to be in trouble if they don't secure this round economically. Who one tap? Not really the performance we're used to seeing from him this for now, but Scary's going to be picking up that slack.
Yeah, Scary, looking pretty scary indeed. He's always ready with those setups on the Viper, and you can really see that he knows what he's doing, how he's going to be cutting up this map, what partitions go to Team X10, and how to play that ultimate. Cyber Cage, though, going to get thrown as we go back into the game after that quick little pause. And X10 right now trying to regain their footing.
Yeah.
One thing I've noticed, though, haven't really seen the operator yet here from Team X10. They're trying to find their own way to deal with Zespew, who does get healed up quite a little bit. My ego is there after a little bit of a skirmish, I'd say. He has no armor, though, so he has to be careful. Cloudburst right now to cover the Cypher and his push. That's
Perfect
extra
timing.
second. Oh no, that was so close. I was a little afraid for Poo One Tap there. I could feel my heartbeat, but apparently he knew the timing. And X10 with the play onto B side. Rolling Thunder gonna be the starting point. Viper Spit though gonna be in front of the Jet for now. And Egoist, he says, okay, I'll wait on the other side. Foul though. He's by the Snowman, but the Snowman is melting quickly because of those bullets, and his HP is doing the same thing. Sushi Boys though, given the opportunity to get the plant down, and X10 forcing post plants.
You know, that was a really clean take of the site, but Zespio will be there to take down Foxes. I like the slower pace that X10 did this round. You know, they've been going for those fast-paced set plays that weren't really working out. Now, welcome to my world, Scary says.
But Scan, they catch out Scary, and that's gonna be good because the Viper Spin will dissipate. Lexi though in the meantime trying to go for that defuse, and eventually it's gonna be SMG cleaning him house, getting the targets that they need, and X10 will fall yet again. Now this is where I gotta ask you, Vim. We're not seeing that operator at all from X10. SMG using that range advantage time and time again, especially on a map like Icebox. Do you think that X10 will find an answer here in this last round? Because if SMG can keep exploiting this gun, then
They're
it'll be
gonna run
an
away.
easier time for the series. Not only just the map, but maybe even the series, especially if we get into even bigger maps here.
I mean, it's kind of curious, yeah? I mean, I know there are some teams that really don't like using an operator on the attack, but sometimes you really need it to contend with that range advantage. But of course, SB more than happy to capitalize on that, and X10 in this last round will not be able to afford anything to contend with that range advantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you know, they have the breach there to try and catch out the operator. But Zespew has been doing such a good job to stay away from Cruz as much as possible and find the other targets around the map. Even as we saw X10 stack onto B site, Zespew, he just needed a moment, a chance to get that catch, to get that target. And that was exactly what he did in that last round. So things are looking very good here for Team SMG. They're already defying the odds with a scoreline like this. And can they defy it further with some takedowns? Scary though. He's been on a roll. And right now, this ball is still going in favor of X10 so far. Zespew now running out of space to work with. He tries to go for the shot against the Cypher. But since he misses, he backs on the way. And now he catches out Sushi Boys. The second chance, the second shot is all he needs. And the Blazestorm is going to give him that second kill. Showstopper though is able to arrest Scary there. And SMG now with a two-man advantage. It's all eyes on Foxes. Can he actually do anything by this point, though?
I mean, he has a Spectre.
He has there's a gun in front of him. But he doesn't want to
Not
pick it
even
up.
considering.
He's trying to be
30
sneaky here.
seconds
Yeah,
left.
he's a sneaky boy. You know, what does the fox say? And apparently the fox makes absolutely no sound. And now, silence is golden, courtesy of Fall. SMG having that 4-round lead and
Switching
really
sides.
putting X10 on the ropes after that first half.
Taking a look at this second one. You know, Icebox is typically a map that you think is, attack sided. But SMG on the defense, racking up those points. You know, let's see.
Yeah, SMG. The operator just made such a big difference. It was so back and forth at the very start, but as soon as Zespew decided, okay, it's up time, you can see that the difference has been made. 17 kills on the Jet. He's been quite a sure shot, and whenever he does miss, he just goes for the Bladestorm instead to keep up that momentum. Scary, in the meantime, been incredible at controlling this map. But X10, they're going to need to do a better job than this on the defense. They want to try and win this game. SMG, they have that momentum, then they're feeling it. They're already looking to show everyone up and say, even though we were the last ones to this party invited, we are going to be the stars of the show indeed. They've done it in the quarterfinals. They've done it in the semifinals. And they're trying to do it here in the grand finals for map number 1. Still, though, it's going to be a spike left behind. Looks like picks are going to be the call here for Team SMG.
Yep. Really slow paced coming into this first one. Spike is still going to be there at spawn. And Poo on tap, not going to be wasting any time using that Sheriff take out Lexi. Again, that's been an increasingly popular trend.
Exactly, especially with that Jet, right? As Zespew decides to dash on the way to the other side. Sushi Boys and Fall though, getting kills apiece for their respective teams. In this case now, the Viper trying to play past that tube. And SMG will be looking to reinforce and fight back on B side. X10 in the meantime running into the kitchen, looking for a target. The crew's now gonna fall to Fall.
Player standing.
Good little flank there, but Scary still keeping an eye out. And now Egoist is all alone. He's really the best form that he is on that Sentinel when he has teammates alive, because he can use them as distractions with utilities or their bodies. But for now, solo mission, can he do it? Does get one, can he get that second? Doesn't get it so far, so dash on the way is there. Ghost now gonna get taken here, a little bit of an upgrade, and Egoist is on the roll. Can he get the third? No, Pooh one tap still, a man on the mission indeed. That Sheriff is gonna be enough to get that takedown, and X10 with Will Pistol.
Showing why the Sheriff is sometimes can be a good idea to get out the first round if in the right hands. We gotta give it to Egoist though, showing that he'd still frag out without going for those refrags as we discussed earlier. I mean, it's so close. Could have gone either way. Egoist was just literally a pixel away from hitting a headshot onto Pooh one tap.
Yeah, there's only one guy to watch over Icebox, and his name is Pooh One Tap. And the Sheriff, of course, gonna be needing a bit of that deputy. Gonna be needing to have a Marshal in these parts. And speaking of that one, already our Cowboy gonna have that small little sniper in his arsenal. So X10, they get on the board, and SMG gonna be, of course, at the gun disadvantage. It's a full eco for them. They're only playing the classics. Poison Class, though, gonna be in the way right now. And for now, at middle, it's just gonna be so difficult to see anything there. But X10, they want to play it slow, and Fall caught out now because the Sova unleashes the shock dart from above, and from the boiler is able to cook up one target of SMG.
It's always so satisfying to see those shock dart kills. Oh my gosh, even more satisfying is a collateral with the Marshal.
2 for the price of 1, and now it is going to be Pooh One Tap looking to clean it up. Quick little gun swap there between the Sova and the Jets, and it pays dividends for Team X10. So X10 back on the beat, bringing in the beat down. SMG though, this is now their chance for retribution. So guns are abound, and Zespu going to be picking up that rifle. Doesn't have the money to buy the operator anyway, so SMG will still try to make things work on the attacking side with a full arsenal there. But what a lineup now. Fox is taking advantage, using that high ground to the best degree. And that's the thing, Pooh One Tap giving his gun to the Sova, so he doesn't need to give away his position. He can be the one dashing on in just like that. A good call from X10 to hold the line in the middle.
Really good presence of mind right there. I'd like to see SMG sort of switch gears here and try to pick up the pace, perhaps using the fact that they have 2 duelists that can basically fly onto the site and perhaps take X10 by surprise. But Sushi Boys will not be surprised right there as he gets taken down by Zespio at the very least.
But from above, though, it is going to be Zespio, as you mentioned, finding that takedown. Good pick off, though, by the Cypher. Getting rid of the first duelist in contact. Now Foxes will do the other half of the job and get rid of Zespu as well. So X10, they are holding the line steadfast so far. They have the Spectres to fight back in close quarters. And you can see a big difference in their strategy this time. They're the ones trying to close in against their targets. They want to use that extra fire rate to fight back against the potency of these rifles. And this is now SMG trying to figure out where to go.
Also seeing very proactive play style here. Cruz managing to take down Fall right there. That is absolutely huge as it brings this to a 4v2. Egoist though.
Player standing.
Oh, he's close enough, but Scary still holding that one down and finding that target. Will it be enough? But JD Baker from afar catching out Foxes. Pooh One Tap creeps in a bit closer than that. And X10, a bonus round taken by them as well. And this is where it looks scary when you're facing off against X10. You give them for a round, sure, you can trade it up. You give them a second round, the things start piling up. You give them a third, start running away with the game.
You give them a bonus round, then they might just run away with it, snowball that momentum. Especially now that, of course, they will be on full buys. So, of course, SMG will be forced to go on the save. Again, maybe the answer here is to go really, really fast with them all 5 on Sheriffs.
This is the thing. Can you hear that, Mr. Vim? That small little rumbling in the distance that just might be the avalanche of X10 looking to sweep by against Team SMG. If this is going to be another round taken by them. Big odds also because here we go. X10 unleashing the rifles and they have brought out the operator this time. So your answer, your question rather, has finally been answered, Vim. They just didn't want to play the op on the attacking side. They want to be taking those duels a little difficult when they're pushing onto the side because of the angles. And right now it's Sushi Boys on the board, but Sesu catching out Cruz in response. Beautiful one tap there from the Sheriff. X10 still looking to reinforce with the cyber cages, giving time for them to rotate onto the site. Pooh One Tap waiting though by B, and it's gonna be 3 rifles holding down A for now. And SMG, they do have to decide if they're gonna be going back or will they be pushing forward.
Looks like they are going to be going back and going to be rotating through spawn as of this moment. But Is it fake? Pretty hard to tell at this point in time, but Pu1Tap is going to be waiting over there at B side with that op. And of course, they are unaware that they have an operator at this point in
30
time.
seconds left.
And they're just looking for movement, as you can tell. The Viper, as soon as he was exposed by the middle, maybe a bit of that footstep action, SMG went back onto A side. But really, time is of the essence, and SMG is running out of time to work with. Look at the clock. It's going to be difficult. Sushi Boys, though, is going to get scanned up. And here we go, the Hunter's Fury going after Foxes instead. Egoist taking advantage of that scan. And the Cypher will go down already. SMG, they have to rush down onto the site. And one pick off here from X10 might be the opportunity to shut down this round. Egoist, though, does get the plant, but Foxes does get rid of the Sage in response. High ground now taken here by Scary. He's up top the rafters in the 3v3. Thing is, though, it's an op here for Pu1Tap. Not the best gun in this instance. Fall. He's creeped close enough to get that rifle. Barrier Orb now going to get broken. And SMG will be backing on away for now.
They really made the most out of this Sheriff round. Fall, managing to get a rifle and will be taking up Pu1Tap. Without the operator, without the Blade Storm, of course. It'll be all down to Scary here.
He is still on that high ground. He's actually dropped one down. He still needs to deal with the Blade Storm, though, and Zespew, as soon as the Barrier Orb dissipates, he'll take advantage of the noise to creep even closer against Scary. What a steal from Team SMG. They played that perfectly. They got the right targets at the right times, covered the holes they were basically lacking people at, and now they have taken that round away from Team X10.
I mean, it was, I believe, Lexi, or was it Zespew, who was able to take down Cruz at the very beginning of the round. That definitely factored in as to how they were able to pull through in that Sheriff round. With Cruz there, arguably it would have been a different story. SMG, again, with the counterplays, with the reads, they're still in this. X10 still have a lot of work cut out for them, just as we thought that momentum was heavily in their favor already.
Yeah, they're breaking those trends, they're breaking those chains, and right now SMG looking to go for the Warpath yet again, but Pu1Tap, he wants retribution, and he gets rid of Zespew already. JD Figure in the meantime does get the refrag, so it's 4v4. Thing is, though, in that last round, it just was such a perfect storm there for Team SMG, getting rid of the breach on A site, which is so much easier for them to play in. Realized the operator was in hand for X10, force out A anyway, and they took the round just because of that. Not only do they get that previous round, they also got the resurrection because of all their antics, and now they'll take advantage, make it 5v4, the trade working out in SMG's favor instead.
Keeping it at a slow pace, you know, they're definitely not for that, you know, simple set play, rush onto site, and so far, you know, it might work for them. Fall, trying to make some noise over here in A, probably caused them to rotate.
Yeah, he's using a lot of bullets, actually. He's expending his clip like crazy. He's trying to guess where's the Viper? Yeah, where is that Viper? Where is that cheeky controller? But the thing is, though, seems like SMG has opened up B site anyway, and now they are already on it. Cyber Cages, though, have been popped by Sushi Boys, and he's trying to play into the middle. Fall. Looking for natural cover. Unfortunately, Sushi Boys will get the head anyway, and X10 now evening up the odds. Thing is, though, SMG is prepared for this. They have the post-planned positions that they would like. They're playing by the yellow. Lovely. Doctrine, though, gonna be in the way. And the recon bolt now looking for the scan. Egoist, though, pushing on forward. Gonna get caught out by Foxes. He's trying to play the fact. He has gotten 2 so far. And it's gonna be low HP for both. But who can get the first shot? It's Zespew doing it again. And speed kills, and SMG will kill X10 again to get a 3-round lead against their opponents.
This guy, though, Zespew, you can count on him to get that clutch. And, you know, it's just when he's the last guy on the board, it's just, you know, he's so confident that he can clutch it out here. I mean, Foxes, I thought he had it already.
Yeah, that scan was perfect, but really, Zespew, he knew exactly where to dash to get into natural cover as soon as the push happened. Not only that, the extra second bought by Egoist and his push was really the push-pull antics that SMG was working on. If they get the kill with Egoist, that's even better. If they don't, there's a little bit of time for Zespew. And with that low HP on the Sova, an easy shot to get that taken.
Pu1Tap down to 45 HP here. A little bit of early aggression in A main from SMG. And taking a look at how they're moving across the map, X10 seems to be pretty boxed in. It's like SMG's trying to dictate the pace of the game, and quite successfully so thus far.
That's the thing. SMG, though, they're prepared for any kind of speed. We've seen them play it slow. We've seen it play it fast. And right now, we're seeing them play quite in the middle of all of that as well. Their whole speedometer has been tested, and I gotta say that they're gonna be they're gonna be passing with flying colors by this point. And speaking of the flights, Aldron looking to say hello. Toxic screen though, gonna be in the way. And of course, when you have that stage, you're gonna be able to set up at quite an easy plant on B side. Barrier orb reinforced, but they can't plant just yet. The aftershock is there. Showstopper now will be unleashed. Viper Spit is there as well. And JD Faker can put the spike down, but who one tap will get rid of Lexi overextending. X10 now looking to make this push happen. Can they actually get through the pit? A good start though. Fall will fall. Foxes making the shot dart count, and now a good chance here for X10 if they can find the targets anyway. But Ego is Zespew holding the line. Can they actually get the kills as here comes X10 dropping on down. Zespew now another one on the board. Scary though does get rid of Egoist, but it's JD Faker wrapping it up as Zespew gets 3 and 7-11. A conveniently placed record here for SMG, and they're just up by 4 right now, taking things away from X10.
Just starting to run away with it. Honestly, did any of us expect this outcome? Is this the first time that X10 is going to lose on Icebox? Previously undefeated win rate on this map. SMG seems like they're hell-bent on revenge. Can anyone stop Zespio? 27 frags on the board with his team really supporting him. And obviously, you know, it's not just him doing all the work. It's a very concerted effort. But this guy definitely clutching it out, fragging out every round.
And that concerted effort has really been because of his standard. He's really been the light in the darkness here for Team SMG. And honestly, if you think about it, Vim, the story writes itself. Retribution arc here for SMG, Cinderella story. And the first map, they have to fight against the team that beat them and their undefeated streak is on a map that X10 has been undefeated yet. So if it actually pans out for SMG, it's going to be such a good start for their team into this best of 5. The odds will be completely flipped with just one map win right now. We'll see if they can do it as X10. Always a force to be reckoned with. You can never count these guys out. Never can bolt like that from Foxes. Gets a beautiful scan into the Rolling Thunder immediately from Cruz. They're trying to get a lot of control to allow them to swarm into that kitchen. And I'm smelling something, and it will be X10 looking to cook up SMG. Immediately, this furnace will be such a hot place for SMG to even stay in. And JD Faker, he's all alone. For one tap, cannot get the operator shot, but X10 is there anyway, and a new recipe of success for X10 has been created.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I'm a fan of that 5 kitchen strategy. You don't typically see that. Didn't work out well for SMG. In the end, it was a close round thanks to JD Faker, but X10 going to be pretty happy about that one. Poo on tap still having enough resources to be on that operator in the end.
Hey, Vim, there's this one saying I gotta give you right now.
What's up?
Too many chefs in this kitchen. And usually you say that to mean too many people getting involved, but that was quite literally what happened there. It's Icebox, come on. I guess they just wanted to make a meal together. It's like maybe make some sandwiches, maybe make some
little
pizza.
break, you know, they had a good lead.
Maybe they're looking for a carrot for their snowman. They want to put a nose there. But JD Faker, already, he has a little bit of a nose twitch. He smells that something's cooking as well. And apparently it's Cruz caught out by the beam yet again. So good start here for SMG, picking off the breach. And that's one thing that really X10 has to keep notice. When SMG finds the flasher on the defending side, their takes are just so good. And here we go again. Zespew, no fear there. He decides to go for the push. Fu one tap though in the meantime, catching out Lexi, tries to play close, but really the barrel sticking on him like the sun don't shine. And X10 right now forced to try and play it from the high ground.
Zespio going to be whipping out those blade storms. Will be able... Okay, Sushi Boys will be taking him down.
Foxes even. And JD Faker though does get rid of Foxes. Thing is, we have such a good skull here from Fall. All throughout the tournament, he's made himself quite notable with his lineups. And this time, he peaks as soon as Poo One Tap throws the Cloudburst down. SMG now will be in match points. They bought time, they bought the guns, and right now, they're looking to buy their way and prove themselves into this map win.
Sushi Boys and Cruz really not having the best game of their lives. Really at double and triple negative almost. Conversely, Zespio pretty much having the ball. But SMG, you know, they're already on match point. Again, an outcome that we weren't really expecting. SMG, we've seen this team way back before, just during Ignition Series, and it's just such a marvel to see their evolution and growth in terms of skill level and coordination here. But will they be able to close out the round, or is Pu1tap going to, fight back and make a comeback for X10 here?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Team SMG, even though they've been such a dominant force in the scene, it still feels like there's a bit of a chip on their shoulder. As some might say, it's like, oh, these guys were into the bracket last. They can't even make it far, but no, they're already here into the grand finals and they're proving themselves in this matchup. Egoist, though, with that first kill, Foxes in the meantime does get the trade. And he's looking for another one. Unfortunately, can't make it happen. And one thing to notice is, as X10 is looking to wrap up this round pretty cleanly, it has been a tough day at the office for Cruz, as you mentioned. And I'd honestly say at first glance, many teams would look at X10 and just note, okay, if you shut down Pu1tap, then life is easy for you. But SMG, they've realized something. Without the flash, the utility, and the lethality of Cruz, X10 does look like they're missing a completely key component, more so than losing that duelist. X10 feels like they're prepared to lose Pu1tap at any time, but not too much on Cruz. And they've been taking advantage of that. Such a good read from SMG, but right now they're going to be reading their own demise instead. It's all up to Fall, and he's going to get the taste of his own medicine. The Viper spit to get the vulnerable on. Cruz also with a triple kill, and that's his own revenge arc in that round.
Have to agree with you there. Shutting down Cruz has been a very important component of their success here so far. Now, for the side of SMG, they're going to be on a bit of a broken bye. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to save as of this moment. X10, they have a chance to bounce back here and force an overtime.
Thing is, though, Resurrection is available here for Team SMG. And, Vim, gotta ask you real quick. What's 5 plus 1?
6.
Good job. I'm glad we did some grade school math together. That's the thing, though, that Resurrection, making it an effective 6v5 if the Sage does not die at the initial parts of the round. You see a corpse, you just bring it back to life. And right now, it will be a corpse there because Fall gonna fall in hand of Scary. Thing is, though, X10, they are aware of the capabilities of that Sage. And as soon as they get a spot onto that agent, they know they'll be focusing fire on that one. Zesty and Lexi, though, have fallen so far. Wall on up by Ego is trying to go for a cheeky little shot, but not cheeky enough because X10, they've read the book yet again, and they're gonna wipe that out pretty cleanly.
It seems like this is going to be a last shot for SMG, unless if they lose this one, they're going to have to save on the round for X10 to go to overtime. So less than ideal situation. They were able to make the eco work earlier on in the game. Definitely did not work the second time around. X10 seems like they got a number on SMGs so far.
Yeah, next 10, I can see that they're also trying to protect Cruz now as much as possible. When they lose the breach too early into the game, they don't have that control, they don't have that presence. And that's the big thing. Even if the breach isn't really there, you know how far his utilities can really go. And with him unleashing the fault lines from the other side of the map when he gets closer to Flashpoint and even the Aftershock to prevent something of a spike plant, then you already know that Team SMG is going to struggle against all the utilities that X10 is bringing to this table. X10, a team who has really unleashed the power of single duelists into the region, is notable for their utility usage. And when you get rid of a big key cog like that, then it's going to be an easier time to handle if you want to overpower them.
Looks like Fox Z this time will be holding that operator. I wonder if SMG will expect that. They obviously expect Pu1tap to be on that op, but this might take them by surprise here.
I mean, he's brought it out before, especially on that buying game yesterday. He's just so potent, finding the angles, finding the targets, and taking advantage of the lack of utility on the side of their opponent. In this case, it can't be the same thing because how do you even try to entry onto the sites? You don't have really the flashes you're looking for to Team SMG, and that's one thing we haven't really tackled on too much yet because SMG, they haven't really needed it for the meantime. But in this case now, if they're unable to really work with the Viper setups and the clouds as well as the screen, then it might be a sure shot there from X10 to give them the numbers advantage if ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was a popular notion that when you pick a Viper, you supplement it with a hard controller. But it hasn't been necessary so far because, if the Cypher and the Jet knows what they're doing, then you can definitely back the Viper up in terms of controlling different areas here. But Fox is going to be taking a lot of damage here without taking down Fall in the process, though.
Missed opportunity for SMG, but in this case though, they still have the res anyway. Almost got a shot, and the takedown of Foxes would have been a huge thing. The Hunter's Fury is now at the call. Lexi though catching out Sushi Boys as well as Cruz, and Lexi is at it again. Not only that, he's going to be the star of this show with that showstopper, and he'll be taking Pooh one tap down to the ground, to the grave with him there.
We saw Lexi do some crazy stuff yesterday, but it's gonna be down to Scary. Make that down to Foxes all alone. 3v1. SMG is going to be taking game number 1 against X10, Daks.
The streak has been broken, and Team SMG are looking to defy the odds truly. A victory on Icebox is going to be the one of the biggest notions of them all, and say, we don't care about that map order. We're just going to get stronger and stronger as this series goes on. And now, because of this, the scales might tip a little more in favor of Team SMG and their lethality. But X10, never count a team like this out. When they're at full strength, when they have all their agents ready to use the abilities that they have, then it really feels like it's going to be that recipe that we mentioned to make an SMG soup on the floor. But this time, Team SMG, they weathered the cold and they weathered X10. First stop of the retribution is unleashed.
You know, it's making me think of the future of this series. You know, the odds were against them, but they really pulled through in such convincing manner. Again, Lexi just absolutely popping off, as is Zespio. They look in top form today. And of course, this is probably the most important day of their Valorant careers.
Yeah, SMG taking care of business on map number 1. And we'll be right back for the rest of the maps in just a bit.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it's finally happened. X10 have dropped a map for the first time here in Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. Team SMG coming out of the gate. They win Icebox. They go 1-0 in this best of 5 grand final, guys. The Cinderella story continues. The Steam train continues. These guys are looking impressive.
Yeah, I think they just went above and beyond in Icebox. I was really worried about what was going to happen because they lost themselves a couple of crucial rounds when the game started, but definitely SMG picked things back up again, having Zespew with 28 kills at the end of that game. That was phenomenal, and they just went in ham. Lexi, on the other hand, he felt a little bit cold in, I think, most of the entirety of the Icebox map, but he had one crucial round. That was the last round to net the win for SMG, and he just popped off with an amazing 3K.
It seems a little bit like poetic justice, doesn't it, to have SMG win on that Icebox map, a map which X10 has never lost thus far. And so they've sort of just broken each other's win streak. This is one of the best ways to take revenge. Now, if SMG can keep this momentum up, oh my god, just the way that it would feel for X10, they would be crushed by it. But there's just so much to talk about in this map, and I know you and I, Asurai, we are so excited to break it down. There's one thing I did want to mention here. In that first round, Cruz, one of the most crucial parts of the roster of X10, was basically, ineffective throughout the rest of it, unable to flush out Zespew from his op positions, unable to get map control, and basically any Rolling Thunder that they did deploy just never really hit home. It's something that we're not used to seeing because Cruz is usually very effective in whatever he does, able to set up for his team, but this time not so much.
That's right, it wasn't just Cruz. Sushi Boys also 0.9 KDA, only a 135 combat score. It didn't seem like the X10 that we're used to seeing, at least so far in the Valorant Masters.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that I think X10 really struggled at that point. At the end of the game, it was Scary and Fox who had the most impact in the games, and it was good, right? You have your controller being the secondary fragger. You have to just sacrifice your duelist with the initial bouts during the rounds when these teams are fighting. But at the end of the day, when Poo One Tap just underperforms, you really do feel it. And to add to what Ilustrado said, with Cruz underperforming, there was a lot of times when X10 was still on the defending side. Why was Cruz playing by himself on B, trying to hold off against attackers? Yes, I get it. You have your flashpoint to blind your opponent, maybe even the fault line to win some duels. But an initiator like Breach at that long of a range, Zespew and Lexi are going to say, thank you very much. That is a smorgasbord of a Breach. And like Ilustrado said once again, when you don't have that Breach, the amount of flashes goes to 0. And then that means your retake as well as your ability to fight your opponents becomes exceedingly more difficult.
I honestly think that this map, Icebox, with SMG, it's a match made in heaven. SMG is a team that is so formidable in taking map control. They're so good at being able to select which parts of the map they can relinquish, which parts they can give up, and which parts that they want to take for themselves. It was evident, and they knew how to play with that, whether it was controlling oranges, whether it was controlling tube, even kitchen. Okay, maybe not kitchen with that really weird 5-man kitchen play, but still, most of the time they knew what parts of the maps to utilize and how to do it. And on a map like Icebox, man, that is the most important thing. And X10, they just weren't ready for it.
The other part to all of this as well is Lexi didn't even have one of his more impressive performances that we've actually seen him have in some previous matches. That's right. So it feels like there's even more to come from SMG.
Yeah, honestly, SMG, they just look on fire. We talked about yesterday, or at least the rest of this weekend, when we started day 1, day 2, how SMG felt a little bit sluggish. They needed to pick things really quickly. Zespew cannot be the only one to have impact in this game. Granted, it wasn't Lexi who stepped up to the plate, but JD Faker and the rest of the SMG team were definitely there to assist Zespew. Also, there has been like a weird thing with X10 that Put One Tap just doesn't seem to have the rhythm. When he just peeks at corners, the opponent's right there. We can see it on the X-ray, but then he just uses his ability to help his team out, and then everybody just punishes him. And I think that happened so many times that Poo One Tap basically got neutered in this one. So coming into the next map, I think he really needs to kind of shake things off and feel things out once again, because the timing for him just wasn't working on the Icebox map.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it has to do with the fact that the connection between Cruz and you know, who one tap, it just wasn't there. Fortunately, we're going into Bind next, which I think is a map that X10 has been known to thrive in. However, it is the pick of SMG, and as we know for a fact, Lexi is also pretty fantastic at this map too. So it's going to be pretty much a toss-up here in the second map of the series.
Asurai, though, for the fact that we're going to Bind, which is SMG's map pick, does this make it more likely that we might see them take a 2-0 lead, which would then guarantee them series and Valorant Masters point for the remainder of this grand final? It would also mean that X10 would have to reverse sweep them.
Okay, I feel like if we at least remove Icebox from the equation, right? See Game 2, see Bind as another map for these two teams to interact with each other. I feel like there's really some potency for X10 here, because even though this is an SMG pick, I mean, it's 5 maps again in Valorant. You can't really have any other map picks other than this. Is that there's a lot of filthy setups for both of the teams. And we saw yesterday, my goodness, Buckies, Judges, and Flashes. That was the name of the game for, I think, both X10 and SMG for a certain point of rounds in the Bind map. So we probably will be seeing that. I feel like X10 were forced on eco rounds where they couldn't really capitalize. SMG did something much better on Icebox, but on Bind, I think it's more of a free-for-all. Even if they're going to have lesser creds to work with in the rounds, they still can buy the ever so, how do you say this, economically budget-friendly Buckies to just get them these round wins.
I agree. It's basically going to be the wild, wild west right there. I mean, into what saloon we will be shooting in is just a matter of, you know, time. The thing is, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to be all about who feels more comfortable. And I think SMG, they have that momentum, they have confidence in their play lately, and they've got X10 on the ropes right now. If they can land this map, it's going to be all about that finishing blow here for SMG.
It's a very vital map, a very vital game to come. SMG, if they can win it, they go up 2-0. Otherwise, X10 can bring it back to 1-1. We're going to continue on here in the grand final and throw it over to your casters.
X10, they're in a bit of a bind, and lo and behold, we are going to be going into the map of the same name. But Daks going to be joined by Mr. Asurai this time, and we'll be bringing you map number 2 in this instance. Gotta say though, Asurai, very interested to see SMG actually pick up Bind. Sure, these guys are very potent at it. They've made such huge plays, but it does come at a cost. Their first time around Bind in the Valorant Masters, it went into triple overtime, and it really was just the will of Zesbu making the team come out ahead. The second time around against Boom, it really worked out in their favor. Sure, a beautiful ace there from Lexi to really bring in that highlight reel, but it's not about those highlights there. It's about that victory, and maybe X10 can turn things around and steal the map pick away from Team SMG.
Yeah, again, Icebox is still a fairly new map for a lot of these teams, and there is... you can't really lock everything down, so to speak. But in Bind, I feel like X10, they got themselves a nice little lineup here. They will be going for so much post-plant pressure. Granted that they will be starting on the defensive side, but maybe this is the edge that they need. But SMG, knowing that X10 is all about that single duelist, if they can shut down Poo one tap once again, this is going to be incredibly crucial, because SMG just thrives in being able to utilize, again, fairly well Zesbu and Lexi on those double duelists.
And you know how impactful Zesbu can really be at entering here on Bind. The way he plays his jet, he's just so potent at really crashing into a site on the attacking side and holding the longest angles of them all on the defensive instead. But there's one thing I want to say, Asurai, about X10. I really respect the fact that as soon as the game starts, as soon as the agent selection is there, they lock in their agents immediately. You can see how secure and sure this squad is about their strategies and their lineups. But now, SMG, ball is on their court. What will be the play? We've seen them play a single duelist last time. We've seen them play the double duelist as well. And they're going to be going back to the double duelist. It's going to be Jet and Race for Zesbu and Lexi. Double intel going to be a call. And of course, foul. We'll find him that fall spot by the fountain. And we're going to be expecting the lineups to come from the Brimstone again.
I'm curious here, Dax. Is SMG ready for the flash rush plays that is so prevalent in the Bind map, that is so well utilized by the X10 roster? It's going to be scary, because we saw it yesterday that when U-Haul is started to be, paraded, reined in with the flashpoints of Cruz, Pooh one tap, he just rushes right in, full confidence, bravado, and everything else, and basically takes the site by himself and allows the rest of the X10 roster to come barreling in. But of course, again, do talk about that when X10 is going to be on the attacking side. They're going to be defending as of the moment. SMG, all eyes on them as they start off on the attacking.
Yeah, Team SMG, these guys can shrug off their eyes and say, okay, even though there's a white flash in front of me, I'm good to go to get the shot anyway. And they know how to defend them. They know how to hold the angles that they will station in and try to reinforce each other as much as possible. But think about Team SMG also is as soon as you get that spike down, it's gonna be such a scary time for Team X10. You got the likes of Lexi on that raise, JD Faker on that Sova, and fall. Come on, how many times have we seen that Molly be the biggest ability of them all in every single round on a map like this? SMG, they might rely on those tricks again, and this is where the slow SMG does come to play in.
Yeah, they're just holding their breath here. Starting pistols, not really out of the ordinary, except for maybe Zesbu with his Frenzy. Again, that's not really out of the ordinary as well, but it just means that there's going to be a lot of rushing, a lot of automatic fire, even here on the pistol. And what's kind of interesting about that, though, is since we are on the later patches here at the second act, Frenzy is on 500, so Zesby will not have any of that 25 shield to help him. He has to rely on his teammates. He has to rely on his explosiveness in making things work out. Now the nade comes in, and here we go.
Yeah, and he's scary on that Frenzy. Pretty much what lets them just make miracles in pistol rounds. But it seems like Crew's gonna have the same idea. He also has that auto pistol in his hands. SMG right now taking some damage though from the shock darts there from Foxes. JD Faker planting the spike down. X10 though, playing onto the elbow. It's a 1-for-1 trade though as the aftershock will try to flush out whoever's playing into the cubby. Sushi Boy still on the board as well, and make that too. The Cypher still holding the line. And seems like the Sova also wanting to get a piece of that. Now fall. Look at him already. He set up his lineup. The foul spot has gotten him the incendiary that he would like. And he's taking his sweet time to try and wrap it up. Scary though will get the kill. Just wait for the fire. Wait for the fire, Asurai. It will eventually go away. Scary. Not gonna be scared of that one. And X10 will shrug it off and get the pistol.
I'm not sure if X10 knew that Fall was on a classic, but if he had a ghost in hand, that lineup that they did was definitely, what's the word here, risky. I think what the X10 wanted to do there was the Sova Fox is going to be blocking it out the bullets, and then his teammate will go for that refrag, kind of using him as a little bit of a meat shield. And I really do like that because they just understand what was happening. And Sushi Boy, he was just there as a sacrifice. They needed to know where Fall was at the end of the day, if he was going U-Haul or if he's going to come back on B-Long after that Molly lineup. In any case, X10 did a fantastic job at being able to retake the B site, even if SMG went in ham. And it seems like Zesbu ran out a lot of bullets, and he couldn't really translate that in terms of the kills.
But you know, these guys are players, not accountants. But in a pistol round, it's pretty easy to figure out what your opponent has, especially when you see the utilities being utilized already. And when the Brimstone uses smokes plus the incendiary, you know they're not going to have that kind of gun to buy at the 500 credit marker. So good call there from the X10 anyway, if they were able to read that properly. SMG though, seems like their plan of action is to go for the force. They have SMGs right now. They have a Stinger as well. And they also have that Sheriff. So Spectres might be looking to make some noise here. Who wants up? He's holding on to the Judge by left. Spin Beacon is there. And immediately here comes Zesbu to try and play the entry. Smokes though in front of X10 right now. SMG trying to play the entry. And they're pushing to plant the spike down.
Gotta be careful because Pooh One Tap still has the Judge on U-Haul. And Lexi was like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. He slow peeks it, and he just gets obliterated with the auto shotty. Who wants up now spotting that one is going to be here, but Cruz picks it up with a nice little duo play on U-Haul. Spike will get planted down, but SMG, they were wanting to win this round when they went for that force, and this is not looking too good as X10 is clinical, surgical with how they just remove the ward on the A side. That is SMG. Another lineup, but that Spike be halved already, and that Spike be gone and diffused. X10 pick up the second round.
And when you need an operation, you call X10 and their specialists. They don't care about any kind of fire. They're able to wait it out, execute immediately. And that's the thing from X10 that has been incredible. As soon as they notice that the Brimstone is missing in action, they already assume that he's going for that lineup. And how far did they go for the push? They got halfway into that spike defuse. That molly was coming from the sky. Eventually, it did explode there and set the world on fire. But then again, it just wasn't enough time in X10. They were knocking on the door of SMG, who is now forced to play the eco here. X10 at a good advantage. This is where things look scary because X10, you never want to give a team like this bonus rounds and more because the momentum for X10 has really been the star of the show all throughout this bracket.
What's kind of scary is, in terms of economy, if X10 win this, right, they don't have to upgrade into the next round. And again, there's so many angles in Bind where, exactly like this, Pooh one tap with the shotgun can prove so fatal. And because there's no flashes for SMG, there really isn't a point where Pooh one tap is ever going to be uncomfortable going for these aggressive plays. It's always going to be him hitting the shots. Maybe not that one, but you see the impact already. Losing Lexi as well as Zespy at the start of the round will definitely hinder this eco round for SMG, and they just get wiped in the blink of an eye. And now going into the next round, they have so much to work with. I'm wondering if Pooh one tap is going to go for a sniper. He doesn't really have to. He could just always go for that judge and still be a relevant threat to SMG.
Thing is, though, he does have the Blade Storm, but it does feel like a puff of smoke, and immediately SMG was gone there. Thing is, though, Asurai, we've seen the Bucky quite a lot in this tournament, but not too much of the Judge. And Pooh one tap saying the extra fire rate, it does add in a little bit of that kick, a little bit of that flavor, and that was enough to get the double kill at the start. So X10 up by 3, and this is pretty much the real bonus experience for them because SMG now gonna have the guns on their side. It's all Spectre still, though. Oh, it's actually seems like Foxes does have the Vandal instead. So Rifle in the clutches of X10, trying to play the hero if ever. SMG, though, in the meantime, triple push onto B long, taking control so far and trying to get some space for their team.
Not sure if that was a dead giveaway. JD Figure putting his recon dart. Thankfully enough, though, we can see X10. They've only gravitated 3 of their members onto the B side, but I think that is more than enough if you think about it, because there is going to be the Hunter's Fury that is ready for Fox. He can always just play at the back of the site, and when they start planting down, he just pops it in, and then Pooh one tap and all that confusion starts to go a little bit more aggressive. Now the tap does go in, and look at this. Sushi Boy will play a lot more I would say just making use of the ultimate of his teammate and get that mid control. But Lexi is on the prowl. He finds him, and that will deactivate every single utility they have on the B side. This is perfect for SMG. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, SMG's already on it, but Cruz in the meantime on the inside catches out Lexi, and Foxes will get rid of fall, but he didn't look at his feet, and Lexi from the grave does get that kill. 3v3 toe. Without that Cypher, you already know that's an opportunity here for SMG to put the spike down. Who one tap immediately with the catch onto Egoist. Cruz with the utility, and another beautiful blade there from Zespew. Surgical indeed. These knives are just cutting through throats like butter and more. X10, another round, and yes, the X10 experience is upon us here, Asurai.
Yeah, Pooh one tap. He said, you know, that icebox map, it's a cold map. You know, my hands can't really do well in the lower temperatures, but here in Bayern, it's a little bit hotter where my hands are all as free as can be. He can just hit those one taps with his blades, and that is amazing. Now, onto the play that happened in that previous round, you can really see the struggle that SMG have not having a legitimate flasher. Granted, Lexi set it up. They had the B site, to say at the least, because they took down Sushi Boys, all traps deactivated, but they still couldn't pierce it because they didn't have anything to kind of really take these angles. And now Pooh one tap, he's had enough. He has his sniper rifle, and he only sees the elbow, but that's only what he needs to capitalize into a kill.
You know, that's right. Sometimes you want to do those stretches just to limber up. But the Sova, when he has the bow and arrow, he stretches a little too far up. Beautiful one-tap, though, from Zespew to just pretty much take the one-tap name away from Pooh there. It's still going to be 4v2, though. It's time now to make it rain by the shower exit from X10. They're watching over the operator as much as possible. Zespew is trying to baiting out. He's like, hey, I'm going to go for the op. I dare you guys to shoot me. I dare you guys to shoot me. There's the third Godburst. Really just playing some mind games right now. And Zespew, you already know you cannot let him get that gun. But Cruz, he's playing a cut above the rest. He's playing one step ahead. He's in behind right now. Foxes, he's still trying to protect this gun as much as possible. They don't want to see the storm that is Zespew. And Cruz, patience is a virtue. And apparently this virtue is rewarded for X10. 5-0. And it does seem like this is X10 already keeping up to their namesake and keeping up to their usual standard of play.
Usual standard of play, I think that's the best term to go about this. This is really how they kind of play around their opponents, where there's aggressive peaks from Poo One Tap. The pressure that he puts will gravitate most of the attention of the enemy team, and that allows the other members of X10 to play more proactive, to play more dynamic across the map here on their defending side. And X10 really putting the barrier for SMG, and they can't just pierce the site. It's very, very difficult for them, and I don't know how SMG will be able to break this down. The setups for X10 really just do help them out. If they try to go for B, there's the traps, there's the flashes. If they try to go for A, well, there's Poo One Tap, smokes, and then his operator. What can you do as SMG?
And SMG, they don't have the flashes in their comp again. And while on Icebox, they made it work because they had the range, they had the situations by catching out Cruz early and forcing X10 to play A-side defense with an op still in hand. And those little instances gave them the edge and gave them that win. But this time though, Cruz is pretty much protect the VIP situation right now for him. He's being watched over by his team. He's trying to play on the backside rather than the forefront too much. And he's only died once because of X10 and their positioning. Besides that, they've taken advantage of these angles, of these areas, the flash advantage, the utility advantage, the concuss and more. Really working out for X10 so far. And SMG picking up Mind as a map has been a worrying sign for me. And right now, those worries are being held through because they are down by 5, but at least they have a chance now because they have rifles into play.
I really do enjoy when Cyphers use their cameras at the start of the round, because they can have it open for as long as possible, and attackers don't know that it's there because there's no sound for it. You don't have to tag team opponents. You just have to have that visual confirmation of where they are. It seems like X10 have given up the site here, but they're going to be prepared to go in for this retake of Zespew. Maybe, just maybe, he's already awake, and the aftershock will prove a little bit risky for him, but it comes into the side, goes for the right click, misses the shot, but here we come. JD Faker activating his X-Fury here, and that is going to be enough for SMG to rush into the site. The setup for X10, that was nice and all, but when SMG goes to the brass tacks hand, which is the post plan, when they have those positionings, they can really make things work.
A beautiful read again from SMG. They got close to that site plant, and as soon as post plant was situated, they found a kill there with a Blade Storm as well. Even though X10 did the usual things that they could do with their comp, flush out the cubby, get the smokes, get every little bit of cover for themselves, it was the same thing that we saw on Icebox a while ago. Forced to play the operator in close quarters and less room for error for Poo One Tap to miss, and he died because of it. Not only that, Egoist using JD Faker's Hunter's Fury, the ultimate opportunist indeed, seeing the lightning bolts as a bait for him to push on forward. And from that point on, the Cypher was able to get a quad in that round. So 4 rounds the gap after that 4K from the Cypher. Seems like Poo One Tap still sticking around though with the operator, but Zespew, he has his own. And will we see the duel we've been expecting? Not shocked though, it doesn't connect even though the scanner was there. Good cover now for Poo One Tap. And SMG, they're trying to play against A sites.
Well, I like that movement from Fox. Take note of that, guys. When you go and deal with a recon dart, or sorry, a shock dart, and you can't really use your back or your reverse to get out of harm's way, why not just go forward? If you're not really in a bad spot, you'll be able basically take either minimal damage or no damage at all. Fall. Now back to the rounds here. Does have his ultimate. If they get a kill, Egoist will be able to follow up with a neural threat. That's going to give a lot of information here for SMG. But as the site takes, I really do like Scary utilizing his molly to just stop the push right in. And Lexi in an island, he really has to pick things up here because 30 seconds, that's not a lot of time. And these smokes are about to dissipate in a few.
Yeah, no man is an island, and right now Lexi wants to be with his friends instead. They're on the other side though of this wall. They might think about going for the TP here, but SMG, every time they decide to go for a teleporter play, it doesn't pan out. And with time running out, it seems like the save is in order. They still have the op if ever. JD Faker is watching out with the spike in hand and keeping the rifle in their favor. So another round, 1 hit by X10. All they needed was to get a pickoffs, and that was enough. SMG couldn't execute in time. And this is really one of the biggest struggles I've seen them have on Bind. When their going gets tough, and the defense gets tougher, they're either forced out to play the TPs at a last-ditch effort kind of situation, or they go for the save. And it's the same kind of situation. SMG struggling on the attack on Bind here again.
I think it's okay to just go for the save. TP plays up against such an organized team. You know they won't over-rotate and get faked out and leave a site unattended. It's basically going to be suicidal because when you're pressed for time and you rush outside of Puka, that becomes a meat grinder of bullets. Will just be rained upon you. Who one-tap, though? I love the double peek from Zesbu and friends, but Cruz still has his own ultimate. It's going to be there. He's going to pop it out, but Egoist will be smartly using his Cypher cages here so that Cruz cannot capitalize. It's really good. It slows down the pace of the game, but it also allows X10 to slow the pace of the game for themselves. That shot from Zesby would have been crucial, but Lexi picks it up once again as he finds Cruz in the middle of the site, but Fox, for some reason, coming out from B long, obliterates too, and now we are gone for the 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 as they just go in ham against each other. But at the end of the round, or almost at the end of the round, X10 Sushi Boy left to try to deal with the 3.
He's on his own, and can he go for the 1v3 situation? Seems like SMG, they are preparing themselves yet again. And the thing is, Fall is still alive. He doesn't have the Incendiary available anymore, but the Orbital Strike is even scarier than that. So Sushi Boys, his job is going to be looking pretty difficult for now. They deals with Egoist first. Now, X10, they still are looking for a chance with the Cypher, but SMG know the position immediately. And the Brimstone, he gets caught out anyway. Fall. Gonna fall back there, but Lexi, as soon as he hears the hops, it's Sushi Boy with him falling instead. Great play there by the Rays. And I gotta give it to SMG. A double hop at the start of that round. Double peek there onto B long with the Jets, staying on the high ground, and then by Hookah itself on top of the box, getting the kill onto the breach as well. Sushi Boys though, good effort anyway. Fieldable shot, saw a little bit of the bulkiness, and really hitboxes matter, guys. Those models can jut out of a few corners like that. SMG still making it work anyway.
Technically, Valorant devs have made all the models here, even if they look chonky as heck. The hitboxes and how they look should be similar to in front of like your eyes when you're playing, right? Anyways, I just wanted to say exactly right. That double peek, it sounds so simple. It sounds so like such a dumb moment for us as players, but when you see it happen, when you know when to use it, it becomes such a powerful tool, and that just goes to show the experience of these two teams. Now, Sushi Boys, I really love how he was able to dissect the fights there. He was able to position himself to what I always like to call the 1 versus 1, even in a multiple fight scenario, right? It was a 2 versus 1, but he was able to at least mitigate that. Lexi, on the other hand, just knowing that he just did not have to freak out, position himself at the back of sight, and was able to deal with Sushi Boys there clutching, but definitely too close for comfort, as it seems like X10, they're not gonna allow SMG to get more than they can. And their economy for SMG, it's good, but it's not really great, as they are losing more members than they can in these rounds.
Yeah, but X10, they're the ones who lost that Brimstone immediately, and SMG, they want to take advantage of that fact. You make a good point, though, Mr. Asurai, that SMG, they're still trying to work with that lesser economy. But if X10 loses yet again, then you already know that they might be in a bit of trouble. Beautiful recon vault, though, and Egoist easily spans out Sushi Boys there and does get that takedown. SMG already on the hunt, but Fox is waiting by to cover Egoist in the meantime with to make that 3. And SMG going guns a-blazing. I said a while ago, SMG, they have their pains on the offensive, but it does feel like it's either heads or tails for them when they play this map on the attacking side. When they're forced to play the TPs, or when they're forced to go for the save when they run out of time in their takes, that's when they really are a bit predictable in what they want to do. But when they're a force of nature instead, when they have the reckoning in their eyes, they just go at it, go for the site, get the kills that they need, take names, and take home plate. In this case, they take these sites away from X10, and they should take this round.
I love how SMG played that, because it feels like, from our perspective, they're not doing this, guys. It feels like they're cheating. Because how would you know that Sushi Boy is right there in the corner and you use a recon dart to spot him as well as have a safe wall bang on him? I don't think that's how they did it. I think the mentality was, we're going to be making sure that U-Haul has no shenanigans from Poo one tap if ever he drops down his operator and maybe picks up a shotgun, right? I mean, obviously. But then they pick it up, they get the recon dart there, they secure U-Haul because they want to make this as like a base, as the rest of the duelists come into the site, so the rest of SMG can support them as, again, Lexi and Zespi work their magic. And it works so well, because at that point, Sushi Boys was like, I'm going to play the close angle, but then he was just spotted out, and that was a bad time for them. Still, SMG are going to play catch up here, 3 rounds in. And we'll see how they kind of work around this one. There still is that saved up operator for Poo one tap. So A is definitely going to be a tall task, even if they're starting to build momentum.
There's nothing wrong with being too sure and checking the corners, making sure everything is clear. SMG, they take advantage of their, I'd say, the bit of OCD in that point, but it really is just being as sure as possible in their security. But Poo one tap, now he gets on the board with the op and does turn this game around for this round. Because a while ago, Zespu gotta pick up the operator, easy pickings for SMG instead. One-way action, scans are there. X10 right now, they are going to be able to save their jet so far, as Zespu now going to get peeked by both the Sova as well as Poo one tap. He will be dashing on away. 6 HP now for Poo one tap. Can he survive one more fight? Can he hit that shot? As SMG, they're forced to go over to B site instead, and they'll be looking to play into the lair of Sushi Boys now.
Now, there has been talks of, if you lose a controller, is that the end of the world when you're going to be on the attacking side?
Left.
If on bind on B, I don't think it's really going to be the end of the world, because sometimes smokes can be utilized by the defenders to kind of stop you from attacking. So maybe, if they can just wait a few more seconds before they get into the site, this could work out in the end. Again, Lexi does so much magic. It's going to be a tap here and there, but he will still be able to spot out one. Oh my god! He gets hit by the tripwire there, and Zespi's got to go for the plant already. He's going to be able to just go at it, and can he really reposition? Zespu goes wild. Can you feel it, Zespu? I think he does. Oh, wow.
Wait, who took that round? Oh my god. What
SMG.
Zesbu. He just let it go. The thing is, though, I think here, I'm not too sure if he actually ran out of time, but what a situation that was in that round, because he had to cancel the spike plant and he went for the blade storm. He got the kill so quickly. What a whirlwind that was, though, from Zespu. Next end didn't know what hit him in that situation.
Yeah, he got the round. That was 3-6 before the round ended.
Oh
so definitely
my
Zespu
God.
clutched it. He had
That's-
microseconds, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. He had literally less than a second to get those 2 kills, and he did it anyway. Speed really has been the name of the game for Zespu, and you can see how potent he can be. Who wants tap? It was so unfortunate. He had the shot already. He had that kill in the bag, but he missed those blades, and now X10 might have missed the shot there, but SMG gonna be on the prowl again.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a Zespu.
I'll give it. I'll give you a few points for that one. It's not
thank
too
you.
bad. But
Oh.
Cruz, that's a good one there. Ego is gonna go down, and when Cruz is able to stay online, you know how effective he can be. Good takedown there, and now he's slowing down the push on B long. SMG, they've lost their cipher. They haven't lost the battle yet.
Well, I did talk about how losing Fall is going to be big. Or not losing him might not be too big, but his orbital strike in conjunction with the showstopper is definitely going to allow the rest of the SMG team to just come in wild. But as Scary and Poo one tap go in for the pinch, they just do so much magic. His 6 HP, he should be able to get this. And this, he hits the one tap for the 4K. Oh,
Abracadabra from the Brimstone. I mean, he has a hat already, and maybe he'll be able to pull out a rabbit out of it. In that case, just so clutch from Scary. Right angle at the right time, held the line. And we did see a beautiful execute there from SMG. Alexi blowing up Sushi Boys just in the corner, or the strike, giving some attention. But Scary just comes on in to save the day. He's trying to for taps like, come on, come here. I'm ready for the pre-fire. I'm ready for the shot. I'm ready to force you out of that corner. And everything just being utilized there by Scary to get that takedown. 7-4 to score. X10 is up by 3, but SMG, they still have signs of life, especially in the clutch situation. So anything can happen in this round, even with that gun disparity.
There's... what was I going to say here? Is that particular position like magic? Because that was the same spot where Lexi got like the 5k ace.
Maybe it just goes to another person. But in this case, it is gonna be 4 rifles plus a Spectre for X10. SMG in the meantime, 4 rifle, 5 technically, but Bulldog is kind of like a rifle. It's that kind of thing. It's a baby rifle by this point. So in terms of gun disparity, it's just very similar actually. So Hunter's Fury gonna be the call instead. JD Faker, he's looking for someone, doesn't really get it. X10 don't in the meantime finally be able to get a tag. It's actually Foxes with the Hunter's Fury there, my mistake. And JD Faker, he was playing the Aldron instead, but Sushi Boys, no mistakes made. Ego's gonna go down. Also, one opportunity might be taken here now by X10 as JD Faker gets rid of WhatsApp, because here comes the breach. It's Cruz catching out Lexi. SMG might be forced to play onto A now.
This is the thing that I was afraid in the Icebox map that is actually happening in Bind, where SMG, obviously as attackers, they have to stick together because they don't really have that opportunity to stop the flankers. Even if they have Egoist as a sentinel on the attacking side, it's still very difficult to kind of rein in the rest of X10 from getting that map control. Still, though, they will be able to plant the spike down, but X10, he is finding the opportunities here, and as the smoke dissipates, that is just not going to work out in the end. And once again, the crossfire set up. Cruz and Scary Cruz. That sounds like an actor, but you know what? It seems like they acted the way that they needed to, and SMG fall in this first half, 8-4.
I'm just gonna say all coincidences are just a coincidence, guys. But right now, it will be X10 making it a pretty sure thing that they are gonna be having that lead. Scary though, back-to-back clutch performances, just on the right place at the right time, just able to mow it down, get those takedowns, and beautiful control there from the Brim. That's the thing though about these two teams. Anyone can clutch, anyone can step it up. And right now we're seeing X10 do it more so with both their Sova as well as the Brim. Can't also count out Poo One Tap with those 11 kills, but things are looking really good here for Team X10. The usual performance that we expect from them, the usual kinds of executions, and their utility has been on point in this map.
You can really see that X10 have such a hold in this game. 3 of their players, as the first half ended, is already double digits. Poo One Tap, Scary, as well as Sushi Boys, I think. They just really are proving that X10 is a force to be reckoned with. Anyways, we do see that X10 is going to be on the attacking side now. Felt the map out a little bit, but look at this. SMG taking a page out of their book is going for the double peek out onto B long as well as B main, and they're charging right in. But X10, they're not wasting any time. They're going to charge on through, and let's see if Poo One Tap, his position here is going to be fine. But that, I love the tripwire. It just catches Poo One Tap off guard in the confusion of these smokes. And even though that spike is planted, they'll be playing 4 versus 5.
Yeah, beautiful compromise there, and just goes to show that SMG, they were prepared for any kind of antics. They have a jet player, so they should know where the usual dashes are. In that case now, they've set up that tripwire to perfection. And this is going to be even better for SMG. They're cleaning up house, and they all survive in the pistol. Team SMG, they will take that round in a pretty secure way. They're just trying to outpace and outread their opponents yet again. They will take the first round of the second half. Ooh, Team A's even. You don't hear that too often.
That was a clean round. I really like how SMG played that. They set it up perfectly. They had Zesbu and Fall going in for the big flanks, and they just set up Lexi and I believe that was Egoist on the site there just so that they can make some magic work out, or rather they can just set up by themselves and destroy anybody who comes in. And I really, really love that tripwire play. It's not really to stop X10 from coming into the site. It's more of to trip up whoever tries to go in deeper into the site so that X10 cannot get that map control that they need. Because again, I always talk about how in Bind, the A site, when you can't get control of the back of the site, that's basically 50% that you're not getting, and that's more surface area for the defenders to kind of work their magic on.
Yeah, you sometimes have those anti-push tripwires, right? Especially when you're trying to prevent a spike from going down, go for the usual angles. But there are instances that I'd say I can term post-push tripwires, and it just is in those really wacky places. And right now, it's going to be even wackier here for JD Faker, because he has the Ares, he's mowing down whoever is going to go in front of him. Beautiful scan yet again. X10, they'll be falling to the hand of Intel. And SMG, they have the gun advantage, they have the man advantage. Spike though is down for X10, but
One
Egoist is
enemy
waiting there.
remaining.
Sushi Boys though pops it out of nowhere to get that takedown. JD Faker and Fall will clean up house again. And this house has really been sweet twice in a row. SMG taking another one on the board here, Asurai.
Squeaky clean. But X10, I think they've done what they needed to do there. Just straight up bum rush onto the B side. Sometimes that's all you need to do in this rush right in. I don't even know how he hit the first shot. Oh, he didn't. That's actually Egoist. It seems like he did. Anyways, just a nice little lineup from JD Faker there. He's going to translate this Ares into the next round. And the positioning for him really needs to be crucial. And it seems like B side is the way to go. I really do like that because there's no Sage for X10 to block out either elbow or any of the other entrance areas to entry on B. So a kind of spray down weapon like an Ares can really make its value if you're able to spot your opponents. And of course, being a Sova, your recon dart allows you to do just that.
Yeah, you know, one of the strongest things right now we're seeing from SMG and their defense is their ability to set up crossfires and ability to protect each other. Even in the pistol, they were at it. They got team ace just because that they were covering each other's tracks as much as possible. Free kills, though, might not be in the cards anytime soon with that incel, as X10 is playing it slow and steady instead. Bit of a bonus, though, for SMG. If they get some targets, that should be already a good sign for themselves. In this case, now Pooh one tap, really getting rid of Zespew there. Box is also catching out the very close Lexi, getting some personal space in that firefight. But Fall. He's trying to be sneaky. Small little corner there, giving a spot of intel. And fortunately for him, it will be his demise. So Spike planted after the Brimstone gets seen. Egoist though, beautiful taps onto the head of Cruz. But besides that, it's X10 now getting dub room for the round and making it a pretty nice time for themselves.
You gotta know that X10 knew about that, where they would just set up for a crossfire onto short. I really do like the aggression for SMG to try to make that happen. And again, it was a bonus round for them. They couldn't really do too much with the weapons that they had if the round prolonged itself. At least they do make it slightly expensive by taking down Sushi Boys. And that smoke play that came out from Scary, you gotta know that he knows that particular angle. It could be utilized by both attacker and defenders, but you know he was just ready for that like small little crevice at the curvature of that smoke, and he was just looking at his counterpart saying, I got you, fam. I got you, and I will take you down.
Yeah, just says, peekaboo, I see you. And that round sphere right in front of you, having a little bit less on the side, which leaves it now for X10 to get gun still into play. But SMG, we're going to have the same kind of situation. And not only that, it's time now for Zespew to whip out the signature gun, the operator. It's there, ready to play that by B. Thing is, though, X10, they've got the read, they got the intel, and they're playing into A side instead. JD Faker, though, holding to the showers, protecting his Cypher yet again. And that's the thing for Team SMG. The Sova and the Cypher, they've been a tag team tandem that's been working hand in hand to get that intel and to get those kills. This time, though, Spike hasn't planted, but X10, they're already a man down.
They still have the lineup, and that's like amazing already in its sense. Pooh one tap has to just rush right in. They heard him already, and that little bit of extra angle will definitely hurt them out. Yeah, exactly. The Molly lineup is already there, so they have to hunt them down as quickly as they can. But Cruz and the rest of the X10 members are already going at it. Very, very aggressive. And if you can line up this fault line, that would be amazing. But Lexi, just so proactive, is challenging them left and right. And I don't think they don't know the Scary's right there. They have to block and they can't get the kill. That's gonna be huge for Scary. He even has the orbital strike. He only needed the one kill, and X10 clutch it out. Scary, you're just too good.
He is just quite a fearful sight. And who would expect that there was Brimstone haunting the showers there? Apparently SMG didn't. And they knew about it at the last moment where it didn't really count anymore. They found the neural theft, they got the scan, but they were already getting shot by the Brimstone from afar. Beautiful lineup there by Scary. Orbital strike for good measure just to seal the deal. You might say he didn't need to really do so, but then again, SMG, they might have backed away from that spike if he didn't. So X10 now double digits. Great play there from the Brim. The third time he's clutched at the round really in this game. You can see why these two teams are made it to the grand finals. All of their members have been so reliable, especially in the clutch.
This is what I talked about as well before. I think when we started watching, or before X10 came into the playoffs for Valorant Masters, I was talking about how Poo One Tap was maybe underperforming slightly, and it was always scary that got these really big kills. Sushi Boys, he knows. He's just waiting for that angle, though. He doesn't want to give it up, but and the other side, he could actually be in a really bad spot here. Zespew is just gonna come right out, and he gets punished big from that. That neural theft is gonna give away all the positioning, all the information that X10 need, but at the trading cost of Sushi Boys. But in the 4 versus 4, I think that's fine and dandy for X10.
Personally, as we do see the dash on in there from the Jets, Ego is actually going to be on the inside. The fake from Scary just to try and bait someone to push on out. Now, will Egoist come? It's just there on the other side. But thing is, I love the timing there from Egoist. There is a little bit of some cover because of the yellow outlines from Neural Tap, as Lexi does get one and Poo One Tap on the board. JD Faker though with a Bucky, but that small distraction was what Egoist used to get that kill. Hunter's Fury now gonna be the call. JD Faker trying to find a few targets. He's not getting anything so far. Boxes though in the meantime, now seeing his counterpart up on top of that box. And he just says, get off it already. Egoist though is in behind, looking to find maybe a target or two just in case. But this round might be over because X10, they've secured this spike location. It's all about the exits for Egoist. And Fox says, please, you've been hunted down for fur and more, and now you're going to be another quote to Egoist's name. Besides that, it's X10 getting the round. One more peek in the last second. No, not going to happen. 5 rounds to gap, and X10 coming closer and closer to a map win.
Dude, they just completely missed each other. It was like Egoist finding, I think, Sushi Boys right there. He was hoping that Sushi Boys was setting up for a Molly lineup, right? So that's going to be a little bit farther back near either market or somewhere on the tunnels. And then they completely missed each other because Sushi Boys was just playing the closer position at a short. That was awkward.
Yeah, Scary was just, he's like, okay, I'm just going to be here. I'm just going to be sticking on around, watching over for the spike. And sometimes when you see your teammate do something, you might assume that the other agent on the other side will do it also. And in that case, Ego is just not getting the right read at the right time, unfortunately. He did get a good exit though, and he still has the gun. But that gun, immediate drop here, Asurai. Poo One Tap on the board here. And X10, they're just rampaging right now, trying to play by A side. Spike has been planted near Showers though, but SMG, they want to fight back with the Sheriffs, the Bucky, and the Blade Storm. And we'll see what they can do.
The most crucial positionings here for SMG is Lexi holding this flank. He has to play around the corner and has to get that information for his team. But everybody else from X10 is lined up here for the spike. So Zespew is going to go for this fake first. He's going to try to go above the ultimate, but still get hit from it though. He has a charge right in, and his teammate has yet to really start defusing once again. The Aftershock will not be able to connect. It still is proving so much. How much delay power does X10 have? Lexi has done so much damage already with these nades and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's going to be to take on that spike and say goodbye to your life, and X10 go to match point.
Yeah, X10, they could just spam that one down with the utility fajita that we see time and time again from these kinds of compositions. Way too much things happening on screen that you can't even see it. Literally, because the cloud burst was there, the smoke was there, the aftershock was there. We even see the showstopper. Thing is though, Lexi had a good idea, but in the end, he ended up blowing himself up. Itchy trigger finger, paint shells, just bouncing on around, taking himself out of the equation. And with X10 also having the guns in advantage, that was enough firepower to hold the line. SMG though, they did make it quite expensive, but for now, it is going to be the reckoning from X10 coming their way because this is their match point. They're trying to steal this map away from Team SMG. That's the thing, X10, they might have realized that in terms of map pool, we can actually still win this. We've seen SMG and their performances. They haven't really been the best. X10 now looking to be the best of the rest, but he's assuming a little too much, but he dashes anyway. Poo One Tap! He was watching his team die in front of him. He thought they had it in the bag. Eventually, he realizes the situation, brings out the blades. But it's now 2v2. The dumbfounded expression on the Jet says it all. But Fox says he's still on the prowl. X10 trying to wrap this one up. Poo One Tap also on the hunt for Zespew here.
Poo One Tap almost flushes down the chances of his own team there. I think it's either he didn't know, he didn't felt that was going to happen, or he was just like looking and basically proving a show of force. Now he's just gonna go in a 2 versus 1 with Zespew here at the back of the site. He really has to connect these shots, but there's no chance in hell that he can maybe make this work out. 6 bullets, 30 HP, and the
30
dream.
seconds left.
They have to keep it contained. SMG is the one team to defend here, so it's gonna be X10 to go for the plant. But now Fox, knowing that he's done the damage, and Zespew does not have the HP nor the utility to really work out this 1 versus 1, that rotation to A is merited, and Zespew, he does not read it right. He has to go for that quick rotation because Spike gonna get planted. What's the step here? He doesn't have time to go all the way around, so teleporter is the way to go. But that big audio cue gives so much information and so much leeway for Fox to play around the Spike.
Yeah, the life of SMG is now taking on down for the map. And the last time Team SMG has won this map in the playoffs has to be Zespew willing themselves to that victory in triple overtime all the way in the quarterfinals. But now he has to find the shot and quickly because time is running out. Foxes, he's been quite wily, he's been quite sneaky, and he's just at the right place and at the right time there again. X10 will be back into peak form and will be able to win out fight to tie up the series 1-1. A solid performance from X10, and we see what they can do with their lineups yet again.
That was just fantastic from X10. This was the X10 that I was kind of hoping to see during the Icebox map, but didn't really went to show because I felt like SMG just knew what they had to do in terms of the group up. SMG, they had a really good first half when they were on the attacking, but once the round started kind of marinating itself and X10 got a bit more comfortable, and you just saw that they were able to pop off. It's not only Poo one tap, it's everyone else from X10. It's kind of like the same spell from that first game, but now it's the other team around, and we are tied off in this series 1-1.
Yeah, and the struggles of SMG were still there. When they run out of time on the attacking side, then they're forced to do something a bit awkward. On defense, the crossfires were met with resistance and utility. So guys, we're going to be basically going into halftime after 2 maps. We'll be swapping casters as well after this one. We'll go on a break, and when we'll be back, we're going to be getting into another map of action.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
So big fight back shown by X10 as they tie up the grand final here for Valorant Masters Southeast Asia quite comfortably in the end, 13-6 as they take bind. Guys, we're all tied up. We got Ilustrado, we got Daks on the panel now as well. What are our thoughts so far here for the grand final?
Well, X10 decided to wake up, honestly, in that second map. It was a little shaky at the start for SMG, but X10 shows that, you know, we can beat you on your map pick too. And if I'm being completely honest, a lot of it had to do with, I think, the questionable picks in terms of the agents for SMG. You're clearly seeing them struggle because of the fact that they didn't have any flash. They hardly ever got onto site cleanly, you know, and we were talking about this off panel. I think Asurai, who was the one who mentioned this, it was tough for them to play post plants because they were always using the incendiary way too early. They're trying to set up for post plants too often and for lineups, and I just think that had a big effect on the rounds. Instead of focusing on being able to frag and take rounds and take sites, they just focused on playing post plants, and it just didn't work out.
And as we see from the replays here, it really felt like for SMG, the rounds that they would take had to be in the clutch. The usual standards of SMG on bind, they were being exploited there by Team X10. Crossfires were being read, the pushes were being stifled, SMG forced to decide to go for saves, or go for teleports instead. And the same struggles that we've seen them all throughout the Masters were upon us in this map. But then again, Team SMG, they did put up pretty good fights, especially with Lexi getting on board with some beautiful showstoppers there. But who one tap, finding those targets. We did see also just the Cyphers and the Sovas working together hand in hand to protect one another. At X10, they really woke on up. They protected Cruz as much as possible, and all the things that could glitter was absolutely gold for them. They found the kills, they found the targets, and they used their flash advantage to the best degree.
We've played 2 maps now, Ilustrado, and because of that, we can kind of take a bit away from each map. What do you sort of take away from each map that makes you say, want to favor X10 for their performance, or do you still trust SMG for what they were able to achieve on Icebox, or was that a one-off?
Yeah, I don't think it's a one-off by any means here, but we have to look at how the teams play. SMG, they're a team that's fantastic on open maps, big maps where they have space to roam, where they let Zespew just do his thing and let Egoist anchor site. You know, that is where they excel, and we're going to see that later on, maybe on Haven. They'll do well as well, I think, on Ascent. But maps like Bind, maps like Split, not so much. This is more of X10's territory, and it's clearly showing here. Bind, they're just, you know, on the X10 side, they're just so responsive and good with playing at each other. Fast-paced, quick action, and this is what X10 is going to shine at. If we go, however, to game number 5, I definitely think this is going to be an SMG win.
Yeah, that's a classic X10 experience there with that momentum. But I was talking about it a while ago also, that if you look at that map draft, right, it does favor X10 at the very start and then SMG at the very end. Could have been Team SMG feel confident that they could steal a map away from X10 and then have that home stretch in their favor. Maybe they picked up Bind just because, like, okay, if we lose it, we can still either take Icebox or Split away from the opponents.
Of course, fortunately for SMG, they did take away Icebox, but Ilustrado, I guess the sentiment here is we're kind of expecting S10 to win Split, X10 to win Split quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think so as well. X10 is just a map that, Split is a map that X10 is just known to be phenomenal at. Their setups are, you know, hard to break through. Their crossfires are always on point, you know, and even on the attacking side, they manage to pull out something magical from out of their hats every time they want to break onto a site. Now, however, a map like this, a map like Split, SMG is going to struggle here simply because of the nature of the map. It's more condensed, it's more tightly packed, and, you know, operas like Jet, they're going to struggle a little bit more. So this is going to be, and has to be, all about Lexi and how the rest of the members can step up for SMG.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either that raise or even a breach perhaps there from side of Team SMG. But yes, Team SMG is the one who has to adjust more so coming into this map, because X10, when they play Split, they're just so secure about it. They're going to be, of course, have that flash ready to go. They're going to be looking to make the ground quake with that breach as much as possible. And when you see X10 on the attacking side, you would not even believe that they do it on Split. They're just so sure and so secure. So things are looking pretty good here for X10.
Well, it's 1-1 at the moment in this best of 5 grand final. Still a long, long way to go, but whoever can win this next map on Split will have series point under their belt. We're going to throw it back over to your casters for this next map.
Am I gonna be the one to intro this? Because I feel like I should be the one.
Wait.
Oh wait.
Hey, I'm still here.
Oh,
What?
Dax is still there.
Oh.
Well, maybe I'll try
Oh.
to magic Dax away.
Okay.
Is that
well,
okay?
well,
Am I gonna try to magic you away?
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Send
Bye,
me
Dax.
away.
Yeah, there we go. See the power of production. Thank you so much for that
I
production.
have been
Anyways,
summoned. I have been summoned.
we're here as your casters. My name is Asurai. Joining with me now is Ilustrado. And you guys were talking about there in the panel before you were zapped here in the caster virtual desk about how it's really going to be a tall task for SMG. Yes, they're going to be starting on the defending side, but it's split, guys. When you don't pop up on defending and you go to the other half as attacking, it becomes such a really difficult thing because even if you end the series or the end the half 2-10, it can always just flip around to 13-10. And that has always been the kind of difficulty for a lot of Southeast Asian teams when when competing in this particular map.
Yeah, and that just goes in the converse, however, because you talk about split, it just also means one thing. You have to have your defensive side on lock. You can't really make that many mistakes. You can't give that many rounds because when the enemy team goes onto the defensive side, they're going to bring, their game. They're going to bring their A game, and they're going to have something to say about what your attack's going through. So it's definitely a little bit of a toss-up here. But for me, when you're talking about X10, they're quite formidable on this matchup. They're quite formidable on this map, excuse me. It just doesn't seem like there's any weaknesses when it comes to their particular lineup and how they play split. I'm going to debate and I'm going to argue that this is actually the best map of X10, historically speaking. I don't think it's Icebox anymore, especially with how they lost against SMG on it. But for split, this has to be a stomp. I'm predicting something anywhere between a 13-5 to a 13-6, maybe.
We saw them go yesterday up against KPC, if I'm not mistaken, and Split was one of the maps on the attacking side that just looks extremely scary from X10, and I see the mentality that you have for this particular team here, and I definitely do agree with it because there's just these setups that X10 have on the attacking side, especially on the A site, that allows them to take it by sheer force of will and just a little bit of utility, and it will put SMG on a really awkward pedestal where they have to keep the king of the hill thing where they just cannot lose on the defending side. They really have to bring it here because I don't know how SMG is going to try to break when they go on the attacking. Definitely have to try to make something happen here and now.
Yeah, definitely. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is the third game of the series. X10 versus SMG, and we are currently at a deadlock. SMG winning the first map, and X10 winning the second one. So we've traded maps thus far, and it looks like it's going to be SMG starting on the defensive side. So fortunately for them, they get to pick up the very crucial defensive rounds they need. But X10, they're very familiar with this map. They won't be averse to playing on the attacking side by any means as they gear up towards A.
So they put Fall on a flasher now. I really do like this because Breach is, I think, such a crucial agent when trying to take these kind of close quarter entryways. At least your flash is gonna make the corners honest. You can't really just situate yourself there as a jet and be, Scott, you're just going to be like free on that side. Always going to be wary about the flashes. In any case, though, X10 is going to be charging right up here. They haven't really done much, but that is going to be a quick trade-off already on the top of ramps as Egoist is locking down onto Fox. He cannot get away, and he just obliterates him with the classic 4 versus 3. And X10 have to rotate. They're trying to rush their way in. Oh, look at this, though. Nice positioning from Zesp. He has to reposition quickly, and he's reloading for dear life, and he's also dazed. But that smoke will at least keep him safe for a little bit.
He gets around the corner just in the nick of time, and his teammates right there to back him up. So the duo of Zesbu and Egoist, honestly, these two guys, I feel like Egoist is actually like the second best aimer on this team, and it's not actually Lexi, which to me is, I think, a really interesting way to structure a team. If you put your second best second best aimer on the team as a sentinel, because you're really able to lock down sites more. And we saw it in the previous game. Egoist had so many rounds going to his way, whether it was taking site or entering onto site or just holding them down on his own. Man, this just Zesbu Egoist connection, it's been phenomenal.
I just gotta say, man, there is some really ballsy plays that come out from Lexi. That's why we're probably seeing him from Duelist. He's just fearless. Egoist is more of, I would say, a controlled player, but that doesn't mean that he's any of a bad player. You said it already. He's just incredibly powerful and incredibly good as a player. And speaking of incredibly, that's going to be just a hulking push onto mid as SMG take down X10 in the blink of an eye. They do lose Zespew, but he was only on, I believe, a Frenzy. So they still have a lot of money here. And the question begs, Zespew, are you going to go for the Operator? Seems like no. They do respect that the rush is going to be prevalent for X10, and an Op just might not cut it.
Yeah, I agree. And going back to your point a little bit earlier on, it just feels like the duo of, you know, the Sentinel and, you know, Zespew, just these two, Egoist. It's just such a fantastic combo, and I feel like it has to do a little bit more about the mentality of being a duelist here. Lexi, he's clearly bloodthirsty, and we see that a lot. He's also somewhat of a madman, which is why it really suits him to be on that duelist role. Meanwhile, the playstyle of Ego is very cool, very calm and collected here. But let's see how this plays out now as we rejoin the game. It is the third round on the board. It's looking like a little bit of a split for X10 here. The spike is actually heading towards B area, but it's 3 men strong here towards A ramps as Zespew gets the opening pick onto Fox.
I really do like that they're utilizing their skills more than anything else. They're making it so that XN really have to work for these angles, and SMG is playing around the tripwires. They're playing around the points of interest along the map, and they're whittling down X10 before they can really get onto a site. Usually, I think X10, they would want to have the entirety of their roster, especially Fox as their duelist, but they will still be able to find that just a bit of a creep in, and they will open up the B site. That's going to be very aggressive, though. Nice little use on JD Baker's paranoia, but that doesn't stop X10 from corralling back in, and Cruz finds the 1 kill onto B Heaven, and this looks even more manageable now for X10 as they just walked up onto the site.
I thoroughly appreciate that play right there from SMG. They showed force on A, kept them guessing on X10's side, and what do they do instead? They go for a full contact play on B, just walking in and taking fights, winning those duels, getting 2 kills. And right now, it's a retake scenario here, 2v3. Low is the HP on Lexi here, and it's very possible for X10 to take this round here, and it will be Pooh one-tap to finish it off with a classic, and 3 kills, 3 notches under his belt for that round. But still, SMG, they're holding on here, 2-1 scoreline right now.
I did talk about how SMG, they are able to lock down these sites, but when you are as X10, when you know your timings, when you have so much experience already as a team in these high 10 situations, your rotations, your timings are all going to be crucial, and you saw them just understand what they had to do. There was so much shenanigans, so much I would guess lockdown on the A site that they didn't really need to force their way in, especially when they lost 1 and they just walked up onto B and nobody was there. Really, really good ability to read from X10, and now they're able to at least make the members of SMG honest. SMG cannot lose this next round as the pistol, or as they're going to be forced into a pistol if they lose.
Yeah, but the first kill going to Fall didn't have the best game on ice blocks, was the butt of many unfortunate kills earlier on, but this time he's seemingly picking up the pace once he's been taken off of that Viper role. Going to be rotating yet again towards B here. X10 fault line will be prepared for the Heaven area, and that's going to be a quick dash in from Fox. He gets taken down by Egoist, who is prepared for it. Zespew is ready to chime in with 1 kill of his own. Put 1 tap. Gets the kill onto Faker, but Faker still does get the initial kill onto Cruz, leaving him in a 1v4, and this is fairly impossible, if I might say. Best he can do at this point, I think, is to do a lot of economic damage here and maybe try to save this Vandal at the end of it.
They did lose, or they did win that last round, so if he can save the Vandal, that'd be perfect, I think, going to the next round. Have like a hero Vandal or something, especially give it to the hands of Pooh one-tap, or maybe Fox as he's entry fragging, but Zespew's gonna charge him right out, and just know that no weapons will be safe. SMG is still making use of the weapons that they had, and I think they went for a flawless, so that will definitely be a really good thing to their bank or to their economy, as they don't lose too much.
Oh, they lost
one
JD
thing they
Faker.
kind of knows. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. So at least they still have 4.
Yeah.
Anyways, just to finish off, you kind of notice how Zesbu at longer angles, he just uses the ADS more than any of the players that we've seen in the Valorant Masters in Southeast Asia. It's kind of weird, but I mean, it works for him.
I mean, it's clearly because he's a scrub that uses ADS. I'm kidding, guys. But,
yeah.
you know, for reals, though, I do want to point out, this is the map that Poo won. Oh, that's a disgusting way to start off the round. Fox with almost nothing left. Fortunately, he can get a heal from Poo One Tap, who is, however, on the other side of the map. But anyway, going back, this is the map that Poo One Tap did get a record of like what 35 kills in yesterday, and I would not be surprised to see a repeat performance of this coming into this. But SMG are so far very much denying everything that X10 is throwing their way, whether it's map control towards heaven, whether it's a push onto B, everything is going SMG's way. They can't even peek around the corners without getting tagged like that.
Player standing.
How do you... Sorry, paranoia. You get already blinded. You can't see anything from farther than a few set meters, and then you get blinded by a flashpoint. Where does the oppression, where does the bullying stop? But at the end of the day, Poo One Tap able to sneak his way through the bowels of B Heaven and just plant the spike down, even get himself a Phantom here. They gotta be careful because he can really deal some damage to the economy, and maybe even in this 1v4 clutched around if they're not careful.
But they're playing it carefully here, baiting one in. Poo One Tap still has some HP to work with, but not gonna be enough to take the kill onto JD Faker, who gets revenge for that one tap in the previous round. That's gonna be another round for SMG, cleanly securing a 4th. And they're 3 rounds above X10 at the moment. They're looking quite clean on this defensive side, never dropping too many players, never losing too much map control. They're not getting too crazy with the presence, which is what they normally would like to do on bigger maps. This is a restrained, a controlled, and a very intelligent play coming right here from SMG right now.
They have to, because if they try to go guns blazing, Rambo their way each and every of these rounds, X10 will be able to capitalize. You can really see that SMG, I think in these 5 rounds, a few of them, if not the majority of them, haven't really been totally clean. They would lose 1 to 2, and maybe even on save rounds for X10, still lose the site. Granted, of course, they will be able to win it, and that's all in the end what you need. But X10, with these plans on the spike, is allowing them to build some economy. It's really, really crucial for them. And if they can get more control like this could really prove problematic for SMG. But still, SMG looking pretty good. Zesbu now on the operator, but he has been flushed out. There's like Aftershock, Paranoia, and Paint Shells. What you gonna do when they come for you? But Egoist, of course, gonna be the anchor that he is. Double kill already, and Scary. Gotta be careful there on Heaven. JD Faker, perfect timing and perfect spray control as he obliterates the B main connection from X10.
My God. First of all, Egoist right there with the defensive hold. Nothing gets past this man. And when he's backed up by a player like JD Faker, how do you even begin to approach B? They've tried almost everything. It's just so hard to break through it, man. Look at this spray transfer. Chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss.
Yeah. That's not where Gordon Ramsay will say, you donut. You know, it's more of like, I appreciate you did such a fantastic job, and I can't stop eating this I can't stop eating this dish that you went out. In that case, it was the chef's kiss on the double spray transfer, but Zesby also chef's kiss on that wide peak, able to flick in. But Fox is hot on his trail. Gotta be careful though, because this Fox might be sly enough to sneak his way onto the B Heaven area, rushing right through the Cypher Cage, using the Paint Shells as a sort of coverage for him to just obliterate Egoist. He's got to be careful. And here comes the fire in the hole. Where is the showstopper gonna point its explosion on? It's going to be the back of the site, and he comes right through with the satchel charge and able to get away from Zesby once again. That doesn't happen too many times, but it's Fox that makes it work.
I just want to point out how many times Foxy gets away from the crosshair of Zesbu here, but the round's not over. They still have some time. Bomb is taken away. Fall, chiming in from the back. Nice adjustment for the triple kill. Has one more to find, and that's Cruz on the op. Not gonna get a chance because Fall picks up a 4th kill in that round, securing the 6th round for SMG. And honestly, this was made possible here. Dude, Foxy, though, what a play from him. Did you see the amount of times that Foxy just jumped over and basically bamboozled Zespu's up on that? It was unreal.
If I'm a YouTuber, content creator, video editor, I could go about this two ways. It's either like really good highlight dodges or like meme able to dodge an upper 3 times, right? Or 4 times, I believe.
Fair enough, but honestly, I do have to say, part of it is because it's just not a very good jet/op map. There's just the angles that you have are so limited, especially on that B heaven area. You miss your shot, it's difficult to fall back. Where do you go? You can hold on to maybe B site, kind of, or CT. It's just not a pretty place to hang on as an opper. Like, the best you can do is maybe get an aggressive pick early, and when you miss that shot, there's really not much left there for you.
Yeah, and the thing about that, like you said, right, is if you dash, opponents can still follow up so quickly on you that at the end of your tailwind, you're at the precipice of being shot by your opponent. So there always is a risk that even if you reposition with your dash, you're still gonna get caught. And like you said, if you miss your shot with the operator, the punish is there. So there definitely has to be some form of crossfire or support for Zespi when he tries to go for these plays, or like what you can see in the positioning here for SMG, he tries to take the initiative and goes in for these shots, because if he doesn't do that and if he holds the angles at the back of sight, his operator basically is worthless. So he tries to make these plays just to make it work.
Yeah, exactly, and he goes and just does the exact same thing. Early peek towards B main, goes and gets the early advantage for his team, which is what they need. And on a map like Split, and already a CT-sided map, a defensive-sided map, it's already a big deal here, but they level it out. Lexi goes down, peeking into 2 members of X10, and that's going to leave ramps wide open. They have no one onto A side itself, only having Zesbu onto screens. And that's just not enough. He's going to get smoked out, and it's got to be a plant cleanly and decisively won here for X10. But before that, X10 is able to get one. In the midst of all this chaos, he picks up a kill right there. Zesbu will switch out to a Vandal. No, he decides to go back yet again onto the operator, and that's going to be the lockdown deployed on this retake.
Even if it's a 3 versus 4, that was 3 big ultimates that X10 have utilized. Lockdown, the From the Shadows, and now even if they start rushing in, if Cruz would survive, he would still have had his Rolling Thunder. But now, there's a legitimate chance that X10 could make this work out, but the crossfire is going to be crucial for X10 here. Can they go for the pinch? The Heaven is going to be coming in from Scary, and he's rushing in. They should be able to hear him, and that spike has already been halved in, but the damage be done, and JD figured that was too close for Comfort, still able to do it. OMG, that was close.
I don't know about that. I mean, sure, X10, make it expensive, but SMG, man, they're getting the rounds, and these are very, very crucial rounds to be taking. If they go into this next half with maybe only 3 rounds and a 9-3 scoreline, it's going to be very, very fatal here. There's still 4 rounds left, fortunately. If we can see ourselves in an 8-4 scoreline, I think X10 will be okay. But this is a far cry from the X10 that we saw yesterday up against KPC. SMG are bullying them at this point.
They saved up one of their big ultimates here. The flights comes out from Fox, but Foxes cannot go to the skies. Zespu's gonna go in for the big pinch, spots out the one. Really beautiful shot. He's looking for more, does get punished by Pooh one tap. And that will give some form of breathability for X10 as they get the top ramp. Cruz picks up the operator here, wanted to get the shot off, but there's not really much options. Maybe, just maybe, if J Faker tries to go about this, he might get punished, but you know, SMG knows they don't have to go for the push. It's a 4 versus 2, and they can at least allow the operator to go into the hands of X10, who one tap. He does not peek that out properly, but X10 Cruz does.
That's a good pick to make it a tad bit more expensive, but the rounds are what he needs, and with a classic in hand, he's just not going to be able to do it. SMG here, very smart decisions towards the later stages. You know, Zespi got a little bit too antsy there. He re-peeked that angle when he didn't need to, but still come out of it on top, showing a lot of restraint, a lot of discipline. Decided to stick together, gambled on that A, and if anybody came to B, they would just retake it regardless because they still had Cypher traps on it. Really intelligent decision-making coming here for SMG, and it's just X10 can't deal with it. They can't outsmart SMG at this point.
Might I just say as well, X10's composition, with Poo one tap being on a stage, you know it's built for the defense.
Yeah.
So there should be a rude awakening for SMG here. If they go to that second half, they got to be very careful. And honestly, this is the best case scenario for them. Build as many rounds as they can in the defending side so that when they go to that second half, they have some room to work with. Because I feel like if they end this like 11-1, that's still 2 rounds that they have to go tooth and nail to go up against this composition that X10 have made. I mean, go through like double Sentinel and a Flasher. It's going to be difficult, Ilu.
But look at this, though. I really love what they did here on the side of SMG. They did a 2-man push into B, relinquished mid control, and instead traded out, I'd say, a very unique piece of map control. They won't be expecting to have someone baited in like that because they just left JD Faker in right there with only Zesbu to cover his flank, really. But it's a 3-man stronghold. Now they've given it up. Now they know. They have the information here. That there's 3 on towards B. Zesbu playing Duck Hunt right now. Getting a third! What was that flick right there from Foxy? Onto Foxy, rather. It's just making short work of the eco round of X10. And they're looking stumped right now.
Pardon my weeb, but you challenge me? Zesbu was just holding this like Dio in JoJo.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, everybody just charging him right in. Even through the air, he's like, I can play Fly Swatter with you, Fox, all day long, every day, 24/7. It's not gonna work. 9-10 SMG with such a dominant defender side here on Split.
I love their defensive setups, man. They give up they give up mid completely. They push B main. They take a little bit of a gamble and double up towards A. It's unique. It's dynamic. And this is something that X10 clearly weren't ready for. But that whiff from Zesbu, okay, reel it back. Reel it back, Zesbu. You got a really good last round. It's fine to make a couple of mistakes here and there.
Well, those mistakes might cost them, but Egoist once again, the anchor, the just behemoth defender of the sites is able to pick it up for Zesbu. I really do like the position that he has. He even uses the Cypher Cage to bait out that he might have rotated back onto B Heaven. But what this does, though, is that if X10 goes aggressive, he might not be able to reposition, but that doesn't matter as Sushi Boys gets overwhelmed with the double peek from Fall as well as Egoist. Spike has been dropped in mid. It's all about this 3 versus 2.
Oh.
Lexi, though, big flank.
I mean, Scary is on a flanky flank as well. I don't know if he'll be able to get behind Egoist because there is a trap like right in front of him, and okay, yeah, he's just given up his position right here. But this is a result of SMG being so brilliant on their defensive side. They just know exactly where to position, and there's a 3-man crossfire here in mid. Even if he gets one, there's a double swing out waiting for him right there. And SMG, they're just looking so clean on their defensive half, and it's about to be a 10-1 scoreline. None of us expected a ridiculous half like this from SMG. What is going on, man?
What is going on is that SMG, they're reaching new heights as a team. We were wondering how quick were they to adapt. I think they're not adapting anymore. They're evolving as an entire unit. And honestly, maybe we were skeptical. Actually, maybe we were worried about their performance coming into these playoffs, now into the grand finals, but they are showing so much pedigree, so much threat to these other top teams in the region. And now if they can just finish this 11-1 and go into the next round with a round win, they should be able to finish off this split in the blink of an eye. JD Faker, though, here in the defense.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a Hail Mary play here towards mid, and Egoist and Faker, they're landing every shot. JD Faker from that off angle right here. Rez coming through. Can they get the kill? No, the flash is good to back up his team. And Zesbu will chime in with the last kill of the half. 11-1. My God, SMG are doing it. The Cinderella story continues. And they might just be on series game rather, after this.
Here's the complete challenge for SMG. I know I'm so hyped to have seen them do that 11-1, but X10, this is the moment for them to net that comeback. I think in all of the maps that we have for Valorant, the 5 maps that are available to play for competitive, for pro scene, Split has the biggest turnover rate in any of the maps that I've seen, just because of how the entirety is kind of situated. It's kind of like similar to CSGO's Nuke, to say at the least.
Yeah, it's very defensive. Like,
yeah, right.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, but this is where they can really net their comeback, because this is where the double duelist can show its stock for X10.
Yeah, you know, if there's going to be a comeback, it's going to be on this map. But having said that, honestly, 10 rounds, that's a pretty tall order, and looks like the kitchen's busy right now, man. Honestly, it's just all the heads of SMG working together. They've managed to get that synergy in, and this is a B hit right now. Onto Vents here. Foxy can't even survive it. He manages to whip out a single, a single paint shell before he dies. That's not enough to stop anyone. They only leave Sushi Boys onto site all on his lonesome here on screens. Maybe he can get one. He does, but that's all she wrote for him. Who wants that right here with a backup? And Cruz as well. Everybody chiming in with a kill. They want this bad. They're hanging on. Cruz with the last bullet. He manages to keep his team alive here, prevailing in the pistol and avoiding certain defeat on the side of X10.
Those smokes were a bit too near, or how do you say this? It provided enough cover for X10 to just play devil's advocate around this. And look at that. Poo One Tap was just charging right in, and Cruz able to follow right back out. And they did not do a good job. SMG did not do a good job at plugging the holes where X10 could creep right out. And that really just set the pace for him. Zespio, I think he was just holding Raptors so that he can stop people from coming outside of A Heaven. But they should have also been worried about screens, because that is where the screening process comes in. You got to show yourself up. If you can take the A site, you should be able to take screens as well.
Honestly, I think Asurai, X10 could take a lesson from your playbook. After all, you are the expert at plugging up holes. But going on further to the second match, not so easily exploitable is the defense, however, of SMG. Now, X10's defense, man, they are riddled, and it looks like their ship was starting to sink here. They are on a little bit of a better buy here. They have SMGs. They need to force every single round. They literally cannot lose anymore. It's do or die for them. Sushi Boys has to come up huge here with this defense. He gets tagged up, all right. Nothing too much to worry about, especially with just a headshot from a classic at that range. But it's Heaven Control is the name of the game.
A is one of the best sites to take as the attackers here, but everything relies on that Heaven Control. Fox is just holding himself with the nades, the boom boom pows, as well as
the whiff!
Oh, the whiff indeed. And Fall is just there to claim kills, claim victims with the classic. In the end, X10 is going to hold through, and this is what I'm talking about. They're starting to mingle. They're starting to be cohesive in the defending side, and SMG in this gun round, if they cannot win this one, you should expect X10 to at least push it 2-3 more rounds.
Yeah, so fortunately, they managed to string together a couple more, but this is really going to be the biggest test right now. I mean, thus far for X10. If they can win on their bonus round, it should bolster their economy, should give them a massive confidence boost. Having said that, there's 5 rifles for SMG right now. They're looking very, very angry. And, X10 here, they have to come up with something special if they want to beat a better buy.
Sushi Boys, he's just holding his angle here. They're selling the fake that there's only one on the ramps. And this SMG, this Spectre could really deal some damage, but it's not going to work out in the end, because you know what? You challenge me, Zespio, once again. The top player, the ace player from SMG, picking it back up. Just a little bit of a peek here and there, and he even finds a third as he tucks himself in the corner. He's not going to say goodnight to himself. He's going to say goodnight to the 3 members of X10 that he just put to sleep.
Honestly, Zespio reading X10 like a book, smelling the bait from a mile away, and even sensing somebody pushing into him. Man, this game's got this man, excuse me, words are quite tough today. Has got game sense for days here, and he even gets away from that little encounter towards screens, actually buying a little bit more space for his team. Cruz trying to check out This corner here could be expecting a counter flash, will not be flashed by it. He will be taken out from the back by Lexi though, and it's good information and just a complete lockout here by SMG. X10 has nothing to say in this game. X10 scary though. He manages to find one, could pick him up a rifle. He does recover it. 11 bullets, and it's not enough to get the kill onto foul. Match point here for SMG.
You know, talk about how words escape you. Can X10 escape this situation that SMG have put themselves in? It's a really difficult scenario. It's a really difficult situation to wiggle their way out. But that was a bonus round for X10. Granted, that was a bonus round where in that one round win would have pushed them to match point. At least in this round, they have all the rifles, all the weaponry that they can utilize to make it work. But SMG is on the precipice of pushing this best of 5 to a 2-1 match point already, or series point already.
Yeah. And honestly, I just want to say something very, very seriously. I bought that battle pass for that spray, that Jet Cute spray. It's just the best spray in the game. But
I have all three. It looks so good.
Okay, yeah. But what is not very nice is this crazy little setup here for X10. Looking like they're taking a little bit of a play out of the book of KPC, stacking 4 members towards that mid area, leaving 1 towards A. Not going to be the easiest of defensive holds, but no one's really coming their way, and it's a little bit of a misread from their side, as it looks like SMG playing very patiently, wanting to make sure there are no gaps in their defense for now. I mean, offense.
I'm pretty sure they heard that grunt, right?
Yeah.
In any case, that was a lot of utility expended by Fox. Even without SMG rushing in, they could use that as they come out here onto Heaven. But I really do like how SMG is waiting, and they're making sure that there's no corners where Fox or anyone else is just going to be situated in, because, again, this map, very, very strong for the shotguns, and if you're not careful, you're going to get obliterated. So SMG working this like a surgical precision and knife. But with 20 seconds left onto the clock, they really have to go in or go broke. But Fox with the damage on that judge, and they haven't even cleaned out the site yet. X10, hold on for another round.
3 kills from Lexi with a judge at that range. Look at that. He gets 1, and then instead of backing off, he goes just straight up in their faces. No hesitation. Takes down 2 more as he goes. A heroic death, but it definitely saves their team from certain defeat, keeping X10 alive around longer and forcing SMG on an eco.
Get out of my way.
I think to clarify, I think that was Fox from X10, wasn't Lexi.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Fox, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, same.
Fox.
Fox.
I got you, man.
Fox.
I don't know how to pronounce his name. We should really get the
I think
phonetics
it's Foxy,
on all the
right?
players.
Like Foxy. That makes sense.
Like Foxy boxing.
Because
I mean, you know, foxes do box in cartoons, I think. I don't know.
There's this one movie. It's like the Fox and the Hound.
Oh yeah, classic. Classic.
It's a good one. But you know what is a classic? This best of 5. It is so close. It's a 1-1 right now, and who would have ever expected SMG to come up and play like this? Like, with very little preparation, getting the call one day, suddenly you're hitting the site with the Rolling Thunder 12-4 against X10 in the grand finals. X10 slowing that down though, but there's a response. Another Rolling Thunder coming out. Zespew straight up finding 2 kills with the right clicks. He's unstoppable at the moment, bringing us to a 3v4. The site is ripe for the taking. Can't find the other one. It's Faker to trade out that kill. Finds a third. Could be. No, but it's the rest of his team to back him up. Scary. Has to go huge. But the dig is enough. The one sheriff from foul onto Scary, bringing us to a 1v2.
Holy crap! Zespew just goes to infinity and beyond for the rest of SMG. It's going to be the peek out from Sushi Boys, and the lockdown will flush out Fall if he is not careful. He still does have a flash of his own, but can he go for the flick? No! I think he could have used his utility there before anything else, but he may have wanted to play around, but Sushi Boys knew that he had all control. Every single second was Fall closer to getting detained. And at the end of the day, Sushi Boy just keep the dream alive for X10 in this map. Oh my gosh.
Just that lockdown for good measure to make sure. And here we go. Isn't it so pretty? It's also pretty and also disgusting at the same time. Just never seen anything like it.
It's pretty disgusting.
It's pretty, yeah. Thank you. That would be the most apt way of putting it. Just straight up dashing into their faces with the right clicks, almost finding a third kill. And you can see, man, Zesbu, he wants it. He's making these plays happen for his team. They want this W. They want to go to game number 4 with the lead. They're very, very close from doing it, but X10, they're hanging on. They just won't let him go. They're biting at the heels of SMG. Who knows? Could just be the start of a comeback. I'm not believing just yet. I'm not a believer. But maybe 5 rounds, I think. 5 rounds.
I mean, when you saw her face, you know,
maybe I do need to see her face, and then I'll be a believer.
Still, SMG, they're able to make such amazing plays. They're able to. Oh,
yeah,
that's a grim wall for you. Yeah, that wall, it allows you to see on top of, or as your opponents exit from B main, they won't be able to spot you perfectly, and you can also be able to punish people coming outside from B heaven when they try to push for stairs, and they won't really check that angle. It's really, really powerful, and it's just aggressive as can be. But as Poo One Tap plays right there into the corner, they might need to be afraid from this one, as Fox just repositions using his showstopper as a plugging tool, but now he has to reposition as the rest of SMG is really adamant at going for the site.
Yeah, they're already collapsing onto site. Foul. Double entry onto the site. Is able to clean that up nicely and neatly. 14 seconds left, and it's going to be more than enough time. Scary. Getting a kill through the smoke. Finding another. What? All right, then. Not going to be happy about that, but Zesbu is able to bring it back. Still a 3v2. Very possible for X10 rather, to find these last 2 kills. X10 Scary finds a third. Cruz is here, and this 2v5, it's happening. How is this happening? JD Baker punching through the smoke. He can't get it. And Scary, once again, will step up for his team. Keeping the dreams of X10 alive. It's 12-6.
I'm pretty sure that Zesbu's right-hand model blocked his vision from seeing screens, because he was looking at heaven, and that big freaking gun, this Vandal of his, just blocks it out. Now, I'm not sure how this just worked out for SMG. I really like how Zesby just repositioned there, but everybody just peeking out one by one. They don't have to challenge. They can just set up crossfires because they had the numbers. They got the kill already. It was a 3 versus 2. They didn't have to challenge out one by one. And SMG, they keep choking at these rounds where they're not supposed to. It's these rounds that all they have to do is wait for X10 to come in. They have the numbers. They have the site already. Why are they challenging these particular corners?
Yeah, X10, they're like, you want to win this series, you're going to have to take it from my cold, dead hands. But for the meantime, it looks like a tactical pause. And I think SMG must have called this because they got to slow down the momentum of X10 here. They are running away with it. And true enough, SMG have called this tactical pause. Maybe a little bit of room to breathe, maybe a little bit of time to talk, because it seems like X10, they have sniffed out how SMG are playing this. And honestly, X10, one of the most beautiful 2-man retakes that we've seen in recent history, just manifesting before our eyes. Oh, but it's all good now because we're still at a little bit of a tactical timeout. They are gearing up towards A site though, so SMG, they're going to probably go for a fast hit. They only have a couple of SMGs, and they do have Bucky. Never a gun to underestimate, ever, under any circumstance.
Yeah. If you use the Bucky, you join the brotherhood of the basic Bucky bros. You know?
The Chads of the Valorant world.
Yeah, exactly.
But a hit now coming up here. And they're going to be dashing in very shortly, just waiting for some initial utility, and then they're going to be hitting onto that site here. See what they can do. That's the showstopper now. Can he find anything? Sushi Boys will get away scot-free. But Lexi pushing in. Sushi Boys with 2. Almost finding a third, but Fox is ready with a backup, fighting 2 himself, leaving Egoist all alone and through the wall. Sushi Boys will find that kill, and it's a clean retake yet again for X10 side, and they're showing that they are very much capable of retaking the sites no matter what the advantage is for SMG.
I really love Sushi Boy's positioning with that, screen elbow placement. When Lexi's ultimate was active, he just backed away, and when it wasn't, he just dips right back in because he just knows that even if he dies, it's okay because he has an opportunity to make a lot of kills happen coming outside from elbows since SMG were still positioning. And a safe plant for the most part as an attacker on the A site is always going to be on the lip of that elbow. But if you can push out as a defender there, you basically null the planter, get a kill, and possibility of another kill as well. So it's really powerful and really good at how Sushi Boy just positioned himself in. But Zesby on the attack with an operator, he's just angry now.
Yeah, I'm glad that Zesby is confident enough to pick up the op on the attacking side. This is not something that's usually seen on the SEA front. A lot of players tend to shy away from it, but Zesby happy to take up that mantle of aggressive opper. It really set up the first kill here on this A site. They are going to be heading towards it. However, Scary has pushed up all the way through B. That's another shot coming through the smoke, and it's going to be a 5v5 here, 5v4 as Sushi Boys and Pooh one tap. The defensive crossfire is unbreakable, and that's going to be the third kill for the round. And X10 are here to play. Comeback is happening slowly, but surely they're inching their way closer and closer to that overtime mark.
SMG's forgetting what they need to check when they try to rush into the site. There was, I believe, Sushi Boy was on top of Raptors there. When you push in onto A, that's the first thing that you check, and nobody checked him for like a good 2 to 3 seconds. Lexi doesn't get even the shutdown on him, and both Sentinels go to work for X10. I mean, the operator was good and all, but he basically just gave an operator from SMG to X10. That is not a good farewell players at present. This is what we're talking about, man. They need the rounds. That 11-1, I told you, dude, it could always be worse. And it is looking like it is. They need that one round, but every single time X10 just slap their hands and just don't touch that win pie. It just does not work.
Yeah, like a kid in a candy store right now, just being swatted away. No, you cannot have this candy. Just right at the cusp of taking it, just unable to. And they're forced on yet another eco. And if you're SMG, you're scratching your heads wondering where the hell is this coming from X10, because everything that SMG is throwing their way, X10 has an answer to, and even more.
They're trying to feel out the map. They're trying to get everything working out in the end. Now, I do like how SMG is trying to get this control in the mid, but this is where they don't really have the weaponry. But we'll be using Fall's Rolling Thunder here, and the Paranoia is going to be good. Cruz might be in a bad position, but Fox is going to be in a prime spot to just hit the shots. That Aftershock will not connect, and he is in a dance of death. And who will be the winner? It is the Frenzy, because it's... Oh my god, how does that even go to the Drifty?
No way. SMG winning this game. That was talk about anticlimactic. SMG win in the most ridiculous way possible on an eco. What? Asurai, help me make sense of this, because I am just floored right now.
Okay, I always talk about how there's multiple types of things that you have to balance in Valorant, right? First and foremost, it's the gun mechanics. Second, it's the positioning. Third, it's the ability usage. And it seems like SMG didn't have the weapons, but they had the positioning and the utility usage perfect on everything. They flush out on B Heaven with a really good use on that Rolling Thunder, and they follow it up on the site with the Paranoia. So that Paranoia flushed out Cruz, and Fox was getting flashed in, I believe, by Fall, so that he had to stay at the back of the B site on the board. And even though he got the kill on Fall, it was just, I believe, JD Faker who won that duel in, and everybody else from SMG just rushed out. I think they got the kill on Cruz off cam, and it worked out in the end, because I felt like X10 were so focused possibly on looking to defend always the A site, since SMG has conditioned them that every single round we're gonna fight for A. I was kind of skeptical that they try to go for B on a pistol, but SMG just made it work. This is why they're pro. This is why they're the pros. This is why we're just the casters.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. And just a show of force from SMG, not backing down. And they are one game away from being the grand final winner here. Cinderella's story continues. They shouldn't even be here. But still, they're one game away from winning. But we'll talk about them more when we get back from this break. When we return, it's game number 4.
One enemy remaining.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Have everything set. Again, the most worrying thing about them for me was, can they really steal the rounds in the defending side and start building it up? You know, build that round advantage, and so that they can have some leeway when they go for the second half, which they definitely needed to. And what a finish that they had. They had so much difficulty, lots of utility, lots of weapons and money expended on trying to get the A, and a thrifty round going to B was the nail to kind of finish off the this split map, and they got a thrifty win to end the map. Wow.
They stole the map pick. They stole the map win with the thrifty of all things, and they've just stolen so many hearts in this series by this point. Interesting enough, Team SMG, they've neither played Icebox nor Split yet in the Valorant Masters, and they have shown that they can win any kind of thing in the first place. It's just really, really good stuff from Team SMG so far. And the way they really played that defense has been incredible. When you see Zespu just say, I want to will the victory to happen, they're able to do so. Everyone else playing a key part, especially from the likes of Egoist as well as Fall, holding down those sites and really giving them such a big buffer. Statistically, if you see from Team SMG, they do struggle on the attacking side on Split, and we saw it yet again. But when you just don't have any more rounds to give for the side of X10, even though you've been clutching it out, even though you've been moving on around to find those targets, when you just can suddenly lose at any point in time, that is a bit of a problem. And there you have it. SMG taking the win against X10, who tried to go for the comeback, but it's still SMG standing tall and proud after that one.
8-13 SMG. It probably should have been something like 3-13, though, let's be fair. X10, of course, did everything they could to make that almost amazing comeback. In the end, though, they left it too little too late. They just weren't competitive enough throughout the earlier stages of that map, and because of that, they are now down series point.
Yeah, again, even if it's X10 we're talking about, it's too tall an order, too tall a task to ask them to bring back all of the rounds that they lost on that first half. Although SMG, as Daks was talking about, they really made so many mistakes on that attacking side. I felt like it shouldn't have been a 13-8. I think it could have actually been like a 13-5 if only they just played a little bit more disciplined once they got the plant on the spike. You know what I mean? So yeah, they could have won that, but they messed up a little bit. But again, the vast advantage of rounds really allowed SMG to at least be able to flex a little bit more in the second half.
Yeah, and when the going gets tough for Team SMG, they do go sometimes for their own default, which is to rely on the duelists to get the damage done and get the kills that they need. But on a map like Split, there's just so many nooks and crannies that X10 can peek out of from, and it really gave them the advantage round after round. It seems like SMG, they get a good start on the attacking rounds, right? But then suddenly, X10 says, peekaboo, we're here! And they get multi-kill after multi-kill. Gotta say though, the operator being bought by SMG, then taken away by X10. I feel like that was such a big turning point, because with an op in the hands of X10 now and SMG, you're just like, yo, let's just go for it. It's a thrifty round anyway. We're playing the eco. We can just rush at them. Since they had that up, they couldn't really mobilize the same way that they wanted to do so. Beautiful movements there from SMG. And really just one round left to win. That's just such an easy task to do. Eventually, SMG would win a round, and that was the points of contention there.
And maybe the map that they weren't expected to win, if you at least go by the words of Ilustrado when he was on the desk prior to that match. Let's look at the next map, though, and the way this series has gone. You almost don't want to play on your map pick, Asurai. It's SMG's map pick, though, on Ascent this time. Look, understand, it's a best of 5. All maps are in. But still, this has been a bit of a curse in this Grand Final series.
It has been. I don't know what's going to happen now. I honestly felt like S10 should have had the advantage here. I know I'm rooting for SMG, but that was more of like me just wanting to really see Zesbu and the rest of this Singaporean Malaysian team just come to full force, right? But it seems like they are just on point right now. Talked about how they might have looked a little bit shaky, but it seems like they are so defined in this best of 5.
Yeah, and in this best of 5, like I said a while ago, first 3 maps, it looked like it would favor X10 all the way, but SMG, they said no, you haven't seen us play these maps as of yet in the Masters, and they come up with such a tall tale to tell. It was just such an amazing time to see them win it out. But now, we're going to Ascent, and the thing is, we've seen SMG play this multiple times already, and would that give X10 a bit of that edge, a bit of that intel to know what SMG is up to? We're going to be expecting that post-plant situation yet again for Team SMG, but looking into the last 2 maps we're going to be getting for tonight, this home stretch does favor the Singaporean squadron.
Well, for SMG, they are on series point, grand final point from here on out. They just need to get one more map win. X10 are now the underdogs, it feels like, the once favorites. We are going to be heading into game number 4.
You know, I honestly... Sorry, X10. I was thinking boom. X10 wins this because it's SMG's map pick. That's just how this is how the story goes. That's just how we're doing it in this series. And honestly, I'm pretty much loving it. Asurai, what more could you want from a best of 5?
Maybe full 5 games. That's what I could want more here. And that one, I gotta say it. I feel like SMG might cripple that dream. It seems like they just want to end the series already and get that coveted championship title here in Valorant Masters C. Now, I have to confirm something, and I think the production can also help us with this. Did I see that right? SMG is going to start on defending when they pick this map as well. So that means that on the attacking, on the first half, it's going to be X10 to attack.
Look, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know for a fact that SMG is better on their defensive sides anyway. So it's not an entirely alien possibility. And especially with what we saw in that last one where SMG basically just pulled the rug from under X10, just denying the comeback with, you know, an amazing, not just attacking side, well, a couple of rounds of attacking side, but more or less just an amazing defensive side. I feel like we're going to see more of the same thing here. They're just confident with their defense and they're just going to run with it, which is, you know, honestly, a really, really good idea.
Look at that. It is. X10 is going to be on the attacking side here. That could actually prove to be detrimental to SMG. I know that you said that SMG is stronger on the defending side, but the way that Ascent works, it has that point of momentum where the attacking team can really deal some damage, especially if you know how to get that mid control. And X10, with the composition that they have, you know that there's a lot of ways that they can flush out these corners, whether it's Cruz or Fox setting stuff up as the initiators. It's going to be a sight to see. And once again, all pressures on Poo one tap. It felt like he got the Trojan horse a while ago. Daks pointed out as well that he got the operative Zespew, but that operator is cursed. He got taken out. And here in the final straw, the series point to end the best of 5 in this game 4 for X10, can Poo one tap come back?
I'll actually bring up another point on why this might not go SMG's way. You know, the operator, it wasn't very good in the previous map, in Split, and I feel like it's sort of a similar story, less so on Ascent, sure, but on Ascent, the thing is, if you play operator on defense, you're going to end up playing retake a lot of the time, and the operator is not too good on that. So if Zespew can maybe play a little bit aggressive and get early picks on the defensive side, sure, this can be a shutout. But I don't think we'll be seeing more of the same thing that we saw in the last game. I genuinely think that X10 are going to be here to play. I feel like they have a good grasp on this map, but, you know, who knows?
Also, the agent picks that they have, it's so good for Ascent, because I always talk about it, right? When you have Rolling Thunder, when you have Lockdown, A site or B site, it's very, very easy to get the shutdowns. Now, I'm kind of curious. We're on Ascent. SMG and X10, they both have Sovas. How many of these players know the Sova, the average Jonas Sova lineups to destroy the lockdowns? That's gonna be something to kind of watch out for here in this game 4.
Oh, I'm sure they know them by now. These guys are pros.
They have
to. But here we go. Game number 4 could be the very last one for X10, so they want to start it off strong. But true to the nature of SMG, they're going for early control over B main, already denying X10 map control. They're taking a little bit of a gamble here as they're investing 3 players towards B and rotating a lot of their own players towards A site now on X10 side. So let's see what they can do here. Aldro now coming up, trying to go in and get some modicum of information. They only spot out one, and it's going to be smoked off right here. Zespew to hold the fort for now. The wall going to be going down. I think they're going to be breaking it as well. That's going to be the pain shell deployed to slow down the attack, but it doesn't prevent them from getting onto site anyway here. Cruz, as well as Poo one tap, already secured their spot under heaven.
Oh, he misplaced the turret there as well. That's not going to spot out anybody. That could really hurt the post plant for X10 as he really wants to. I believe that was Sushi Boys who wants to set up the crossfire. Any case, Lexi's going to be coming on top from heaven, but it's got to be careful as they come in. Nice little crossfire set up there. They have to flush out through one tap at the bottom of hell, and they just aren't able to do so. Look at that real nice little retake there. But Zesmi charging in. What are you doing, Zesmi? The charge in onto Fox, and you thought that Chad move to go and dash to his face will work? No chance in hell, and X10 get the first round here on game 4.
I think he overshot it. I think he might have planted dash just at the edge of the wall just so he can jiggle. Or not. Probably not. He knows how the dash works, though, so I guess he just wanted to surprise him, maybe catch him off reloading. This doesn't work out.
Exactly. I think he heard the reload, yeah.
Yeah, that was probably it. Probably heard the reload and wanted to dash in, but the punish just was not there, and X10 start off in a pretty decisive manner. Sure, they lost 4 members, but they're pretty convincing with how they took the side, how they took the round here. But SMG, though, they're still proactive on that defense, securing that B main almost every single round. SMG yet to contest it. X10 yet to contest it, excuse me.
All is good. SMG, we're kind of seeing their mannerisms from Split show also here. They have time. They had time to chase down Fox in that previous round and still have also time to defuse the spike. So I was wondering why they went in for, I think one was defusing and then Zesby was the one to defend the diffuser. They could have just both challenged in any case, but look at this train, the ring around the rosy. It should be spotted out by Fox, and yeah, he's just gonna rush out as he sees 5 members of SMG with the welcome party, but he's still gonna get overwhelmed, so it's gonna be the flash out, and Boo one tap could be in a really bad spot. That's the Vandal down already, and they gotta be careful because this is still SMG with the numbers.
Save the Vandal, run with it, but they're getting mowed down. Lexi actually picks up a kill with it. 2v2, who would have guessed? And Lexi finds a third with a paint shell. This is looking very, very doable right now. This is an eco win, possibly. Scary could bring it back. Gets tagged up with a classic. And that's going to be Faker to close out the round with the right clicks. And they've upset this round, this topsy-turvy round. But do they have time? Yes, they do. 1.88 seconds. And SMG have brought it back with a thrifty.
No, they only... Classic in the hands of SMG.
Oh.
Who does that? How are you able to translate 5 free weapons, free handguns into a round win up against Poo One Tap, who was equipped with a Vandal? That is X10 not knowing that they just had to hold the site and allow them to come in from the A main because they got the range, they got the weaponry, but they still chose to challenge 5 versus 1 in so many bouts in that round.
Well, opening kill now for Foul as X10 is looking rocked. As they fall back and relinquish B main control now. Rotation here coming in. X10 looking to work on A instead, but they still have a Killjoy and a Raze to deal with. Stands between them and the site. Like they're making a little bit of noise and a little bit of hesitation from Scary. Does not want to lead the charge for the meantime. Just waiting around for a couple of seconds as the Vandal switches hands to the only person who is above 20 HP on the side of X10, and that's Scary. He's come huge before, but might be a little bit of too tall a task for him this time.
He bought a Vandal. That's a hero Vandal for you.
Oh, okay.
But the hero will not be the victor in this round. And SMG, they really are setting the pace already for this one. I think why they wanted to do for that is they can always just go for Poo One Tap with one of the orbs, and then he's going to have his ultimate. That's going to be scary if you think about it. But
they had enough to buy anyway, full rifle this round, so they're happy to invest it, I guess. Not too bad of a decision, honestly.
It's going to be fine. Starting the round here already, Elu. And yeah, I think they just want to get a little bit of control there. Oh my god, Lexi just gets charged out. Let's see if he's going to able to use this showstopper to even more proficiency. Egoist has been flushed out, and it seems like X10, they're just charging on the B side, and it's working for them.
I like the dash up, the updraft right there by Poo One Tap just to get away from the showstopper. Actually saves his life, and Poo One Tap playing close in this angle. Looking to just get one and maybe get taken down here. It's a 5v5 retake. Not going to be the easiest of scenarios for the retake at all. B side being a difficult side to retake. Especially, but Poo One Tap makes the close angle work, getting 2 kills. All right, he's in business, but so is Egoist with 3. And that's going to be a 2v1 here. Fox, the only person left standing, has a recon, whiffs the spray. Lexi closes it out, and yet again, SMG salvage another round.
3 on market, they got obliterated, but Egoist from the spawn, from defender spawn, was able to pick it back out. I couldn't see his POV there, but he was able to just line it up. You can see here on the top right, your kills. Yeah, there you go. He's got so many of them. He even pushed out on Switch, and he got so many shutdowns from X10. The smooth criminal that he is, down to 2 HP, but still picking it back out for SMG. That could have been worse for them, because Poo One Tap was slowly heating up.
Well, Egoist might be a smooth criminal, but this is looking bad for X10 as they are at another eco. Look at that, 2 sheriffs, a couple of SMGs in Classic. Poo One Tap does have the ulti, so he's been known to make magic happen before, and I wouldn't count them out of this round. X10 have pulled rabbits out of hats in previous games, so I wouldn't count them out on this. But SMG's defense has just been looking unbreakable in the past couple games.
Well, if it's Pooh that we're talking about, he's able to also get out of a magic portal to meet the
Christopher
Williams?
Robbins.
No, Christopher Robin Williams. Sorry,
Robin Williams. Really, Asurai? Robin Williams.
No, hey, he's an awesome actor.
He
right?
is,
and I
but
loved
he's
him in
not
Jumanji.
Christopher Williams. Now
I know,
I've gotten it,
I made a
man.
mistake.
Now I've gotten it, but they're going to be all right. Let's wake up here. Going to B site with only pistols and some other honestly weak buys. Trying to secure backside. They know Zesbu's here though, but in the battle of the Jets, Poo One Tap does prevail, and it's going to be another site here for X10.
Now this actually could be a workable round for X10, as they do have the lockdown and the crossfire, as well as a Vandal in, honestly, a really strong team. They have full HP, and Zesbu being knocked out. Okay, there you go. Simultaneous use. And who activates the ultimate first? That is going to be X10 charging right out, but the damage be done. And look at that, surgical, clinical, and basically pristine retake. I honestly thought it would be harder for SMG, but they just charged right in, guns ablazing, and it worked out quite cleanly for them.
Holy moly, that was sexy. The retake was just, like you said, pristine. Just every angle being checked and not missing a beat. The pacing was on point. You know, the trades were on point. Just knowing where to check, what next. Surgical textbook, the best way to describe it. And it could not have went any better for SMG, building even more back and allowing Zesbu. Oh no, he's got the op. He has the op. This is going to be more and more dangerous for X10. How are they going to handle it?
Well, you know what the op stands for? On point. Zesbu, you know that he's able to translate these aggressive early round peek outs into kills. And if anybody tries to challenge him, if they're not prepared, he will just sweep the rug from under you. He's going to go for a double peek into mid, as you can see, joined by Fall as well. And that's going to be really strong, because I believe the operator gets the boost as well from the stim beacon. You get a faster reload, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so if you miss a couple of shots, you can just repoint. Ooh. And of course, there's the support of another gun if someone charges you right in. If they're eager enough to try to chase you down, Fall is there for the crossfire. Gotta be careful though. Poo One Tap on the Vandal. He's charging right out onto mid. It's gotta be careful as well. That smoke will cover a little bit, but Lexi, you've seen him do it before. Can he do it again? A charge out and the Fall crossfire. Beautiful. But Poo One Tap picks it out with the kill into the mid. Zesbu.
Oh man. Just so clean, knowing when to play off of each other here. And they're even committing the ultimate right there. It knocks up Egoist. Cruz, the only man left standing here, and he just gets destroyed by Zesbu. The timing of that, they peeked out perfectly out of B main, out of short, out of mid. The way that SMG is controlling this mid site, and like you said at the beginning of this cast, Asurai, it's such a focal map point. It's such a crucial piece of map that they have to have in their possession, and SMG is just denying that from X10.
I'm really liking the setup, putting the alarm bot on short so that Lexi can have his rain once again coming out from Cubby. It's really, really strong, really powerful, but they're not going to do it every single round because, you know, X10, even if they are starting to lose these rounds, they're a team that always adapts. And SMG, knowing this, changes their setup every single round. Now, you can't see that X10 have, again, gotten that mid control, but nobody is there to kind of greet them. Oh, I do like the rotation from Zesbu. His timing is perfect because if he gets peeked out, he can always just flash or dash away. Lexi, he really has to hit these shots, but Sushi Boy gets the one up on him. Egoist, it's all up to him. But where the hell does Fall get these kills, though? Here we go.
But Egoist is right there to hold the line. To hold the line he does here. Foxy and gets spotted out. Gonna be finished off with a pistol of Zesbu. The response of SMG is too good. And the favorites to win this entire thing, X10, are looking stumped, they're looking lost, they're looking confused as to how to beat this SMG defense.
Seems like X10, they're not multiplying these rounds into win, they're dividing them into losses. As 1-6, that's starting to become a really hefty lead for SMG. There's going to be a peek out here once again onto short. Who's going to say hello to each other? Ooh, both Jets are about to face Zesbu. He's just waiting at the precipice as Fall pushes right in. I really do like this aggression. And the sentry doesn't spot him out. But if he can hit the shot, no, it's not going to happen. And with the Spectre, do like the control. And Fall just reaching too deep into the honey jar.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be punished for that here. Hunter's Fury going to come out just to get a little bit of information, but nothing doing on the back of that here. Real quick question, Asurai. What's 6 divided by 1?
Is it still 6? Or is that... No, it's undefined, right? If it's
I'm gonna let you think about that for a minute, but it's going to be going on to the A side right here, as they do manage to secure it very neatly, and this is looking quite promising for X10. Having said that, though, Poo one tap getting that trade kill onto Egoist, and Zesbu looking to make things expensive yet again. Catching Poo one tap out of position in a strange spot. Finding that kill, leaving us in a 2v1. Lexi's come up big before. Can he repeat the same success again? Good paint shell, but it goes off to the wrong spot. And they're going to be... He's going to be faking for now. No one's really peeking just yet. Not biting the bait. And I don't think Lexi has this, but he's made magic before. They have to double peeking. They swing wide, and they almost get the adjustment. Lexi tries for it. But Sushi Boys closes out that round 6-2. SMG prevail. Sorry, X10 prevail.
I was so close for SMG. I really do like how X10 just hold themselves off, and SMG being too over-eager to get that map control, even when they're on the defending side, kind of hurt their case. They knew that X10 would be on weaker weapons, and I mean... Fall just lost a battle at long range with a Vandal against Poo, who only had a Spectre. He shouldn't have lost that, but his position really didn't allow him to get out of harm's way. So it really was a 4 versus 5, and not having a smoker for you to play retake when on A, when you can smoke A main, right? It makes everything 10 times difficult. And I mean, it's just too much for SMG to handle, at least for that one round.
All right, well... Agree, because X10, they finally managed to pick up something, and it's definitely not too late, all right? It's definitely not, but SMG, they are making it happen. Pick after pick, they always start the round with the lead. They seem to have just figured out how X10 plays, and honestly, this revenge arc from SMG, man, they are showing that they will not lose the second time around against these boys on X10 side. Foul, looking to get close and personal, maybe sneaky, but Ego is going down. Foul does find Poo one tap, and the Jets are out of the equation. Lexi as well will be get tagged through the wall. Molly to slow them down here, but they've done the damage. There's only 2 players left standing on the side of X10.
They still have 20 seconds. Are they going to charge out or try to save these weapons? Scary is going to be the one to plant, as Sushi Boy will be defending. They don't really have the utility. He doesn't have his from the shadows to rotate around, and he's going to get wallbanged or even hit from the skies with an orbital. And coming from top is going to be Odin, showing his wrath, and Zespew follows right up. That's going to be the round win. They do get the plant down, so that's going to be some money for X10. But since they did win the previous round and lose this one, their economy gets reset once again.
The all-seeing eye of Odin getting 1 kill, but he gets taken down in vengeance by the last remaining member of the X10 side, though. They do find a trade kill, and it's another round here, decisively won by SMG. 3 rounds left in the half, and yet again, X10 constantly being battered and broken by the defensive side of SMG. They can't scrape together 2 rounds. They can't win. They can't build an economy or find rifles in their hands because SMG keep taking them away.
If any of our viewers has watched the NA match between, actually any match that 100 Thieves have played, except for the one against Immortals, I think it was Genji and Sentinels when they went on Ascent. This is kind of how they played in a certain sense, where they only had 1 duelist with a raise, I believe, but this is similar. You can really see the weakness of X10. They have so much utility. They can flush out the corners and whatnot, but SMG, all they got to do is play a bit farther back, because they know Lexi and Zespew can always be reliable in going for the retakes, and even then, it just makes it difficult for Poo one tap to hold the post-plant scenario. But another scenario here for SMG is that they just charge out at the very start of the round and get the kills. But let's see what happens here now that there is going to be that lockdown setup on B.
I'm going to say it straight up right now. Zespew is probably the best player in SEA. Like, he's I think so, the best player in SEA. And the Odin's is gonna do its work right here, and oh, the combination's brutal. He gets tagged on top.
30 seconds left.
Right on top of the Nano Swarm. Looking for a gun, Poo one tap, can't find it, eventually does here, but the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere. Still prevailing with that duel. Sushi Boy gets that kill on the Zespew. Only had the knives out. Sushi Boy looking for more, and he doesn't get it. What he does get is a showstopper to the face. 14 seconds left, and it's only Poo one tap with an Odin, and the spike nowhere to be seen right now. He finds a kill, but it's just too late.
Maybe he can just make this magic work out in the end. It isn't. They can save both Operator and Odin, I think? Oh no, Egoist is just a bit too far. It's not too expensive though from an upgrade to a rifle. And I think he got tagged by a bullet there or something. No, he just he just jumped. And he lost all feelings on his legs from the looks of it. But that setup really is pretty filthy. And like I said, guys, when you're on Ascent and you go to B, every wall is bangable if you have a high enough wall penetration.
I mean, technically anything is penetrable if you have a high enough penetration.
Bangable is the word I use. But yeah, I
wall
guess
bangable.
Wall bangable, sorry.
Yeah.
To be more specific. Just so that nobody gets confused about what we're talking about.
Ain't nothing wrong about that. We're a wholesome show here. Asurai, all right.
Exactly.
But, you know, what they do want to hit, A site, it looks like that they're going towards it. In the meantime, as it's like a little bit of a split here. 3 men A main and 2 towards short. They have to break through. 1 lurking in the smoke, and they do get the kill. Egoist holding strong underneath it. He gets another one, not even getting checked in that corner. Will be forced off the angle, but the backup so good. The flash, amazing from Cruz to cover his teammate on that angle, and yet again they deny X10.
You know, some of the things that really, really good Killjoy players do is that they play inside their Nano Swarm. Because you think that they won't really push that angle or play on it, But since you do take reduced damage, because it's an ally ability, you can stay there for a few more seconds than an opponent. And you saw him kind of playing around it, and Cruz didn't really know where Egoist was, thinking that he might have positioned himself on Helm. And I really do like that positioning from this Sentinel player from SMG. Now we're gonna look to end the first half at 10-2.
Yeah. And you know what I just noticed? That flash from Cruz actually flashed his teammate.
Where did he flash it on?
Oh, he was blind himself, I think. And Egoist got the kill because the flash came from X10's side. It was a miss flash. That could... Oh, man. That's got to be signs of tilting, dude. I think this is the point where you got to be calling timeouts when you're missing utility and flashing your teammates. Maybe it's the panic. Maybe this is the nerves. Because X10 are historically one of the best teams in SEA in terms of using utility, knowing the timings of that. But when that starts to go out the window, I don't know, man. It starts to get shaky for this squad.
Again, another quick take onto the A side. You can already see there was a very quick take on Zesby onto Heaven, but he doesn't push through the smoke here, and everybody lines up with the daze. They do it, and SMG is getting the frags that they need, but maybe biting off a bit more than they can chew. That was a bit too hopeful for them. The detain is not going to work out, but Fall is the last man standing here. He has to go in and stop this, and he gets spotted out. He's got to go back, but that smoke... It did not cover him in the end, and there was already one flanking from behind. And that was such a beautiful push from X10. I thought it could have actually gone to the wayside, but they made so much happen from that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, well, that was a good play from X10, but yet again, you know, the rounds that they're winning are the rounds where they have those big ultimates. You know, never have we really seen them succeed in outwitting SMG's defense. Never really have we seen them, win a round against SMG on a default or on a proper split, or, it just happens to be those rounds where they have those big weapons in their arsenal that they can outgun SMG because of a massive advantage. But they can't seem to find that success on the attacking side. Now, what's the response here for X10? They're on defense now. They're going to start it off strong by controlling B main, sure, but there's not going to be anyone on the other side of that. They're going towards mid.
I really do like the nuance of using your turret just to get a nice little peek out onto mid. It's not a Sova drone, but it's good enough in close quarters. Cruz, though, does get a nice little big flank, and it seems like the rest of X10 are kind of pincered right in, but they go for the quick rotates. They gotta be careful because Poo One Tap does have a ghost. It's very good at this range, and they were able to circumvent that. I really do like this. They don't force onto the B and immediately go for A. Sushi Boys is gonna be here. He's gonna be fatal with the classic if he can just play around these corners, and he does! Fallen Zesbu to remain, but Zesbu is way out into the open. He's lurking for his teammate, leaving Fall to left to his own devices, and this will put Zesbu in a 4 versus 1 situation.
This is what X10... No! I was just about to say this is what they needed to get back into this game, but Zesbu yet again making mincemeat out of 2 members of X10. There's still 2 standing in his way, but he's been deadly thus far. And speaking a little bit of a dash, crossfire right now. He finds another one. He must have heard where the last one is, and this 1v4 might just be doable for the Super Jet main from SG here. Hearing the footsteps, but Poo One Tap will prove that he's still superior for now. And oh my god, for a second, Zesbu, you just thought that he could have done it.
Sports players call it the zone, and Zesbu is reaching critical mass. Oh my god, he is almost carrying SMG in some of these rounds by himself. Gotta look at the replay here real quick. Sushi Boy definitely did a fantastic job at just stopping all form of sight control there. Oh, thank goodness we have the POV. I just want to see how that happened. He just sprayed and prayed with good control. What was that? That third kill was fantastic, and he almost even got Poo One Tap. If he had more HP, I think he could have clutched it.
I do think so, because it was just one body shot that he got. Had a little bit more HP, definitely would have won that in the end. But I do want to say X10, That was the round they needed. They definitely outsmarted SMG in that one. They had an aggressive setup towards B. They actually collapsed onto the B players. They left only one player towards A, and that was Sushi Boys, who handled things like Sushi Boy normally handles things. And oh, the shot through the smoke. Actually getting Zesbu down low here. Onto site, still finds a kill with a frenzy. That should never happen. The Sentinel getting taken out without a fight here. Scary with a wall bang and the long range shot. Able to get a couple of kills. And X10, they close it out cleanly. But the magic Asurai of Zesbu, even on eco rounds, shining through.
That's kind of the big worry that I do have. When you try to go for A and you force B as a fake, when you don't have your smoker with you, I believe Fall wasn't there to go for the push as well. You don't have the utility to block out the defenders coming in from these corners. Nice little shot from JD Faker, but just to finish off, maybe short would have been the better option, but I do like the rotation there from SMG. It was just a pistol round for them, so no harm, no foul. But like you said, Zesbu just really fatal to X10 at this point.
Yeah, a really good kill to start off that round, but in the end, X10 are doing pretty well themselves. There still is a Marshall on Scary. And it is the bonus round. They will be able to buy up after this regardless, except for maybe Cruz, who is sitting at only 700. He's sub 1,000 right now, but if they win this, it's a big deal. They can... I'd say that the comeback is mountable. It's possible if they do manage to win this bonus here, but still... It's still going to be a difficult ask right now as SMG, they're playing much further back than they initially were, waiting for the aggression on X10, knowing that X10 is on a lesser buy. So they might want to go for an aggressive push, but X10 not obliging them at all. They're playing quite far back as well.
Look at that. I'd say Sova Drone and the Boombot use in tandem on both mains to get some information if somebody was pushed in or if somebody is going to be close quarter. But the retaliation for X10 is a utility of their own. They're going to spot out a lot of the members here. Thankfully, no Ares, so no ball banks will be had, and the JD Faker is safe on B main. They gotta know. They are hearing it. The words, the zooms of the KJ utility. That Recon Dart is going to start things off. They spot out one, but on elbow, on logs, it's going to be where Box is situated, and this crossfire could prove strong for X10.
He buys a little bit of a time with the turret, but not enough to keep him alive. Sushi Boy melting down two players. Fall has something to say about it. He gets one. Taking down the other turret in response, though, but there's still two players still left standing on SMG, and they're going to be double peeking on this corner, leaving Fall all alone. Has the spike, though, and 81 HP and a Vandal, but Scary just finishes him off with the Marshall, and they get upgrades. And like I said, the bonus round win, it's a big deal for X10.
I mean, they charged right out. They heard the utilities. I like how they recon darted and turreted and everything, but not breaking the nanoswarm there is... It's basically suicidal, because, like, you're going to go in to... The floor is lava. And there, aside from that lava, there's like turrets, which is your opponent, shooting right at you. There's no way you're going to be able to go through that tiny little entrance and be able to take the site. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, I agree. They were locked in out of that B site. They didn't really have much. They were stuck behind the smoke for quite a while here. But X10, they managed to pull it through. They were able to just shut down any member of SMG looking to make some progress. And this is the beauty about getting aggressive map control. They get kills off angle here. JD Faker making a little bit of noise because for now it's Fall. Weird position. Nope. Cruz will shut him down instead and going to leave us in a 3v5. So X10 with a 2-man advantage here, they should be able to close out this round unless something crazy happens.
Maybe this is the reason why X10 wanted to go for a second-half defender. They didn't want to show their hand just yet to SMG, the B-Hawks, but it was just by himself. And of course, they line up one after the other. And X10, they're slowly but surely building up the rounds. And they're not giving that sweet victory just yet to SMG. They got to work for it, or they got to lose it. And we go to our final map in the next game. But for now, 7-9.
We might be able to go into that last last map, and I'm certainly hoping that we do. But you know who doesn't want to go to that last map here? SMG. They called a tactical timeout because they've read that X10, starting to read them, starting to figure out how they're playing. And with this operator on the hands of Poo One Tap, they're going to have to think a little bit harder. How are they going to play around this? But having said this, remember, Poo One Tap on the operator previously in the maps before this, not that effective. So he might elect to actually swap out of it, but he's gonna hold on to it for now.
Yeah, let's get it. It's he's not gonna be in the worst of cases here as long as he doesn't die. His teammates can really pick things up with the utility that they have. Where can they push that's really going to be easy for SMG? But to be fair, X10, they've shown a lot of mid control. Granted, SMG has always challenged that. But SMG, now on the second half as the attackers, we haven't really seen them go for that mid control yet. At the later stages of each round, yes. But that's when we already lose people like Zesbu or Lexi that are so crucial for these close quarter combats. Now, finally, they're with weapons. They're going to try to make something happen here. And I really do like this. They're also going to use the Boombot. And looky, there is going to be Lexi, who was able to sneak his way, but not sneak enough for long because that Silver Drone going to spot him out. Should be careful there. Immediately backs away. Does have his teammate. Zesbu is piling up here for a short. They got to be careful because X10 knows what's up.
Playing close. They still don't want to cross. I know it's very likely that somebody might go down if they do. That's why they're going to smoke it for real with an actual smoke here. Zesbu getting close, and he wins that duel. And the entries are perfect for SMG right now. They dismantle the crossfire. They dismantle the entirety of the defense of X10 here, leaving only Foxy left standing here. He has a Vandal, however, but he's already getting pinched upon now. What can he do? This round is pretty much done and dusted here, but if he can make this at all expensive, he finds first, tries to go for the adjustment onto the second because of that alarm bot. Actually could have found the head of Egoist right behind it. It's not going to get the kill in the end, and SMG lead by 3.
Alarm bot blocks bullets, right? If you don't destroy it, it should keep the head of Egoist safe. Look at that peek. That should not have been a kill for Zesbu, but like you said, man, it was such a clean take, and the ability of SMG to just overwhelm a site when you least expect it, it works out in the end. And leaving Sushi Boy left to defend, even though he has a nice little setup and all, it made it so difficult. Now, that alarm bot and what was it? Nanoswarm? He probably would have wanted that it a little bit closer to the corner coming outside of door, because that would definitely have pushed out Zesbu in a really weird angle. But now it's on the next round, and Poo One Tap with an operator. He says enough. You can't get mid control without challenging me first.
But he is going to get challenged himself. Oh, the showstopper whiffs! It hits the top of the wall, and Lexi pays the price. An uncharacteristic miss off the duelist of SMG.
That's a slap to the face. Losing both of the duelists, both of those who can pierce the sight, is a step in the wrong direction for SMG, as Poo One Tap is definitely feeling himself now. Sushi Boys to get the kill, the other end of the map here. And there's only left, or what's only left is JD Faker and Egoist. Both do have some utility to work, but when a 5 versus 2, all they can really do is maybe get for these exit frags and save these weapons going into the next round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're definitely just going to sit and wait here. And this is a good round for X10. They've won this cleanly. They've played this smart. The re-aggression towards mid, the double up on A, they're finding the groove against SMG's offense. And like we said, SMG, not exactly the best attacking team in the world. So we expected this this far, but X10 still have 2 more rounds to go if they want to bring us to level game, and SMG are only 3 points away from actually winning this round. So the margin of error, the margin for error rather, for X10 is actually very, very small at this point.
Really is. But they are slowly creeping back out. That's the good thing about it. Like 2 more rounds and they basically stabilized up against SMG. SMG, I don't think there was a smoke to actually control the mid. That's why we saw, I believe, Poo One Tap just get it for free there.
It was a weird smoke. It was like a jet smoke, you know? It was like a cloud burst.
Yeah.
And then he pushed on top of the cloud burst, which is like really weird because there's no one watching his back. Foxy was holding out an arrow, and then he just got picked off.
That's not something that you want to happen for sure. Fall will just fall back. We'll be holding some form of angle here. And Sova Drone will be used on B main. That's going to give them some information that's still on the B side. Will be where Sushi Boy has netted his utilities. In terms of the ultimate, there's a lot for X10 to use, not a lot for SMG, but they still do have Orbital and Hunter's Fury. It's very, very strong.
Whoa.
But in the face of Scary with those lineups, what can you really do?
That's a big scalp to find. The scalp to find. Zesbu dropping without even seeing anyone right now. And the jump peak... Oh my god, I thought Lexi was gonna whiff that. He almost punished Scary. He definitely punishes Scary right there, but 30 HP, he comes out with almost nothing, hanging on for dear life.
They still do have some mid control. And I do like that they're gonna be able to push onto the B site. They don't have any information if somebody is placing themselves on spawn. That's why they're going to use the recon dart for the moment. But yeah, that lockdown, that's just a defensive lockdown. So they have to deal with Fox and Sushi Boys at the back of the site. And that lockdown is still coming in. Orbital Strike will be used, but 15 seconds, there's not a lot of time. And they have to flush out where Sushi Boy is. Perfect waterfall tactic from SMG. And now from a bad situation to a good one. Actually, never mind. It went to a worse one because there's going to be a Rolling Thunder. And basically the sun is rushing down from Cruz.
Cruz? He finds 2 big kills. Now it's Poo One Tap just with an off, and he gets the kill. X10 hang on yet again. They're clinching these rounds, clawing, fighting tooth and nail. And they've brought us to a 1-round difference. X10, where is this coming from?
They're digging deep, man. And they found themselves the courage, the perseverance, as well as the clairvoyance to keep themselves cool, calm, and collected in this best of 5. I really do like that they were able to overwhelm Sushi Boys there, but Cruz, he had his ultimate, and there was nothing that you can really do. I mean, an Odin is good, but it's not a one-hit headshot. It's not like a Vandal. And in that scenario where you get peeked out by somebody who has full HP and an operator, and he couldn't reposition. So there's nothing really that he could do there unless he got like the pre-fire and won the round against Poo One Tap. But the success rate on that, man, is definitely low.
Yeah, and it's forced SMG onto another save round. Claiming the spike here, and fortunately for them, there is no Odin on the other side of that wall for the meantime. They'll just be taking that that orb, and this time repositioning towards A. The Aldrone will spot them out for now, but even if they do go A, they do still have a Killjoy to contend with here.
I think that what they want to do is get control on both orbs, because there was 4 ult charges for Zesbu, but once he gets those 2 orbs, that's going to be, yep, there it is.
Yep.
It's going to be his Blade Storm. So they basically use more than a minute to clarify that. But like you said, if they try to force the A site, they're going to go through a lot of this utility. But if they can also block out Scary, and you can see Zesbu taking the kill on Sushi Boy, it's going to be huge, because that would mean A site is going to be a free objective for SMG here.
Oh, and
never
Sushi
mind.
Boys lines up too, unable to get any more, but the backup is here, ready and waiting. JD Faker's able to get 1, but he's 30 HP. His location is known, and the Odin is coming his way. I don't know what he can do about this. Nothing at all. Poo One Tap closes it out. He finishes off stylishly with a frenzy, and Asurai, we're leveled 10 to 10.
He just knows. Sushi Boy just knows the angle to peek out that hits the most on the entrance of that A main. And even though there's smokes, if you're a good enough player like Sushi Boys right there. Oh, actually, he saw them before the smoke was situated. So he could have put out his lineup and spray controlled. And he got 2. That was so good. That could have actually gone worse if Sushi Boy didn't get those kills, but he did. And like he said, we're 10 for 10. And X10, they've clawed, they grinded, they gnashed their way here, but they're still here right now. And SMG are left scratching their heads. What the hell are we supposed to do?
Yeah, they can't exactly break through everything that they're throwing X10's way. X10 has a response, whether it's on the retake, whether it's on the early round. They have just figured out X10, and if they want to get through this defense, they'll have to do something a little bit special. But they've tried this before. It's an A hit, and you know they don't really have much behind it. They don't have a big ultimate like the Rolling Thunder. They do have the lockdown, but it's quite easy to avoid, especially with the Hunter's Fury on top of it right now. But Scary, he opens things up. He does the 2 kills from him. And the crossfire is so good. Pooh one tap getting that kill right there. But Faker trades it out, leaving us in a 2v3. The spike's still not planted just yet. They're holding off. They're waiting for the right time to begin the retake. They know they have a man advantage, and so they'll be waiting for the perfect time to begin it.
If Fall just drops right out here, he could be in a really bad spot, and he got spotted as well by the recon dart. There's not much that he can do, and they left it into the hands of JD Faker. He's got a hole big, but he does not. Gets cleared out by Cruz right then and there. And it seems like the big problems for SMG is how do they flush out Sushi Boy on Hell. There's no utility that they can do. It's all about the contact play, but X10 thrive in making you work to push into the site with their own utility.
Hey, Asurai, I smell a map 5, do you? It's wafting in the air. It's so close. 2 rounds away, and we get to go to map number 5. I could not be more excited. I'm getting ahead of myself, I know. The SMG could still win this, but at the rate this is going, SMG have won like 3 rounds this whole half, 4? I can't give you exact quantity, but it's not very nice. It's not a good picture.
It's not a good picture, yeah. I mean, we're seeing SMG
Oh my god, that's the second time he's done that. Through the wall. Oh, and they're just finding pick after pick, Asurai. Who one tap, and Scary just manages to find Zesby through smokes, through walls at the very beginning of the round, and the star player can't do anything at all.
It's going to be all about how well SMG are just able to go around this pressure. Oh my goodness. Lexi, can he actually whip out his showstopper in time? And so that's got to be a no. JD Faker, he has the spike. There's a chance here. If he can get the kill, I don't think he gets spotted.
He does.
This is perfect. Did he?
Yeah.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, he did.
He's creeping up.
That's why he's playing backside. It must be.
He's going to drop. That's going to at least confirm it for his counterpart. But he has 40 seconds.
Oh, that's the drop right now. He knows. Odin to the face. Yeah, that's going to seal the round here. And Fox and the rest of his team, X10, they're 1 round away from taking us to game number 5. Asurai, I smell it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Phil Collins had something to say about that. And Scary, definitely. Whoa, just at the beginning of every round, man. He just senses them.
SMG, they started this series very, very strong, but it seems like they're running out of steam. Not really what the fans of SMG would want to see. It's a lot of drawn out rounds. They're starting to lose composure here. They're really brute forcing their way in, and I think this is actually not a bad idea from them as well. But the thing about that though is the individual players, their performances are slowly.
Ooh.
They're slowly diminishing, and how does that just hit?
Yeah, it just Odin things. 73 HP already onto Lexi without even having seen anyone. Just those small things will just throw you off and ruin the rest of your performance in the round. Now he has to play a little bit safer, I think, and you have to admit it tilts you, man. Like no matter how much of a professional these things happen to you. It gets the best of you sometimes, but. Mid is the play here as they try to enter, find a little bit of a nook to sneak into. Who one tap is on the other side of it, looking to hold the angle, the rotation now coming in. X10 has a good sense that it might be towards mid.
gonna be Lexi. He has to win this duel. Oh, he doesn't even do it. That's gonna be such a brutal thing, but it seems like SMG might have found a way to pierce through the site. Still, though, they get lined up by the Rolling Thunder, and here we go. The smorgasbord of dazed opponents of SMG, and their hopes and dreams for this fourth game start to slowly dwindle as Pooh and teammates go in, work the map, 13-10, and we come back, forcing it to game number 5.
Wow, just game number 5 materializing in front of our eyes right there, Asurai. What a clean performance from X10. It got a little bit dicey from the boys at the very beginning, but they managed to reel it in. They managed to pull it back, play a little bit better, a little bit smarter, and they understood that if they can just weather the storm of X10's defense, they would get through it and pass with flying colors, and that exactly they did.
All right, so I believe we're just gonna be heading it on to a break, and then the panel will try to figure out what just happened there. That was such a weird but really exciting game to watch, and here we go, game number 5. Let's go to that break.
Level low.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Wind, show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
Well, this is what we wanted. We wanted it to go down to the wire. We go to map number 5 for the grand final of Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. X10 pull it back. We're all tied up, guys. We've got one map to go, and quite frankly, I've got no idea who's going to win it.
You know, I'm still catching my breath. I'm not even beginning to process what's going to happen next match here. The thing is, it's going to be so close. We have an inkling of what might happen because, you know, as Daks said before, this is a series that favors SMG. The later on it goes, I'm inclined to agree with him. You know, the thing of beauty is SMG on Haven, and I'm looking to see more of that in the last game.
Yeah, but what we just witnessed there on Ascent was just a perfect read by X10. They saw yet again that composition that the tapes have mentioned. We had SMG play Ascent multiple times already in this bracket, and X10, they did their homework and more time and time again. You could see that X10 just really forcing Team SMG to use those utilities since they didn't have any flashes in their composition. Despite that, SMG trying to will their way to victory anyway. The defensive half there from SMG looking really, really solid. You can see Egoist with some great holds. Of course, Lexi, pretty much the tree of Ascent by this point, holding down the line, getting some great pain shields, getting some great showstoppers at all. But in that case, though, it was just SMG running out of steam as soon as we got into the second half. Because X10, they had the same idea. They were going to whip out the operator to play the distance game. The Odin also picking up the pieces of all that shattered combat. And when all was said and done, the clutch factor there from X10 was really the defining factor. Catching out Zespew so early on in some of these rounds was just so big there, especially from Scary. And as X10 was just defending, holding the line, it was just such a pit of destruction every single time SMG was trying to cross onto those sites.
Yeah, X10 making it so difficult for Team SMG to attack those sites, and that's where, as soon as we had that half switch, that's basically when we saw X10 really start to rack up those round wins. 13-10 in the end. No surprise to see Poo One Tap there as the MVP for X10. They win. They absolutely win Ilustrado whenever he is having a big game.
He is having a big game, but I'll be honest with you, it's not even about Poo One Tap. For me, it was about the way they held on. It was the Sushi Boys and the Scary Show. Cruz had a number of great moments as well. Poo One Tap, sure. But honestly, every single time that they needed a defensive hold, a good lockdown, Sushi Boys stepped up to the plate. And so did Scary, making life difficult, making life impossible for Zespew, and I think it was all about shutting down the star player of SMG. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I completely agree. For SMG, it's just two tactics to take to Ascent. One, let the duelists shine and do their job. Or two, fade that post plant and use utilities from afar. And X10, they knew it was coming time and time again. Like I said before, forcing the side of SMG to flush them out using their own kind of utils. So you're not going to be seeing the nanoswarm bombs. You're not going to be seeing those incendiary lineups at all from Team SMG. And X10, they did their homework, they did their job, and they got an A+ grade to force out map number 5.
Yep, and map 5 is exactly what we're going to look at now. Of course, there's only one map left in the pool. It's Haven. That is going to be the decider as to who is going to be crowned winners here for the Southeast Asian region.
Yeah, you know, SMG, they've got to be happy about this. They are so good on Haven. And for me, the reason why is because it unlocks all of their players here. You got Zespew, who is able to just be a star wherever he wants to go. They have Egoist, who can lock down whatever site he chooses. It's just a matter of who's going to pop off and when. These guys have the tools to make Haven be their #1 map. And they're just so fortunate that it's going to be the last one of the series.
They weathered the storm, and like we said at the early parts of this broadcast, it was all about stealing maps away from X10 if they want a chance to win the series. The home stretch is looking pretty clear here for Team SMG, and not only that, in these kind of maps, they finally get the flashes that they need. They keep it simple. They like to play that Llerena and Jet together. Double intel to get all that information. And it's all about hard contacts. This time, it's X10 who has to weather this storm of Team SMG. They know what they want to do. They know how they're going to plan out how to fight back against SMG. But can they handle the speed? Can they do it again like they did a while ago in Ascent?
Well, SMG might be the Cinderella story for the tournament as a whole, but going into Haven, they are clearly the favorites, or at least according to our wonderful panel here. This is it. We're going into the final game of Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. It comes down to map number 5.
The very last one. We're at the home stretch. It's almost over, Asurai. I'm almost sad to see it, but, you know, every good thing must come to an end. Isn't that right, Asurai?
Yeah, definitely. This entire series feels like Haven, as we are going to go for Haven for that last decider game. I can't believe that we've pushed it all the way here. Our predictions, we wanted the 3-2, and we got it. But honestly, I couldn't have thought it would have went or resulted this way. You know? It's just like that.
I agree with you. I think a lot of us predicted it was going to be a close series. But to have it go this way, where people are stealing maps off of each other, with the first game, Icebox, just honestly the most crucial one, I think, of all of the maps, went to SMG. I think buying them that lifeline to get to map number 5, I think it can't be stated enough that we are here because SMG, they weathered the storm, and as to whether X10 can do it, that's still up for grabs.
What's the composition going to be? There it is. And here we go. I don't know if this is maybe the best map to end the entire series. It's really going to stretch defenders thin, whoever starts it off. Because, again, 3 sites. The only map that we have in Valorant that goes on the full 3. And honestly, I think the panel also talked about this, is that SMG, they thrive on this one because the more that you can spread thin the defense, the more they take delight in it, because Zesby and Lexi will just pop right off. Speaking of the both of them, they definitely got neutered when we went to that second half on Ascent. And will they be neutered now? Because SMG, they really need the help of their star player and the supporting role as the supporting cast that they have. Zesby, you got to pick it up, as well as the rest of SMG.
Yeah, but here we go. Game number 5. It is the last one of the day, the last one of the SEA Masters, and it could not be any closer. SMG starting off on the attack, X10 starting on the defensive side, and it's looking like this is going to be a classic here in the SEA region, and who knows who's going to come out on top. Starting strong with a B push here from SMG. Who's going to expect this X10? Will you? Lexi going down rather quickly there as he gets traded out. It's going to be Cruz to finish off that duel. Still hanging on, getting another one from Gong, and that's Foxy to respond, leaving Egoist in a 1v3.
Was that the paranoia of SMG or the paranoia of X10? That dash to come out from Poo One Tap will spot out Egoist here, and if he charges right out, he gotta have those insane flicks, which he does. He holds on as a Sentinel, but gotta be careful because the flank is gonna be true from the Sushi Boys, and the pistol into the hands of X10.
What a way to start things off. X10 on their defensive side, and just getting a decent enough read, but honestly, even better kills. As yet again, the dynamic hold of Cruz, Scary, they're able to keep things locked down. Getting 1 kill, and even though Scary only gets 1, Cruz finds the kills from the back of Gong, making things so much easier for the rest of his team to come in and swoop in for that last kill.
That's so difficult because Lexi was just charging right in and he couldn't get the kill that he needs. It's so crucial as Llerena to get that. And yeah, Poo One Tap just charges right out, and well, his Marshall is going to be the law here. There we go. That was the kill that I was looking for as the Llerena for Lexi. Still though, Sushi Boy is going to prove fatal as the Nano Swarm is keeping him keeping the others from coming outside from Garage, and they just line it up with the help from Cruz. He's still in the back of the side, but backs away as he's down to 10 HP. But this leaves it into the 2 versus 3. Very manageable as Cruz is very, very low.
This is still Lexi on an SMG, mind you. Never underestimate Lexi on an SMG when it comes to Reyna. Does have no more dismisses available, but he does get a good flank in. Low HP on that player. Fox picks it up too. And Lexi, in 1v2 situation, gets tagged up pretty low. He does have no more heals. He wins that duel, 4 kills, looking for the ace, able to get around the corner. And the defuse coming through right now, doesn't have a lot of time, has to swing out now. And that's going to be the round for Foxy. Lexi almost takes it. but just doesn't win that last duel. 4 kills, making it expensive, however, for the side of X10, but they prevail in the end.
Planting on default definitely did not help the case of SMG there, and Foxy just knowing when to go for that half defuse and baiting Lexi in. And of course, at that point, and with those amount of seconds, Lexi had to rush out, or else it wouldn't have not been great for him. That point where JD Faker was by his lonesome definitely hurt this case. Or sorry, I believe that was, anyways, the omen for SMG fall, rather. He was alone in any case. Yeah, 2-0.
Rifles now abound as Poo One Tap looking to get aggressive control towards mid, and X10 showing that they are not afraid to take map control. SMG playing very far back, anticipating some sort of aggression from somewhere. They will be right about this, but as to whether they can sniff it out is the question.
Poo One Tap. There is always this play that Jet players like, is this aggressive push onto mid, and they're just going to hold the cross and underneath on garage while somebody else from the B side will be checking it out. Nice little smoke there to come out from Zespew. Might fake them to try to make something work out, but there is no utility that's spotting this. This could be a really big pinch, and the timing is going to be crucial. Fall has to deal with Poo One Tap here, or else the rest of SMG might be for a rude awakening.
And they are just grouping up towards that A hit. As to whether they will find one on the flank, Poo One Tap will hold on for a minute. Not going to be peeking out just yet. That's the dash in, and Egoist getting the first kill. Cruz looking to trade, but he's get blinded up. Lexi finding 2 yet again. 3v2 retake scenario. But the flank play coming in already. It's been in the brewing, in the making for quite a while. He wins that duel, dashes out 2v2. Sushi Boys, the only man left standing, as he only has a Spectre in his hands. Will get smoked off the angle here, has to push through it if he wants to come up huge. And he's not going to be able to win that one. Going to be denied at the last, and that's going to be one more round here. SMG prevail.
That smoke, honestly, I felt like that was a 50-50. Because if your opponent has a rifle and they're able to spray transfer, that could be very fatal. But I guess they just knew what they had to do. One was looking at the smoke, one was looking to graffiti. And that was a really brutal round for SMG, but they won it in the end, and that's what's important. Now that hold on mid for X10's Poo One Tap, I think he hold it off way too long. But granted, he didn't know where the members of SMG were, or if they were holding and waiting for him to go in that aggressive. So holding his hand until the rest of SMG went to the site was probably the safest option for him. But it definitely lowered the capability of X10 to stop the bleeding into the site, because they really need a heavy hitter like Poo One Tap, because he just translate kills. You saw him deal Lexi so quickly. And speaking of dealing with people, Zespew with a nice little shot.
Oh! Here he is, Cruz with a fadeaway. He's able to hit that from quite a range and able to secure himself a safe position going back now towards A. They've left SMG one man down. What's the call going to be? Looks like they're going to gamble towards A away from C, but that's going to be the wrong call here because SMG's just groping up towards it.
I love how Egoist, as a lurker, is just playing at the back of side. And it works, right? Because if you're going to hold the big flanks, it allows you to just cover both Garden and A main. It works out in the end, but that recon dart, they really have to deal with Foxy, and yes, they do. Where are they going to plant this spike? Oh, that's the best place to plant it. Default, I really don't like, but when you plant it right here, you get it for A long or for C long, and because they don't have a Sage for X10, they can't wall it up and get a blocked out barrier defuse. So this will be left to X10 for that retake, and they still have Cruz, who has every bit of utility that he can use as a breach.
Aftershock coming in here. JD Faker getting one through the smoke. Poo One Tap finds another. Can he find any more? No! He gets him low. 2 HP on Zespew, but somehow Egoist saves his butt. And it's another round here for SMG, leveling the score. And honestly, that was the rifle right there. A set of nice shots, but JD Faker, he wins this duel against Foxy, and Foxy needed to get 1 or 2 if he wanted to salvage that round. He had the rifle in his hands, he had a good position, he just missed the crucial shot.
We saw a lot of rounds innocent where X10 Scary got so many kills through the smoke, and it seems like SMG giving them a bit of taste of their own medicine with that smoke kills coming out from JD Faker. Anyways, 2-2, still not the best of scenarios for SMG, and X10 having Poo one tap on Operator once again. You said it already, man. Haven is such a, well, you know, haven for people with operators, and they make it work just like that.
The op duel coming out here onto A. Might as well have been an A map, and one tap prevails over Zespew. That's a big kill to find. The opper gone, the op gone. A big investment out of the window here. Nobody's going to pick it up. As to whether they're going to capitalize on it, that is the big question, isn't it? Two people geared towards B, but they're going to be going for a C split right now. There is a Killjoy hanging on, so it's not going to be the easiest site to take. And it looks like X10 has a good read on it. They're actually cheating over 4 players just to hold this angle.
This could work. This is a bait that if SMG just rotate back in, they could do so much. But Lexi finally picking things up, and they're pinching in perfectly. This push onto the garage is what they needed to do, but that lineup from Scary is going to be better. And another lineup from Poo one tap. The collateral is just damaging. They get it. What a nice defense from X10.
Poo one tap to seal the deal on the round with a collat. Man, oh man, we have a series on our hands. It's been a series for a while, but it just feels like it's not stopping. The gift that just keeps on giving. SMG versus X10, a rivalry for the ages here in SEA. My God, these players are just on another level, Asurai.
They slowed off. They might have not have been awakened, but X10 are here to play. Every bit of round has to be fought from SMG. Nothing is easy. Nothing is gonna be well simple for them. And Poo one tap, he's on the sewers. He's basically a Ninja Turtle here. And can Zespew play Shredder to his Ninja Turtle? It's gonna work out. Operator for operator. You challenge me, I challenge you.
I feel like they should stop peeking him at the start of the round, but having said that, one tap getting a little bit too greedy. I think over peeking that. Having one would have been enough, especially on Haven. Feeling like he needed to do a little bit of extra work, but that puts his team at a big disadvantage. A 4v4 on Haven, that's a big advantage on the attacking side.
The thing about that, though, is Lexi's already pinned down to like 21. He still hasn't gotten a kill at all, so he won't be able to top off with his Devour. Going to C at this point would probably be bad for SMG. That's why you're seeing more looks towards the B site. Zespew, he really has to make something work out with this operator, but now this is where on attacking side, an operator doesn't really get its worth, because if you're not on those long angles, it's so difficult to hit those shots. Unless you're just a crack of a shot, it's going to not work out in the end. Still, SMG having themselves from the shadows will make something work out, and Zespew off cam. That's what I'm talking about. He just needs to be a crack shot, which he is.
Zespew's just lurking with an op. I'm just going to let that sink in, how ridiculous that is. He lurks mid all alone with an op, and he gets away with it. He finds a kill. This is just some... Honestly, if I were on X10 side, that's just BS, man.
Yeah, BS. Better shot.
Better shot. Thank you. I don't lose my job today. Thank you, Asurai. But
yeah,
Sushi boys able to close the gap right here. Trying to bring them down. The spike is getting diffused for now, but gonna halt as the Killjoy ultimate is close and personal. There's a lot of time left for it. Will he be able to get it? Doesn't look like he has the time, and no, he just gets it. 1 second left. And Scary, man, oh man, Scary is definitely the word for that round.
You won't be able to notice it, but if you're gonna defuse the spike, before the outer ring of the circle pops out and you start defusing it, you should have enough time for it to work out. Oh, that was the last round, that was previous round highlight there, but that was still such a treat to watch. Thanks for that, production. Anyways, that also was a operator for operator battle between Zespew and Poo one tap. Now, looking into the economies real quick before they vanish, it seems like SMG not going to have the weaponry, not going to have the economy to really make something work out. X10 almost losing that round. But they put a cherry on top with Sushi Boy using his lockdown just to make sure that Fall cannot really reposition or anything. Nice little dash in from Zespew, but he finds nobody. Though he does get control of Garage with the rest of the SMG boys.
I bet he's wishing right now that he had another one to get on to C, but nobody in Garage means that at the very least it's quite possible to take this. There is a little bit of crossfire backside here. Scary's able to hold on to it for now. Foul will fall right beside his teammates. And X10 clean things up nice and tidy, like 4 people still standing, still alive, and X10 get to hang on.
Starting to run away with the rounds. It seems like it was neck and neck when we started. It was like 2-2, 2-3, and now it's 2-5.
Yeah.
And it's really slipping away. SMG, they're trying a lot. They're doing a lot if we just kind of look at it. But every single peak that they do, it's not really efficient, I think. It's because they really need to dry peek these angles. And I think Daks already pointed this out, is not having a flasher is really hurting their case, because a lot of these contact plays is where X10 thrive. And exactly just that. Contact plays, Poo one tap, he has the reaction speed of a supercomputer as he just demolishes Zespew and teammate.
That's, I think, 3 rounds in a row that Poo one tap has won over Zespew in the Battle of Oppers. Now Cruz, though, looking to make up for it. Oh, he missed the shot. Had a great chance to bring it back here. But X10... Oh, okay. Shock dart kill from a really awkward angle. Just coming out of nowhere. And Poo one tap, man, he's just not missing. He's just not missing today, is he?
Again, reaction speed of a supercomputer. His computational speed
Asurai,
is unmatched.
Supercomputer. Get it? Poo one tap. All right.
Yeah, I got you.
Cool. Finger guns. Finger guns.
But JD Faker, does he got it, though? That's the question here. That's the better question here, man.
I don't think he spotted him, did he?
He did not. I don't think he did. Like, because look at where Scary is looking at. He's still checking eyes on a main, although his spider senses might be tingling. JD Faker is about to peek out, but oh no. Oh no.
Looking at the wrong angle at the wrong time. 6-10, and X10. We kind of expected this. This is everybody who's watching. We all know that SMG struggles on offense. It's just, it is what it is. We hope that they'll pick it up on defense, but what's absolutely crucial here is that they gain enough rounds to survive the storm so that it doesn't end in like a 10-2 or, you know, even worse, an 11-1. I think a 9-3 would be doable for SMG. They'd eat an 8-4, sure. But they definitely need to step it up a tiny bit, because yet again, they are on eco, and X10 is on the brink of getting their 7th round.
Something that I think SMG have really kind of fallen short on is pushing with their utilities. They've only always just used the recon dart or the Sova drone for information, but they don't really work with that information as much. Now they're just gonna line it up, wait for the smokes to dissipate, and damage be done, but Fox is just gonna be playing Vanguard at the back on Gong, and it only is left to the hands of Fall. He's already paranoid here. He needs to win this duel out, but it's not going to work in the end. Only a Sheriff in tow. And 7-2. X10 really slowly creeping and building the lead into looking to win this series. That's not good for the SMG fans.
I really like the play. I like the idea. It's so cute, man. They were just all grouped up in that smoke, but they were exposed at the very end like a Scooby-Doo villain getting the mask ripped off. Just the smoke fading at the worst possible time, and then they just got exposed and mowed down. I do like the idea, though.
They were about to explode into the site too, which was kind of nice. But yeah, like I said before, they haven't really pushed with their utilities. It's more of they gather information and they just try to work with the information that they get. But I think they need to push with it. Give the threat that somebody is lurking behind this Sova drone. Somebody is lurking behind this recon dart. Because when they don't, Poo one tap just kind of plays just like this, where he just waits for them to come in and they just get shot by the operator. But now they're making it so that they're kind of being guided by the utility, and then they come out. But still, without these flashes, it's all about that contact play. Both dashes used already. Thankfully, Zesbu did not get shot, but Pooh one tap. He's so threatening now that they know that he's on the A side.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a little bit, I think, wary and cautious of approaching this A side. He's been landing those shots all day long. SMG, he's Lexi. He's able to pick up the first kill, and this is really the first time in a few rounds that we've seen SMG start with the advantage here. Really good thing for them, but Lexi just gives it up, walking into the smoke. A little bit unnecessary there, honestly, but they begin their attack towards A. Trying to press the advantage too much there, Lexi, honestly, but Zesbu gets taken out yet again, and the duelists are out of the picture. Fortunately, they have secured the site, and if there's anyone you need... Oh no, JD Faker, he's gonna go down here. No, he's alive for now. One more. He just gets out of dodge for the meantime, but yeah.
10 seconds left.
Oh, the shock dart. Oh, the shock dart. Oh, the shock dart! It just lands at the worst possible time. JD Faker left scratching his head, drops the spike. And what a round that could have been for SMG. Yet again goes to X10.
That was unfortunate. They did not count the utilities of their opponent. Nobody told him that you have to reposition yourself first because, yeah, they got themselves shock darts still available for Foxy, and he just knows those lineups. Granted, JD Faker was able to cha-cha his way out of the Hunter's Fury, but at the end of the day, there was still more to come. Maybe there wasn't any more smokes on Heaven. That's why he wanted to still plant on default.
Yeah, there wasn't.
But yeah, there wasn't, right? So that's possibly it, why he just still kept doing that. And it really put him in a pinch. And Lexi in another pinch, 5 HP, has to hit a shot. And losing Egoist doesn't make things any better for SMG.
At what point do they call a tactical timeout here? Because SMG clearly have no answers on this offensive side. And sure, we know that they don't exactly thrive on it, but they're going to have to pick up a few more rounds. And oh no, see, that's a thing that should never happen. How does he die to an aftershock in mid where they have majority of the map control?
I have no idea. Nobody told him from his team. Like, I mean, they saw it already.
It's not like you can't hear it. It's a big, loud wub 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 wub.
I mean, as the Soba, you can't hear it.
Oh no!
Right? So your teammates have to make something happen. Yeah. And, speaking of making things happen, it's not going to work out for SMG here as X10. This is the X10 that is feared by everybody. Is feared by SMG. They look so strong at the start, but X10, like you said again, is just so on point. And every single time, no amount of flush outs, no amount of utility that SMG has right now is able to deal with Pooh one tap. They got to put this Pooh on the leash because he's just, everywhere.
Yeah, he's just mauling everyone. 12 and 5. It's a vicious bear, this Pooh guy. He's absolutely wreaking havoc. And what can they do right now? It's looking like a C hit here.
Oh, step in the right direction. Okay, Lexi shutting it down, but Scary playing turret in the back of the site. He will be repositioning, but Cruz lines it up once again with a nice little rolling thunder. Now, will they be able to just go away and at least take a bit of a breath? Because there's like a minute to this clock, and they can rotate if they need to, which they are. But you can see SMG, the way that they're moving around this map, they're very much afraid of a big flank already coming in from X10. They're so slow to what they're doing, but at least a step in the right direction, taking one off and using the time that they have is allowing them to get a bit more map control. But Cruz, if it can hit the shots, that would really deter SMG's rotation here. But they do get spotted out. It's either garage or B, and it seems like SMG go for the garage.
It has to be C. They need to go to C because they took out the Sentinel first. And that just means that A or C ripe for the taking. And they've chosen the right site. They actually had Egoist get a kill. Cruz getting paranoid out. The counter flash is now coming in. Doesn't stop them from taking the site though. And Egoist, he's not done. Okay, he's done. Who one tap just finishes him off quite cleanly. Still has the knives for the very last round. 2v3. Who one tap has been lethal thus far, but not lethal enough to get away from Lexi's crosshair. Foxy finishing him off, 11 HP and a dream to keep X10 ahead. Not playing too aggressively. Double peek as well from Zesbu and his buddy. Foul. It's going to be the key round for SMG that they pick up the very last one. And now we're going to see a switch. And Asurai, I still think there's a chance here for SMG.
If X10 could do it in that previous game, SMG could do the same. But it all starts with this second pistol round. What's going to be the option here? Zesbu is going to go for the greedy play and go for a sheriff. It can work in some scenarios, but is SMG still confident that they can make something like that happen? Seems like no, he's going to purchase himself with a frenzy. That works out in the end, but it's all going to be up to where X10 plays and how SMG go about it. They're going to only play Lexi by his lonesome on the A side. We've seen them do this in the matches yesterday, as Lexi will play by his lonesome. Now, never mind. It's actually going to be a double here. And here we go.
It's no hesitation, no delay. And as I say that, they hesitate and double back, right? They leave one person standing. I thought it was going to be a straight rush, but now they're going to be rotating 2 players into sewer. So the Owl Drone could spot 1 or 2 of them out. Didn't exactly see how many, but they do have information now that there are players lurking close by. Lexi with the duel up close. He wins with a frenzy. Frenzy tries to reposition, is able to get out of dodge here. Egoist backing his teammate up. Now that's who you want behind you in the front lines. There's 2 members here of X10 melting away to SMG, and foul. He's picking up the kills in the back, getting rid of that lurk. And Cruz as well. Oh, the awkward dash away, and he still wins it. Zesbu will close out the round, and SMG pick up the pistol.
That's what they need to bring it back. X10, I mean, that was such a really, really good crossfire play from SMG. Full commitment, total trust in each other. And Lexi and Egoist, their combination on sewer allowed them to just wiggle a round win for SMG. Like you said, Ilu, it's workable, it's doable, and that play, that round was definitely vital for SMG to get the W. Now, questions abound. Is X10 going to go for the buy? The force buy, rather? Looks like no, just a bit of utility, and they're going to charge right in. Fall, though, we'll be playing with the Marshal here in the C-Long area.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to risk too many. They're 5 rounds ahead. Why risk a force buy on Haven? Force buying on Haven, it's just not as good as on other maps, simply because the length of the map and how wide it is. Just the angles that you have to fight are so long, and it only really works if you are able to sneak into those close quarters. And here we go, though. They're grouping up towards A, looking like they're going to explode through short. Not a bad idea here, especially on classics. Get as close range as humanly possible. And they've just made a 4-man firing squad. No one's walking into it, however.
I think SMG knows that if they try to go and sneak or try to lurk in areas where they don't have any information, it's basically suicidal. Zesbu, though, only has a ghost, and he's going to get spotted out, but still his lineup is true. As he takes away 1, this is going to allow X10 to still get the spike to be planted down, which is kind of good. But losing 1 definitely will hurt their post-plant. Honestly, even though with pistols in these short close quarter combats, classics can definitely deal some damage because of that burst fire or that alternate fire that can take you out if 3 of the bullets connect. Zesby is about to drop in. He has his dash as well as his flash, or his updraft, and it's going to be allowing them to just rush right in. But there you go, like I said, still in the end, they're only going to damage and take away at Zesbu. And that's going to be a defuse here. SMG, step in the right direction, but X10, get that plant.
And honestly, that's already a win here for SMG. They are 100% happy to take this. Sorry, X10's definitely happy to take this because they got the plant. That's a plus 300. They lost 1 player at the start, and they actually made it expensive by getting a kill on top of it. So that's definitely a victory for X10 already, more than any team could really ask for at this level for a full equal round. Now, Foul was able to get 1, and he goes down shortly though. But anyway, going back to the main point, this just should bolster the economy much better for X10. Going later into the game. Right now, they can afford everything they want and full utility because of that plant, because of that kill.
Bonus round. Both duelists will be on A. I really do like this. They're going to challenge the close quarter, but X10, knowing that something could be up because of the bonus round for SMG, will be utilizing this Sova drone for the moment. If they charge right into this one, a firing squad could prove adamant, but look at that. Pressure on the A long. Still immediately Poo one-tap. Respects and backs away. they lose the flash, or they lose the dash rather. They still have a couple of utilities to work with, but they have to take a bit of a breather as SMG, they're situated for the A site and the crossfires are already set up.
Yeah, Cruz has to get away from this corner here. That's one of the most dangerous corners to hang out in the game. And as you can see why, already the shock darts being thrown that way. Could have been anything else that could have taken him out of the picture. But for now, he gets out of dodge and just waiting, biding their time. They don't want to hard commit yet, but they're making X10, they're making SMG second guess themselves for now. And a lot of players already rotating away, coming back, kind of. And it's a little bit of a cha-cha going on here between the both of these teams.
Shock Dart will put some damage onto Lexi, but he will not get flushed out from his angle, and he actually lines it up. Beautiful from Lexi. Poo one tap is pushed into the site, but it's not gonna work out in the end for X10. Left into the hands of Sushi Boys, but Lexi finally has awoken. The beast is here.
This is what we're talking about. The defense from SMG, they're so good at reading their opponents, but honestly, Poo one tap with that pretty big whiff onto short, that could have definitely went a lot better for him. In the end, it is a 6-9 scoreline, and if we take a quick look at the kills, everybody contributing on both teams. No one really falling behind too far. But what's surprising is Zesbu is only at 8-12. He has been shut down earlier on, and it wasn't the easiest of starts for him. Maybe he can get back into it though.
He's still doing pretty good.
Yep.
And Cruz challenging a bit too overeager. That might not be the best of scenarios for X10 here because they would sorely miss breach utility. But I mean, with sheriffs in hand, all they would really want to do is CQC combat, the peek out from Sushi Boys, and the take in from that Vandal. Now he becomes a credible threat. Zesbu is tailing him right now onto a link, and Egoist got to back away for the moment. The crossfire is being set up, but that spike is already gonna get planted down. Poo one tap, where is he? He's there into the sidelines, and seems like the damage will be done. Lexi and Egoist down for the count, but SMG get that round 6-9, actually no, 7-9 here.
This is a good sign for X10 though. I mean, that was an eco round. They get 2 kills in a plant. So yet again, they managed to make their eco round successful. They make it so that SMG is forced to rebuy, and at the same time they boost their economy with a couple of kills and obviously the spike plant. Now what are they going to do? Look like it's going to be a straight up C hit, and this is something we haven't really seen from them at the very start, especially because Cruz now has that rolling thunder. It should be a straight up execute onto the site.
Yes, this should do.
Ilu, are you ready to praise the sun?
Oh,
because
yeah.
those flash.
Yeah, I feel it. I see it coming. I'm about to be a sun worshiper. I know it. Oh, but they're giving it up.
Away.
It's the smart play. They know what to do because they know that a rolling thunder is imminent, but fortunately Cruz doesn't actually use it, and they're just going to drop the spike down and fall back.
It's all going to be up to Lexi. If he can get the kills straight up onto Fox Z, that is such a big pinch play, and they lose a bit of, how do I say this, post-plant scenario, because he has the Hunter's Fury as well as his ultimate here. Or sorry, yeah. Hunter's Fury and Shock Dart. Now
like
this is perfect for them.
Oh, here we go. That's the rolling thunder now being deployed because he knows he's being pressured from behind. But SMG, they're cleaning up, leaving Cruz all alone here. What does he have to do? Zesbu just with the daggers. And yet again, SMG find round after round, bringing us to a 1-round differential between the both of these teams. And like you said, Asurai, that kill onto Foxy, crucial.
Definitely was. Because imagine if Lexi got taken down there, they would have rushed out from this site and would have been greeted with flashes, the Rolling Thunder already. They also had Sushi Boy with his own ultimate and a Hunter's Fury if everything goes awry for X10. So SMG definitely needed to make that work. I like how Lexi, he knew that something might be up, and his due diligence to just use one single utility to make sure that he can peek out that corner, the angles to his right safely with his Leer. You know, those slight nuances, those slight miniature movements really kind of separate a great player like him from just plebs like us, right? Anyways, like you said, 8-9, and tactical pause is being called by X10.
I refuse to be called a pleb. I am a super pleb, all right? Just so everybody's clear on this matter. But again, Lexi, that one kill, expending that flash, really, really well done for him. And you can tell that the post plant falls apart with Foxy gone. They were relying on him. And honestly, the whole time, Cruz just had his Rolling Thunder primed and ready to go. The moment that, Lexi gets that kill onto Foxy, everybody started worrying about their back, and they couldn't focus onto the defense onto site. And that allowed SMG to just come in and clean house there, getting another kill for SMG. And it's 8-9 right now, Asurai. This is where it starts looking scary for X10.
I feel like Haven, you spread out the defense, right? But SMG, even though they're spread out, they're still able to translate and get the dominant performance that they want to. He hit the beautiful shot. That was a triple peek out, even without a flasher, and it worked out in the end. They don't have to overcommit. They got the kill already. Damage be done. SMG don't have to over push these angles. But you know who over pushes? It's Cruz. Well, he had to go with the recon or with the Sova drone, but it doesn't work out in the end. And like dominoes, Ilu, one after the other, they fall. And X10, they crumble at the seams. And this is not looking good. It seems like we're going to stabilize to a 9-9.
It's going to be a save round, but I'm telling you, a minute is a long time to save. Only 30 seconds have elapsed, basically, since the start of it. And they're going to have to hang on to these guns very, very tightly. But like I said at the very beginning of the series, SMG, they're just so good at their defensive holds. And it's very telling right now that X10 haven't won a single round on the second half.
I thought they actually won, even just one.
No, it was 9-3, right? It was 9-3 at the start, and X10,
right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, there was a minute. Actually, this is something of a good thing in a sense. If they keep losing, right? At least lose earlier so that you can use this round as some sort of like pseudo tactical pause, I guess. That makes sense. You can use the time to talk, exactly.
Okay, fine. I'll give you that. And they are building, round loss bonus, but it's just tough. And Zesbu, he just gets the timing on these kills, man. He just gets the timing, and there's nothing that you can do about it. It just scratch your head and it's like, well, that's that. That's that. But they need to find a way to flush him out. They need to figure out how Zesbu is playing. But Zesbu is so hard to read. One round he's peeking C aggressively. One round he's on A. And it's been a tale of two operas here, not two cities. The entirety of this game. Now, Pu1tap looking to go up against Zesbu on long. Will get out of the way here, able to smoke himself off and get out of what was a very tricky situation.
I like the force there from X10. I mean, trying to get that control on A long, because what that does is... Did they just activate their ult both at the same time?
Yes, they did.
Oh, he stopped his own.
Yeah.
Wait, no. JD Figure didn't use his ult. I think we just got a
we just swapped
audio cue.
Cameras at the exact same time. Okay, fair. I thought they did.
I thought they...
Because they both had it up.
Yeah, but still, Foxy got a really good start on the kill there, which allows the members of X10 to just push right in to see Pu1tap. You know he's going to challenge this. You know he's going to play Smoke Criminal, and you know he wants to bring it back for SMG.
Well, that's a good ulti, and it finds Sushi Boys. Oh no, that was the planter. That's going to buy so much time for the retake here. And information also garnered by that recon dart here will allow a little bit more of leeway for X10 to get back into the site.
SMG Cruz has the lineups. Oh, praise the sun as you get blinded one after the other. Zesbu left to his own devices, but he spots out the one and and stabilizes rather to the 1v1. He's gonna have this first, but he's got to be careful because Fox is to his corner. He cannot peek, he cannot flick, and he cannot stop X10 from winning this round.
It took 4 people dying and what was basically 8 rounds. I don't know how many rounds in a row they lost, but that many rounds, okay? Basic arithmetic is not my strong suit, but they finally won one, and X10 comes out of it, not smelling like roses by any means, but they get this much closer to getting match point. 10 right now, 10 rounds on the board for them. They are the first team to go into double digits, 3 rounds away from securing the grand final. And oh, that's a big miss right there from Zesbu. A little bit pressured by the Nano Swarm. Now he's given up his position. What can he do?
Oh no, they're gonna line up for this Rolling Thunder. They gotta be careful. It's gotta be up to Lexi, but the daze is too much. And Poo One Tap and friends are just charging right into the site. This is the clinical play that we were waiting for X10, and now here it is. Also, cherry on top, it's going to be the lockdown. Everybody gets pushed out, and that's going to be a free spike planted down. An uphill battle for SMG as we go to a 3 versus 5 on the retake.
Honestly, on A, I just say save it. 3v5, you have an operator. Call it, fall back. It just is not worth it for me. It's a very difficult retake to do. A site, the most difficult site to retake on the map. One of the most difficult sites in the game to retake, actually. So just, at this point, they've already went ahead and just said, okay, yeah, we're getting out of here. We're saving these rounds. Maybe try again next one. But X10 gonna get to 11 in round 21.
X10, I think they've spread out more in the past few rounds. That's why they've lost. And Zesbu, definitely a big factor as well. Just kind of stopping them as soon as they come out. But the adjustment for X10 here is to figure out if their utility at the start could be used well. And by that, I mean they flush out sewers with a Nano Swarm. They flush out short with the peek out from Poo One Tap as they believe some utility from Cruz. And it works because they're gamble to figure out where Zesbu is and to know if they can not make him comfy works out because they spot him A and they just charge right on A and it works. And we'll see if that'll happen here in the next round or will they be a different adjustment. Oh, I like this.
Oh, yeah.
It misses.
So Zesbu has been going for these early picks, and honestly, they're getting quite readable now because the shots aren't connecting. They know where to go. That means he's not on A, and so just X10 happy to do the same thing again. Rinse, repeat. But will they push through with this attack? They don't really have that much, but with that kill onto Lexi, that just signals the go right here for X10 to take the site. 4v5 retake situation. No ultis up on SMG side. No ultis up on either side, actually, but Ego is sneaking through. He finds 2, unable to find the 3rd. But Poo One Tap trades it back right now. It's a 3v3, fall. He gets boxed, though, but it only leaves 1. Zesbu with an op on a retake, picking up a Phantom here. Has 2 scalps to find. Smokes off 1 angle, has to check the corner, and is able to fake out Poo One Tap. Good position to be in, but will he expect it? No! Sushi Boys getting the flank onto Zesbu, and suddenly it's match point here for X10.
Deja vu, but with a different outcome. Zesbu, he did so much in that particular scenario yesterday, but he cannot translate it here. Egoist, if he just looked to his left rather than flicking right, he would have been able to get a 3rd. I'm pretty sure of it. They charge right in, they trade right in, but still SMG are falling short. And X10, they have figured the way. And 3 rounds. SMG need it, but X10 match point already.
What can they do here? Oh, Zesbu sees him, but he gets spotted. He knows that he's around the corner. Has to smoke himself off here, and they're going to be rotating somewhere else. They're like, yeah, we'd rather not take this fight. Be looking to be the name of the game, but will they expect Lexi this close? No, he won't. He dismisses, I think, a tad bit early. He's flashing. He can't get out. And that could have been 2 kills, but it straight up was not. Fall still lurking onto site. The call is to go into garage.
That was unfortunate, but at least they do get the trade-off. And X10, you said it already, call was to go garage, and it seems like their read is true. They're going to be able to plant down this spike and plant it for C-Long, not even for default. So the retakers will have to fight so many angles and just try to find everybody. Do they have any post-plant ultimates for X10? They do not, so that's a step in the right direction for X10 here. But still, the fights will be hard, they will be long, and they will be brutal because Pooh One Tap is here, holding strong. Zesby's waiting. He picks up the Phantom, and now they have to pinch in. Not a lot of time left, and is gonna go in and just take him one by one. But fall has to hook in big. Pooh One Tap. Clock is ticking. 4 bullets in a dream, but Pooh One Tap is on the corner, and that is going to be GG.
Wow, X10 winning 9-13 against SMG. The series could not have been closer. What a best of 5 we just saw, ladies and gentlemen. But in the end, the favored team wins it out. The Cinderella story fairy tale has come to a close. And yet again, X10 take the win against SMG just when you thought that they were going to mount that comeback and steal away the victory. Unfortunate for SMG, but a big congratulations to X10. They played like champions and they hung on till the very end.
They lost the steam, and X10, what they wanted to do is figure out where Zesbu was, and it seems like Zesbu, he missed a few of those really crucial shots. Granted, they were pixel targets, but he really needs to hit those, and he really needs to make that operator work. But at the crucial rounds, it did not work out in the end. Maybe it was better for him to go for the rifle. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But X10 knew what was up, and their rotations, their reads were so good. And at last round, Lexi, if he was just able to reposition and get away from getting refragged, they could have played that 5 versus 4 and maybe mount a comeback. But nothing. He just did not. It just not work out well for him.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, that we are going to be saying goodbye to SMG, and congratulations to X10. And we are going to be saying goodbye to you too, Asurai. Thank you so much. It's been an honor again casting with you, and this has been a great grand final. So, any last words before you go off and go bye-bye?
That was some good ass Valorant, man.
Wiser words could not have been spoken. So again, thanks, Asurai, but we'll leave you in the hands of the panel. And Zenox, what is up, man?
What is up indeed? What a grand final. Welcome back, Daks, as well, to the virtual desk as we sort of dissect and wrap things up here for Valorant Masters Southeast Asia. X10, the initial favorites, finally get the job done in the end, stopping that Cinderella story. Like you said, Ilustrado.
Oh my god, I just could not catch my breath for those last few rounds, and what a way to end it in a 1v1. You thought it was going to go the distance. We thought it might have gone to overtime, had a couple of those kills come in for Zesbu, but it just didn't happen for the superstar.
X10, the way they've done this whole tournament run has been that heavy momentum, and in the end they were able to catch it and clutch it out time and time again. But things did look very dicey when SMG was on the defensive, but X10 just a very, very good start to the half anyway, finding the targets, shutting down SMG and their attacking side. Overall in the series, SMG really lackluster in those attacking rounds in the first place. We were expecting a little bit more impact for them, but unfortunately the scoreline wasn't there. It was all X10 all the way on that first half, and when SMG decided to get the defensive, they were back in P form, getting clutch, getting the pincers, and making the map smaller and smaller versus X10. You could see the opportunities being taken. The clutches were there, the multi-kills were there, but X10, when they finally found their own kind of clutch situation, that's where it really was. They got the takes the way they wanted to. They used the utility to open it up, and in those post-match situations, it felt like SMG, they were relying too much on the clutch, and in 1v1 scenarios, you just have to find the right target at the right time, and it just kept going ding 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 bingo for X10 there to wrap up the series.
Obviously, we're celebrating X10, rightfully so, but I just want to pose the question, Ilustrado. SMG, this entire tournament, all of Valorant Masters, this effort has put them on the map.
Well, you know, they have been kind of on the map previously. They have just been a little bit overshadowed by, I'd say, TMG and their recent amazing performances, because SMG, they have been a good team in the region before. Just, I wouldn't say that they would have been this close to X10 up until this point. Now we can certainly say that, you know, SMG, they're neck to neck with X10. It just came down to the 5th series. They have definitely proved themselves to be worthy of being in the grand final more than anybody else here in this tournament, I'd say.
Yeah, it always felt like for Team SMG, they're having this underdog run because of the conditions of how they got into Masters, not really because of performance per se. They've always been that top team in Singapore, Malaysia region. They've always been one of that big two, big three, I'd reckon, for that region. And they just prove it now that they are worthy of their spot, they're worthy with their play, and they really brought it to the limit. But X10, top of SEA for good reason. They have their own kind of meta, they know their strategies, and they're so secure in what they want to do.
For X10 though, guys, does this solidify them without a shadow of a doubt as the best team in Southeast Asia?
Yeah, 100%. There is no question about it. I think we were all decided on it before. But after these performances, I think X10 is one of those teams that is going to carry the banner of SEA later on into maybe stage 2, maybe into Masters 2 in Iceland, hopefully, because for now what I'm seeing, they can go neck to neck with the good ones here as to whether they can take on teams like from Korea, like Vision Strikers or the likes. That remains to be seen.
I mean, they've carved their own path here in SCA. They've decided to say, we're going to try something out very different from everyone else, and it's working so very well. This X10 squadron, they came in as the best, and they come out still the best after everything is said and done. I gotta reckon, whenever you see the champion for Master Stage 1, they have to be the best team in SCA, and X10, they prove themselves on both the attacking and defensive side. Such a good balance from them to give them this win.
Let's go and celebrate with X10 with an interview from Cruz, who I'm sure is quite ecstatic. First thing I want to say, Cruz, is congratulations more than anything on winning the grand final for Valorant Masters. How much does this mean for not only yourself, but the whole team?
It means a lot, and we're really happy. We didn't expect the finals to be this hard. They were really good, and credits to them. They did a lot of homework on us, and it was a really fun game in the end.
Honestly, what does it feel like right now? What's the atmosphere? What's the vibe in your boot camp right now with everybody? What's going through your mind?
It's super lit right now. Everyone is just so happy because we came back really, really hard from what we experienced in the game. It was a really hard comeback for us, and we were down for like half of the game in Ascent. We felt like it might have been all over, but then we still came back and we did a really good job on Haven. It really made us hyped like crazy.
It was such a good comeback from you guys. And how did it really feel? How did you guys get back your momentum and mojo when especially they took the map picks away for you? Because the way I see it, the map draft really was just in your favor, and it felt like you wanted to seal the deal as early as possible here in the finals.
It felt like it's because they did a lot of homework on us. All the map picks we made were like, it was like their map pick. That's how we felt. So everything was just so hard in every way. Like, we're just happy that at least we got the other maps. We got that a win. That's all. That's all we were thinking.
I think the best victories are the ones where they are the hardest as well, so you can really, really sit back and enjoy it. Any final shout outs to friends, family, fans?
I would like to thank my parents, my family, my brother, and my mom and dad for supporting me in the esports scene, and my teammates, Fox, Pooh, Scary, and Sushi Boy for being such a good teammate, bringing us the win, and to all the fans. You guys did a really good job, and I hope you guys keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cruz. Go and celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
The cheers in the background, the laughs, it's always a good feeling once you get the win, and you can also breathe a sigh of relief, guys.
Yeah, definitely. After that series, they're going to be having to take a load off. I mean, we were casting, we were watching, we were clenched like hella tight for most of that game. Just the feeling that they must be going through right now after what was a very good best of 3, losing your map picks and then winning their map picks. I can't imagine what it must be like to be in their shoes right now.
Yeah, just stealing bases, they're stealing maps away from each other. It had to feel like every single round was just so much pressure in them. We could feel that pressure. We could feel how they wanted to go for the clutch. And that's really the general feeling of that whole series, especially at the end. 1v1s, who could step up to the plate? Who could be the hero for the team? And it really was just such a breathtaking experience through get here for this region.
It really was the fitting grand final for such an amazing region and what has been such an amazing tournament. We'll go and have a look at the bracket and see how it all sort of unfolded throughout the 3 days of this Valorant Masters Southeast Asian tournament. It's been so much fun. I mean, we kickstarted it all off with 2 quick 2-0s, and then from there, Ilustrado, we got some really spicy games.
Oh yeah, it was a sort of a beautiful run all throughout here. I mean, 2-0s on the very top side, but then it was all 2-0s on the very bottom. But having said that, it didn't feel like it because all the games, they were, even though they were 2-0s, a lot of them were actually quite close calls, especially that NXL X10 one that actually did go to, like, was it double overtime here? And then the X10 KPC that it was a little bit more interesting than we thought it was. But in the end, it was one of the most fun, tournaments and Masters, just culminating, and it was the perfect ending for it in a best of 5 going to the 5th game.
I mean, come on, Ilu. There's a choice. Do you go all maps or just the minimum amount of maps? And the grand finalists said, we're going to go all the way. We're going to be having all 5 of them. And honestly, this is really just how they maximize the single elimination format. They brought their all. They gave us some of the best games we could expect in the region, some of the closest even. And every single team has proven their identity here in the Masters. It was just such a stellar sight to behold.
Certainly was. I guess as we sort of slowly wind things down in a bit of a saddened way that it's almost over here, guys. Final thoughts really on the tournament as a whole?
Just a single tear because I'm so sad that we got to go here, but looking forward to so many things because we know that SEA is here. We're here to play. I understand that a lot of other regions probably look at SEA as like they're not going to win anything, but I would beg to differ because I think that the region is growing a lot, and this just goes to show the competition in this region is fostering growth, fostering really good players, and I think soon enough we're going to be seeing SEA teams fighting for top spots.
I can't wait for more from SEA as a region because it does feel like we all have different takes on the meta. We all want to be trying this kind of inspiration from this region. We're going to try something else. We're going to bring something back. We're going to push something forward. And in the end, it's whoever can play the best is the best. Every single identity comes together here. And it's all about saying, this is who we are. And we will be here to dominate. And that's what we saw from our champion, right? It was such a unique take on the whole meta for them compared to the rest of the region. And I loved every little bit of it.
It was so much fun throughout the entirety of the Valorant Masters for Southeast Asia. A big thank you to you guys as well, Ilustrado, Daks, Asurai, and of course Vyminal as well for all of your casting and commentary throughout the entire event. Big thank you as well to all of the production staff behind the scenes. I mean, we can't do it without them, really. And of course, the fans, the viewers, thank you so much for tuning in throughout the entire event. Make sure to tune in next week. There's Valorant challenges to come. Be sure to check out your national challenges. It's your path to Masters 2 in Reykjavik, Iceland. Until then, so that's going to be us signing off of Valorant Masters SCA. We'll see you next time.
Level up.